incident we saw with the impact from the United car.
Well, that was also being investigated. I think that might be a slightly earlier and separate investigation. But what is going on with Ben Keating as well? The United Autosports 23 car. I don't think I can remember a time, Anthony. You've seen a lot of Ben's races in GTs where he's put a car off the road. That car has been a spinning top.
He was always such a formidable driver, wasn't he, Ben Keating, in the GTs, as you say, Martin, but he's having a torrid time of it today.
And yet, he's an LMP2 champion in IMSA. He's not unfamiliar with the LMP2 car. He knows the car. I don't know. I'm absolutely at a loss. Either that or the real Ben Keating is tied up in a locker somewhere and somebody's in his seat.
The only thing I hypothesise about is that the LMP2 car running here in the Le Mans downforce setup in the World Endurance Championship regulations could be a very different car to what he's used to with those big old wings and the sprint package, as they call it, in IMSA.
And very different temperatures as well here. I mean, this is a long way below pretty much any temperatures you're going to find in an IMSA track. So, no, that's a really good point. I hadn't really factored that in. I think you are probably very right. He's doing all the things that come naturally, and they're not working.
Every car here feels so light on their toes around this track. High speed, the cars don't really produce good lap times if you put too much downforce on.
Well, let's have a listen with Louise Beckett and Kamui Kobayashi.
Kamui Kobayashi, you've just stepped out of the number 7 Toyota. The weather and tyre choice is playing a massive part in this race, and we're so early into it.
Well, it's still a long way to go. We just take a conservative strategy for us, not taking any risk, because as I see, I think competition is quite tight for everyone. And just try to come until tomorrow morning, and we see where we are.
What do you know about these conditions? The rain's coming and going. What's the team telling you to expect?
Well, I think team give me a lot of information, during running, where the dithering or, some drops, try to communicate as much as we can. So far, it's not really too bad, to be honest. I remember last year was nightmare compared to this year. So, I think still we'll come down. And, looks, I have to say, I think most of the challenge part will be tonight. So, yeah, hopefully we manage tonight and we see sun rays. And, we have to be in good shape. And I think in terms of pace-wise, we are okay. So hopefully we can fight back.
What's the biggest challenge of tonight then?
It's a luck, as usual. Last year I think we were okay, but obviously we haven't done the luck. But hopefully this year, we managed to have a better luck than last year. I don't say best of luck, but a little better luck help us to make a better finish in the position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, what Kamui is referring to there, in the darkness going into a slow zone in the S's last year, rammed from behind by somebody who did not come down to speed correctly and just ploughed into the back of not only the Toyota but a couple of other cars, and that was the end of their race. He was forced to abandon ship because it had knocked on all the hybrid warning lights. So he's hoping for a little bit more luck. The Toyota's showing plenty of pace at the moment, though.
Okay, I'll say plan for this tyre is triple stint. Plan is triple stint.
Jose Maria Lopez back in the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing entry, something he did not expect this year. But look at him, he's right on the back of number 12, Callum Island, in the Hertz Team Jota car.
Yeah, we've got two battles underway at the moment between Toyotas and Hertz Team Jota. Porsches, Brendan Hartley pulling away from Rasmussen, the 8th and the 38. That's the battle for 5th. Then the battle we're looking at here, which is Callum Eilert in the number 12 car, running in 8th place, trying to fend off the somewhat rampant Jose Maria Lopez in the number 7 car. Two teams there, the 12 and the 7, that have had their dramas of very different sorts this week.
And Antonio Serravalle just ahead, the Ray White and blue Isotta gets by the 31 BMW, again different livery for that GT3 car, reminiscent of the UFO Jeans cars of 1980s touring cars, Jeans colours, and right behind Lopez flashing the headlights at Callum Ilott. Ilott's behind the Isotta, that's not going to be as quick as the Porsche, and Ilott will have to find a way by, past the pits probably, and up into the Dunlop curve.
Yeah, Ilott's on a double stint and 3-lap-old tyres at this point, medium tyres, so clearly no match for Jose Maria Lopez's brand new soft tyres. But that triple stint from Kamui Kobayashi, we just heard from him there with Luis, epic stuff. He was blindingly fast. Just to put it into context, on similar tyre ages with Andre Lotterer in the car number 6, average on his third stint of 3, a 3-minute 34. Kamui was averaging a 3:32.5.
Wow.
Wow.
Just on that final stint at 3.
Oh, look at him there. Lopez being brutal in traffic, straight by the Isotta. Antonio Serravalle wasn't fighting it. For Isotta, it's getting miles under the wheels. It's the first time the brand has ever raced at Le Mans, so it's a big, big deal for a brand that's been moribund since the 1930s and has been revived.
Well, I'm telling you right now, they're running 21st, a lap off the lead lap. I think they're doing fine at this stage. I think they'll be very happy with where they are at this next chapter of their adventure. Look at the other two classes, by the way. Vector Sport it is that lead LMP2 with Ryan Cullen, the silver driver, at the wheel, 30 seconds to the good from Tomo Miata in the Core Racing car. Bumped into Milton Jakobsen in the paddock just a little while before I came back on air. He was, somewhat dischuffed. They made the wrong choice on tyres. That cost them that time. They're now powering back to it. It is Valentino Rossi leading LMGT3 for Team WRT. And those cars, gentlemen, the M4 GT3s, have been nowhere this week. And all of a sudden, with the slings and arrows of what's been going on with weather, with incidents, the BMWs are coming back up the order.
Though we talk about race pace and qualifying pace is nothing if you haven't got race pace. And if you've got race pace but can't qualify, Le Mans is the one place where it matters a bit less than anywhere else. Valentino won here last year on Saturday morning in a BMW in the Road to Le Mans support race, and now he's got into the main race, exactly what he targeted 3 years ago when he started this sports car racing travel. And his last lap, 4:01.0, second place, Sally Olic in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari, 4:01.8, third place, Yasser Shahin in the Manthey EMA Porsche, 4:02.7. So the Doctor is lapping between 1 and 2 seconds quicker than anyone else in the class, with the exception of teammate Augusto Farfus in the 31 car, who's just done a 3-minute 59.9 lap.
Well, 2 more 3:59s, and it's both from factory drivers, Danny Juncadella right now, and also Alessio Rivera. But amongst the silver on bronze drivers, you're absolutely right. Last time around, quickest of the lot.
Who's killing them? And Danny Juncadella, again, another full pro factory driver in a TF Sport car in the Corvette. He's just done a 3:59.101.
Okay, Brendan, we expect the Porsche head to be in 1 or 2 laps. We expect it to be in 1 or 2 laps. It's light on fuel.
Yeah, copy. You're accelerating away.
Well, that's why, because there's less weight to carry. So Brendan probably a little bit perplexed at why the Porsche can get away from him out of the corners. And there's the answer. He'll be running on fumes in a lap or two. Brendan trying to go inside the 95, beg your pardon, McLaren, and just saw the door coming, swinging closed on him, had to jump the curbs.
That's Lopez, isn't it?
Yes.
Beg your pardon, yes.
Yeah.
No, so that was Lopez, you're right.
Yeah.
That's the other Toyota-Porsche battle.
So many storylines in what is this, just over 4 hours of this 24-hour race. Yet so many of these teams showing form and showing it in very different ways at different phases of the race. It's so tough to call who's going to be there into the night, out of the night, and, of course, at 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Here's that fight that Brendan was referring to. So he's got Nick Tandy in front of him in the Penske Porsche. So clearly Brendan has the speed. It's just, as we've seen all the way through this race so far, very hard to overtake. And once again, Brendan has to yield there, let the LMP2 go. And we can hear from Nick Tandy's side now.
Nick, it'll be box this lap, driver change. Toyota behind on fresh tires.
Yeah, so exactly, it was like the message in reverse, wasn't it? We heard that mirrored from Brendan's engineer earlier on, saying that Porsche would do exactly that.
So the unread message there to my ear from the engineer is, the guy behind you on fresh tyres, but you're coming in this lap, and that will mean hold him up.
So just
Don't let him go. Don't let him go. Blunt some of his speed on fresh tyres on your in lap. Don't let him be faster than you, and then when you're on your out lap, you're going to struggle anyway. But yeah, hold him up. Don't let him go. Don't surrender a position on your in lap. I mean, every one of these, every time you come in and out of the pits, every time you're in the pit lane, you have the potential to lose time. Avoid that as much as possible.
It's 4 hours and coming on for another 15 minutes into this race. One retirement so far. That was after an incident into the Dunlop chicane for the Vista, of course, of 54, Thomas Fleur, impacting hard into the barrier. That car is a retirement. There have been all sorts of other incidents. I've seen cars tumbling down the order and for the most part recovering back. 2 hypercars out of the top 21. One of them recovering up the order now with Julian Andlauer pushing on hard. Door problems again for Proton Competition twice. Actually spotted the team building up a new door for that car. And the art car, the number 20 BMW. So we're listening with Brendan Hartley.
I think he had a problem. I just saw the car smoking from the left around.
Copy.
Now, is that tyre rub? Is that about to let go? I'm sure we would have heard the Porsche team telling Nick Tandy to slow if they had a low tyre pressure alarm.
I spotted this earlier on where on the Mulsanne straight, as Tandy went out to overtake somebody, the car's sparking heavily. And I haven't seen anyone else do that, so maybe there's something there that Brendan might be spotting, or maybe that's the reason why they're bottoming out so much as Tandy throws the car over that left-hand curb coming into the pit lane. But Brendan would be relieved to see some free air in front now as he comes towards us, crossing the start-finish line.
Nick, be aware the rear wing is loose. Rear wing is loose. Be aware.
Oh, car number 4, Nick Tandy, so they will undoubtedly do some work on that car, and maybe that was what was smoking.
Well, they're going to take off that whole rear assembly as they take the tear-off off. You asked that question earlier on, didn't you, Graham? About when do they take that off? It's basically when that thin plastic film gets pitted with too many stone marks. You can clean it for all it's worth, but it won't clean it up. So when it gets like that, the driver will request to remove it.
Or too much oil or rubber. The rubber leaves black marks all over your windscreen. And as we're getting now towards low light, that's when you want to clear it off as well.
The oil will clear off, but it's the pitted nature of that thin plastic that you'll never clear away. So it's at that time you'll take it off.
While we're talking about Porsche Penske Motorsport, the man we see in the garage so much, fun fact from our colleague Jim Roller, who's watching back home, Jonathan Duguid was a long-time Porsche engineer. He won this year's Indy 500, engineering Joseph Newgarden as Tim Cindric was suspended. So a win here would make quite a cool double, Indy 500 and Le Mans in the same season. One of the car engineers here was also working on Newgarden's team in the Indy 500, so there's a potential for him to be part of that double package as well. Spots of water on the camera lens. Now, that doesn't mean that it's raining hard or heavily, but what it does mean is that there are spots of water on the camera lens, and the Porsches both going to go very slowly here because they have fresh tyres, and in the case of Nick Tandy, hopefully a decent wing on the car as well. Now, Mathieu Jaminet now at the wheel of the number 4 car. 38 has taken on a change of driver as well. Oliver Rasmussen is in the 38 Jota car that we just saw leaving. And there are spots of water here. Now, we were told to expect it at 17 or 19 minutes past. It's now 17 minutes past the hour, so it is an hour late, almost to the minute.
Yeah, incredibly tough conditions. Le Mans races like this, cold conditions with no tyre warmers allowed in this form of racing anymore, and it really makes the drivers work for it, especially when you've got a bit of rain lurking around as well. So they're certainly earning their money today.
Mixed class tussles down the Nordia, the Mulsanne Straight. This is the Edex Sport car number 28. The car has been up in the sharp end in LMP2, now in the middle of the pack, chasing here with Earl Bamber, while the Lamborghini's ahead. That is the battle for 8th position, in fact, with Earl Bamber.
Yep.
And Mirko Bortolotti. And the Lamborghinis, I heard you say this a little earlier, Martin, have just gradually worked their way up, both in the top 10 at the moment, by not being dramatic.
Yeah. Rule 1 of Le Mans, stay out of the pits, don't hit things. Okay, they've ticked both boxes so far. And again, you know, we were briefed by the FIA and the ACO's technical commission yesterday, and they were saying that this whole rule set is designed specifically to try and give each car the same maximum potential. How much you get out of that is entirely down to the team and drivers, and at the moment the Lamborghini and Iron Lynx team are doing a great job. Zak Brown from McLaren at Toyota. Matthew Marsh in the background there, old friend of mine.
So tell me all about these LMH rules then. How do you do it, Toyota? You go front motor, rear motor?
Well, we are promised, by the way, that we will get a couple of guests in from McLaren during this race, so we should be able to speak to Zak breakfast time tomorrow morning, and we should also have Michael Linders from McLaren Automotive in to talk about McLaren and aspirations.
Now, let's assume for a moment, without any confirmation, that McLaren are about to push the button on a hypercar program. What McLaren do with racing is sell customer racing cars. Are they going to do that better with a Le Mans hypercar or with an LMDH package? And do they feel that they're more likely to A, have customer sales, but B, have a potential winning car as a Le Mans hypercar or an LMDH? These are things that we need to hypothetically put to the boss.
I can tell you right now, no matter what it is that they do or don't do, there is not an aspiration for a customer hypercar program.
Okay. All right, that's interesting, because half the thought here, whoa, look at the closing speed of Earl Bamber's caddy on the Mustang. Half the thought here about hypercar was that when the manufacturers arrive, like Porsche, they will bring customer cars with them. I can't imagine that there aren't queues of teams who want to run a privateer Ferrari, for instance, but whether that's possible, we'll have to wait and see.
Box this lap. Driver change to Alex Palou.
There is a massive problem with that. There's no space for them. You know, this is the astonishing moment we are with sports car racing, even with the grid expanding, as we now know it will, next season to a maximum of 40 cars from 37 this year, even with the mandate that every factory must enter 2 cars if they're going to be fourth season contenders. There is going to be remarkably little space for customer teams to come and play with the WEC.
And does that mean even at Le Mans, or at Le Mans, will we see an end to LMP2 for a moment, while maybe hypercar expands to bring in customers from the hypercar field?
Well, let me tell you what Pierre Field has said publicly, and I checked it, that he was happy that this was a correct translation in the French media, is that they are evaluating the potential to introduce hypercar not into the European Le Mans series because it's full, but to the Asian Le Mans series for potential customer teams.
Wow.
Because that is where the marketplace is in Asia, that customers there are keen on those brands. Whether or not that is deliverable, whether or not that could be successful, is quite another story, but that absolutely is something that's being evaluated.
As we watch on Earl Bamber, it's on that lap 11 out of 12 where they've all been pitting, he did manage to actually eke out an extra lap earlier on when he was first in the car. Managed to do 13 laps in his first stint of this triple. So, yeah, we're expecting him in this lap.
When we saw number 8 come in, I think it was number 8, its energy was down to, I think, either 2 or 1%. And I did wonder at that stage, did that manage to creep an extra lap out? Have either of the two Toyotas managed to creep another lap on fuel in their last stint or so? You can see the Toyota now up behind Callum Ilott, and a disappointing performance so far from the two Peugeot. Jean-Eric Vergne is in 19th, 94, Loic Duval is in 20th place, and that car is about to go a lap down already. So, yeah, 4 hours, 4.5 hours in almost, and both Peugeots are going to drop off the lead lap. Now, we are hearing reports of rain on the Ligne Droite des Hunaudières, or the Mulsanne Straight, if you are not a French speaker. In comes the number 2 caddy. Earl Bamber will hand over to Indy 500 winner Alex Palou.
I've just seen the Peugeot sparking as well on a similar part of the track where I've seen Tandy's car spark away before, so it must just be that crown in the road that they're crossing, causing a bit of the, I'm guessing, titanium skid block on the underside of the car.
Earl Bamber and Paul-Luc Chatin for Alpine in the pit lane at the moment, and they will drop a big handful of places down the order. Again, not everybody took wet weather tyres when it rained earlier on, and as a result, the few that did are on a very different strategy because they will have fueled at the same time. Never leave the pits without adding fuel to the car. Let's get back to Jose Maria Lopez and the attack on Callum Ilott.
Peugeot is not for position. Peugeot is not for position.
Yeah, so as he's stuck behind the Jota car here, he can't find a way by it. He can see the Peugeot catching, and that's just the engineer saying, don't worry about the car behind. It's not actually fighting you.
Yeah, they had just gone by him as well. Again, Callum Ilott takes the high road, but around the outside comes Jose Maria Lopez. High, wide and handsome, ladies and gentlemen, sweeping down towards Indianapolis. Fastest part of the circuit these days, Anthony, and whoa!
Oh, he had to do that, didn't he? He didn't quite have the straight line speed. It was a little bit more uncomfortable than he was wishing, but that's why he had to be oh so committed. And as he turned in, that got a few smiles from the team down at Toyota.
50 Ferrari, Miguel Molina in the pits. Coming in two is the number 5. Porsche coming in two is 63 with 5% energy. There's the 50 car. So came in with just 2% energy remaining. They're really, really running these cars right up to the limit.
Yeah, Miguel Molina at the wheel. He obviously jumped in last time, put those set of soft tyres on, so they've just finished their first stint. They'll be staying on.
Examining the windscreen there as he polished it, just to make sure there's no holes in that tear-off. There is Miguel.
Interestingly, he just disconnected his drinks bottle. Wonder if they're going to change that during this pit stop.
Might do, but it looks like it will be fuel only. So maybe he was disconnecting it to reconnect it if it wasn't quite feeding him the way he hoped. Looks like somebody is ready to leap in the door. They are ready to leap in the door.
Oh, they're filling up with
oil canister going in, so that is a pressurized oil system.
I think they might have changed his drinks bottle at the same time. That would make a lot of sense. So they knew he would have been told, obviously, before coming in, we're going to do an oil dump as well. They actually called it an oil bomb. This is that shape. They plug it into the car, and I don't know how much it can carry, but yeah, it would make sense why cars following the Ferrari earlier on in the race.
Exactly the point it's about to make.
Has dirty windscreens.
As long as they don't make the mistake and get the two confused. He still gets a drinks bottle, and there's no liquid of the wrong type going into the Ferrari's engine. We have 4 hours and nearly 30 minutes on the clock here, so 19 hours, 33 minutes remaining in the 24 Hours of Le Mans 2024. And Ferrari number 83, Robert Schwartzman, leads from Matt Campbell's Porsche, Brendan Hartley's Toyota, then the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, the Toyota of Jose Maria Lopez, and the Porsche of Callum Island. So 3 brands in the top 7, 3 Ferraris, 2 Porsches, 2 Toyotas, and in 8th place, the Raging Bull, the Lamborghini of Roman Grosjean, ahead of Filipe Drugovich in the better of the Cadillacs, the 311 car. But Lamborghini with a car in the top 10 and one just knocking on the door in the form of Mirko Bortolotti. What a start to their first ever Le Mans in the top class the team is having.
Big twitch there over the curve for the number 15 car. Just to repeat, Anthony, start of this race, we saw a Cadillac and an Alpine absolutely plastered with oil, and we've just seen what could be quite an interesting moment on pit lane for the number 50 car. These things develop over a long time in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and I'm not absolutely certain what we've just seen on pit lane might not be a theme much later in the race.
I'd like to hope it was just an innocent refill of oil, but I have a sneaking suspicion it's a bit too early in the race to be seeing stuff like that going on. I've experienced this as a driver before. Let's see what they do with the car 83. If they do have to put oil into this one, and again for the car 51, when that comes into the pits, maybe not this time around, but the next pit stop, we'll keep an eye on it. That oil cylinder that gets attached to somewhere close where the fuel goes in, that 100% synthetic biofuel, by the way, that goes into all of these cars here in the World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans.
Yaffe taking over the leading car from Robert Schwartzman after an epic triple by Schwartzman.
So that's the fuel hose on there.
And there will be tyres, but there is no oil going in.
It's the 50.
So anyone that followed that 50 earlier on in the race were getting their windscreen splattered with a lot of oil, and they've just had to refill that. You do the maths.
Second place Porsche in the pit lane. Matt Campbell stays in. There'll be no tyres. He's on the white sidewall softs, so fuel only. Wash and brush up. Why are they cleaning the rear wing? To make sure that there are no errant bits of rubber or anything that is disturbing the airflow, and critically here at Le Mans, causing drag. Drag, my friends, is not your friend. It's like pulling a parachute around.
Back in the days, back in the days of the fuel lifting coast that was automated in the LMP1 cars, when I drove the Toyota, and I had a bit of a touch with another car, and a bit of bodywork on my car got flicked up a bit. Suddenly, I couldn't see it, but suddenly the automated lift and coast points were way earlier than usual.
Because you were not getting the downforce, and it wasn't slowing down enough, so you had to lift and coast earlier. No,
I had too much drag from this bit of bodywork that was suddenly in the wrong position. Caused too much drag, the car using more fuel as a result.
Gotcha.
To punch it through the air. That's how critical the drag is on these cars.
I was thinking it wasn't slowing down so much. That's 63. That is the better, was the better of the two. That's Danny Kvyat straight out of the pit and straight into the gravel. Oh, Danny.
Well, that was about 2 or 3 minutes ago, Marshall Post 3, but he has got it going again.
Yeah, Bortolotti had just come in after a pretty decent triple stint, handed over to Danny Kvyat. And we've talked about these cold tyres, and it's only going to get harder and harder for the drivers the later it gets in the day, and the colder it's inevitably going to get as well. So they're going to have to learn from that. Other drivers watching on as well will be seeing, you learn from other drivers' skirmishes, and you try to build a picture before you head out there yourself.
It is Toyota Gazoo Racing lead the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Is that for the first time?
I think it is for the first time, but certainly while I've been in the booth for the first time. The number 8 car in the hands of Brendan Hartley.
Lots of nodding. David Addison's just arrived from dinner, which reminds me, it finishes in 28 minutes, just as we come off air, and he's nodding as well. I think that is the first time that Toyota has led here at Le Mans. Here comes the 50, whistling by. The number 5 car, Matt Campbell, fresh out of the pits. Miguel Molina, of course, took on those tyres 3-4 laps ago now, so he's getting on for a third of the way through the stint and is fully up to temperature.
Did you say it's the first time Toyota have led this year at Le Mans?
Yeah.
No, Buemi earlier on led the race.
Did he? Okay.
So it's just this cycle we're going through. The Toyota, they lost about 1 minute and 40 seconds earlier on in the race. If you haven't seen that, we had a bit of rain. Toyota came in early. They went on to the wet tyres. It wasn't the right tyre to be on because it started drying up, and the drivers, the teams that suffered on the slick tyres and persevered actually came good for them, and Toyota ended up losing around, that 1 minute 40 seconds. So now they're completely out of sync with everyone else. So once in a while you'll see the Toyota, as Brendan is at the moment, pop up to the top, but they're not kind of officially leading the race. It's not a genuine thing. They're due a pit stop, and then they'll be back in their kind of, should I say, rightful position as when it all shakes out.
Yeah, but it might all shake out like this. No, because there's no guarantee that we're going to get back to somebody on somebody's fuel strategy coming good at the line. I mean, there's absolutely nothing now that you can even remotely use to guess which of these brands is going to be on top. With rain, with weather, with incidents, with slow zones, with safety cars, with everything. It's such a lottery.
Well, they'll basically have to find 1 minute and 40 seconds from somewhere. That's all I'm saying. That's what they are genuinely behind.
One slow zone. That's all it takes, isn't it? One slow zone. Or somebody else in front having a spin. That's Kvyat again.
No, it's not.
And
it's
that's
the other
19
car.
with the white nose, you're right.
And he just kept that from a major incident with the tyre wall. Did brush the tyre wall.
You know what that was, don't you? That was me bigging up Lamborghini right there.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
And this is another driver. So who was that?
Matteo Cairoli.
Yeah, because Grosjean was in before him, and he had just done his triple stint. So Lamborghini on the same. There's so much on the same strategy. Both fresh drivers have got in and binned the car.
Yeah, well, that's possibly not on page 1 of the team playbook, but yeah. So they. Yes, we don't get one separating from the other because, he's dropped it off the road as well.
Yeah, we're just trying to keep this fair. You're going to have to bin the car as well, and then we'll just crack on. And
I can't wait for that radio message to come over.
It is Danny Kvyat and Matteo Cairoli on his outlap, so they both did it on their outlap.
Different outlaps, it has to be said. Oh, no, yes, it was. Different outlaps. They pitted a lap apart. Danny Kvyat binned it last lap and Matteo Cairoli this lap.
The one other thing was we see the 83 car being tracked by the Jota car behind, with the AFA at the wheel for the first time, I think, in the race. That sort of confirms that he won't be in the car at midnight, which is the point at which he turns 24 years old.
Which is the point at which all the Chinese audience finally go, it's 5 in the morning, I can't do this any longer. He's going to have his birthday on his own. Well, I don't know. They might reverse their cycle. It's unlikely, but I think you're absolutely right.
Well, technically,
could quad
in terms of Chinese time zone. Well,
he's already.
I'll have a look.
It could work out.
It could work out.
Well, they're 11 hours ahead of us. It's already tomorrow.
He's already 24.
Yeah. This is.
Oh,
no. Is El Bamba still in the number 2? I don't even really want to look. No, it's Alex Palou. He's just taken over, hasn't he, a couple of laps ago. So Alex Palou, the double Indy 500 winner, just finding a little less room than he was hoping for on the run down into Arnage.
That was with George Kurtz. Had a bit of a strike on his CrowdStrike car there.
Luckily not too much carnage, so that's good. 99 still circulating, that's the white car with the green highlights. Oh my goodness me, that's the number 3 caddy. That's a proper rallycross moment and a good square slap on the barriers. Box.
What I want to see is it still steering straight after that pretty hefty hit.
That's Renger van der Zande.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that because that
was quite a slap, wasn't it?
I've hit that barrier before. I know exactly how that feels, and it can easily bend the toe on the front end.
Well, let's hear what they say.
I cannot
Okay, that's all right. We'll fix it up.
See, that's what I love about race engineers. I've been off, guys, I've been off. Don't worry, we got this. We got you. Don't panic.
Calm.
Come back slow. Calm, Seb. Yeah, we need the T-shirts. Jose Maria Lopez in for his first racing pit stop in hypercar this year.
Good to have him back, but Mike Conway, so unlucky not to be racing here this year.
100%, and real sympathy for Mike. I mean, that's nothing that anybody wants, and the irony is that Pachito was out cycling with him when Mike went down. I'm absolutely not making any judgment on that. But Pachito, not only, by the way, has he not had a race in this car, he was only called up on Thursday of last week, so he's not had any of the long practice runs. He's not done the 30-hour test and all the other yada, yada, yada that's preparation for the race. He's been parachuted in. Now, sure, he drove the car last year and he won't have forgotten it, but nevertheless, I would think you would like to be a tad more prepared coming to Le Mans than he had the time to be, but no question he's going to do a good job for them.
Well, he's brought the car in a top 10 position. At the moment, Toyota still lead. I think this is Brendan Hartley's in lap, is that correct?
Well, in fact, Pachito came in from 4th, and yeah, Brendan should be in on this lap, I think, 74 laps. But don't forget, that car pitted more times than most others because it did take on wets.
Yeah,
that was the Toyota that did take wets.
Brendan's on lap 12, and that's when they've been pitting, so he'll be on his way in.
Renger van der Zande makes it back to pit lane with his somewhat battle-scarred Cadillac. So that's slap into the barriers.
If he's got away with that completely, without any external damage to the car bodywork and without any tracking issues as well, and he's a very lucky boy.
Well, he deserves a bit of luck because he was the one that was sitting aboard the number 3 car and became a passenger in Spa last year and had a big head-on shunt on the exit of Eau Rouge, so he deserves a little bit of luck.
It's so easily done.
Allard Kalf wandering across the front of shot there, reporting here for Dutch TV, another driver who's had plenty of races here at Le Mans.
Just through the Porsche curves, have a listen to this. So yeah, it's just a corner where you were barely lifting off the throttle in karting, and that's where Kamui Kobayashi lost all of his lap times in qualifying by going off there, and he had a fast enough lap to get through to Hyperpole.
Yep.
It's now a brake and a downshift in race spec.
Yeah, he definitely didn't lift, did he? Damaged decal on the number 3 Cadillac. Anthony's looking at me skeptically. Well, they've waved him off again. He's gone. He's out and done, Renger van der Zande. So, yeah.
Build him strong in America.
Yeah, built Ford tough, that caddy.
It's that Laura One Truck Klauser I can hear rushing towards the booth.
Rotating
with a baseball bat.
Hey, it's you know, I think it's a very valid use of somebody else's slogan. 51 is in from 2nd place, 8 is in from the lead, 12 is in from 4th, and that means boing, 83, the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari of Ye Yifei bounces back to the top of the pile. And we continue our rotation from Alessandro Pierguidi back to starting driver Antonio Giovinazzi. And it will be Giovinazzi, I was going to say, who takes it into the darkness. What are we, 8:40? It won't really be dark until about 11 p.m, although the clouds will hurry the light levels down. The cameras will make it look darker than the naked eye. So he might not quite get full black. And that means that it will be James Collado who takes over the car, having driven it in the daylight, and then heads into the darkness.
Just watching the other classes too, as we watch the 51 car power away from the latest pit stop. Thanks to Sports Ryan Cullen, by dint of good reliable running, good fast running, and the right tyre choices at the right time, holds a 53-second lead in LMP2 over Lorenzo Fluxa in their 37 cool racing car. Nolan Siegel, 38 seconds back, but catching last time around 5 seconds quicker. In LMGT3, it is still Valentino Rossi leading the class on its debut here in the 46 Team WRT BMW, but being caught by Joel Stern in the championship leading, the WEC championship leading Manthey Pure Racing 92 Porsche. Yasser Shaheen is aboard the second Manthey car, the EMA branded car. That's the number 91 car and is 5 seconds back.
And 10 seconds behind him, Sarah Bovey in the Iron Dames Lamborghini in 4th place. Out goes our Qatar winning car, the number 6 machine. Porsche back on the hunt. And by the way, when the 51 Ferrari came out of the pit lane, the speed with which the number 7 Toyota Jose Maria Lopez went by him in the Dunlop curve, it looked like one of the Patrie de France fast jets whistling by. It was the approach speed was ridiculously different. But here is Ye Yifei in the lead for the AF Corse Porsche team.
There's a strong chance, Graham, it could be somewhere close to his birthday, from his birthplace in China right now. If it all depends on what time of day he was born, basically.
I think what I'll do is I'll go and ask him.
We'll ask him afterwards, yeah, retrospectively.
Super Kid, by the way, before we go any further. I do recall, in the lead-up to him joining the Hertz Team Jota efforts, a couple of comments from people connected with the team that weren't that convinced about his talent. They were soon able to reappraise that. Right now, he is a top prospect in sports car racing.
Yeah, it's 2:43 in the morning where he was born. So yeah, it could be. It all depends on when he was born, basically. What time of day?
Yep.
It could well be his birthday right now.
Right now.
Chinese TV audiences, as we watch the battle for position between the Porsche and the Caddy, are used to seeing Chinese athletes winning in sport. They do not understand why a Chinese Formula One driver is not winning, is not the best in the world, because all the Chinese athletes they see on TV win because they're the best in the world. What they might have with Ye Yifei is a driver who might be the best in the world here at Le Mans. I mean, if he wins this year's race, his life will be all but intolerable in China, because he will suddenly be vaulted into this massive recognition with 1.6 billion people that he has never had before now, and that no racing driver anywhere has ever had before now. That would be just an astonishing thing for the TV audience in China.
What must be like what it's like for you in one of the nations that does
very much so, absolutely. Whoa, look at this, the Caddy on the outside, Filipe Drugovich, and going around the long way, Kevin Est, not taking no for an answer. That's absolutely take no prisoners racing by both men, and the potential for contact there was so high. That's brilliant racing.
And both on their outlaps, by the way.
Ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, respectful driving from both of them. And Filipe Drugovich, a very experienced driver, F2 champion, of course. And Kevin Estre, well, don't need to sing his praises at all after that. Everything he's done so far in sports car racing.
Mega job, mega job. Let's keep pushing, code to 0 and push.
Code 2-0, presumably. Oh, Alpine facing the wrong way, 35 or 36.
No,
what colour are the mirrors? It's 35.
It's not facing the wrong way, it's smoking. Yeah. That is big trouble for the 35 car.
Well, they've had 2 endurance tests with the team, and that's Ferdi Habsburg jumping away. Is it red? No, it's green. You can see the green light inside.
I think that's done.
Yep. They've had 2 30-hour or 2 24-hour attempts. One, the car broke down. The second, they had an engine failure. That's really tough for Ferdi, returning to the team after injury in testing. And again, the logo's there, not just Alpine, but Alpine Renault. That is the brand that won here back in 1977.
Oh, that's gone in a big way.
Yeah. That has all the hallmarks of going no further. That's a lot of oil or possibly bits of metal in the cylinders.
Slow zone coming for this incident to recover that car.
But the good news is he is very close to the tow-away runoff area, and that is at Arnage.
Shows every sign of being our second retirement of the race after the 54 Ferrari.
Here's Ryan Cullen leading in LMP2 for Vector Sport. And the slow zone will go all the way back to Mulsanne corner. Why? Because marshals will be rescuing a car at nearly the fastest part of the track. Let's hear from the number 12 Hertz Team Jota.
Callum Ilott bringing the number 12 Hertz Team Jota in 9th at the moment, but I bet that sounds good right now, doesn't it, considering where we all started at the beginning of this week?
Yeah, I mean, the team's done an amazing job to get the car even in the race, and it's great. It's handling well, and we're chipping away at it. I think we had a bit of a tough start. We had a few issues that we needed to work out, but the car's good now, and we're working our way through. So let's see how it goes, but no mistakes, and try and get closer and closer to the top 3.
It's great to see you up there, but we've got to say something about all these guys behind you and what an incredible effort they made. Just tell us a little bit about the journey they've been through.
So obviously we had a crash on Wednesday night. At that point we had to see what was damaged on the car, and unfortunately after a lot of inspection we found a little bit on the bottom of the chassis. They had to strip that chassis, wait for a brand new one. Thanks to Porsche for organising that. That'd been an amazing help as well. And then it was full steam ahead. I think they had maybe 4 or 5 hours of sleep across the whole car build. We got to shake down across on the airfield, which I heard is quite a rare occurrence. It was great for publicity, but I don't want it again. And they stayed in the rain for that and then made sure everything was good. We had a couple of things that needed ironing out, but what an amazing team. Honestly, I'm so grateful for what they've done, and they're amazing supporters.
The story in this journey so far has been incredible, and hopefully speak to you later.
Yep, let's see. Thank you very much.
And hopefully for good reasons as well. So the end of the road for Ferdi Habsburg in the number 35 Alpine. And I had my facts slightly wrong. Too young to actually have been here in 90. I'm not actually too young to have been here in 1978. I just wasn't. It was 1978 that Didier Pironi and Jean-Pierre Jussot won in Le Mans in the Alpine Renault, the 3rd year of that car's campaign. Beautiful, open, white, yellow and black long-tail sports car. Absolutely stunning thing. Of course, with a 1.5-litre V6 engine that later went on, or that was already being used by Renault in the build-up to its Grand Prix debut with the turbocharged RS01. So into the retirement books goes our second car, the marker of doom. I am wielding it now, as I don't think 35 is coming back from that one. That will be our second retirement of the race.
Yeah, really disappointing for Alpine. They showed such great speed, didn't they, especially at the start of the race. And also for Ferdinand Habsburg as well, who has missed
two races.
2 races, isn't it, actually?
Yep.
Yeah. Imola and Spa in the World Endurance Championship due to an injury, a back injury that he sustained, so in a testing crash, I believe. So, yeah, it was great to see him back, but unfortunately wasn't to be for them.
Indeed. So 1 bullet left in the Alpine gun. Here comes one of the 2 Lamborghinis that have been climbing the order. They've both hit literal trouble.
If this slow zone continues for any longer, so Loic Duval is the only driver, he's on lap 11, only driver near a chance to come into the pit to benefit from this slow zone. So yeah,
Van Dorn is, apologies, has been in and is now out again. So Stoffel Van Dorn just out of pit lane.
Oh, sorry. So yes, they did. Yeah, they did pit. I've just seen it pop up on the what you've spotted on the time screens, Graham. I've seen it on the app that I have here. As we got the number 155 Speed of Race Ferrari with a nose change or splitter change.
It's a full clip on the Ferrari 296. It's quite an impressive piece of kit. As you can see, everything. And Well, we may have some more dramas coming for the second Alpine as the bonnet put back on, the front bodywork onto the 155.
Radio message from the Alpine team. Now, I'm not sure if it was driver to team or ship to shore, shore to ship, but an urgent alarm. Christian Ried, Proton team principal, 2 of their 3 GT3 cars are the last running cars in GT3. 44, the guest car, and the 77 full team entry. That 77 car that had that steering issue has not yet left the pit lane, Graham. That's been there a while.
That has been there a while. The 88 car also on pit lane. Remember, they've got a P2 car, and there we are.
There
with
it
the
is,
P2 car.
with the boy, Jonas, one of his boys, Jonas Ried at the wheel.
Yep, so he'll be keeping a weather eye on what's going on there. And this is actually in a battle. Jonas Ried getting onto terms here with François Perrodo, looking for a way by. The car co-branded with Iron Lynx.
Raced last year in the European Le Mans Series in LMP2 to cut his teeth, and now here he is in LMP2 at Le Mans. Matteo Caroli on board the number 19 Iron Lynx Lamborghini. Claudio Schiavone, the founder of the Iron Lynx team. Andrea and Giacomo Piccini, the racing brothers, are now essentially running the team. And of course, Deborah Meyer on board with her Iron Dames program, joining up with Iron Lynx to run those cars. It's a very ambitious and really well-run team. And the way that they have managed to get these Lamborghinis to Le Mans in such good fettle with such a young car, very impressive indeed. Shows their ambition and their ability.
Comes Jean-Eric Verne in car number 93, slips through on the inside of 19, and as they exit this corner, the slow zone has now been removed. So no need to slow down and hit the full course yellow button that limits the car to that 80 kilometers an hour. Lopez under investigation for that slow zone procedure.
As is Giacomo Petrobelli, who's into 4th place now for JMW Motorsport Ferrari. That could be expensive for either or both of them if that comes back around.
He's dropped down to 4th because Sarah Bovy was 4th and has moved up to 3rd place for the Iron Dames. Team WRT, Il Dottore, the Doctor, Rossi Fumi, whatever you like to call him. Valentino Rossi still leads from Yasser Shaheen, now up to 2nd for Manthey EMA. That's the orange and black Porsche. The Iron Dames in their magenta and white multi-liveried Lamborghini in 3rd from Giacomo Petrobelli. But if Petrobelli picks up a penalty, that will be a stop and go, and that will cost him the thick end of a minute.
So closing in on the end of the 5th hour here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Lamborghini with the number 20 BMW art car behind it now. That car is still a couple of laps down, but here we go, another battle for position. This is number 2, Cadillac Racing. Kevin Est goes by.
Yeah, that's Alex Palou at the wheel of the number 2 Caddy, who we ride on board with now.
He's only recently taken that car over from Earl Bamber, so did he get fresh tyres? I'm pretty certain they will have given him fresh tyres. In fact, he's getting close towards the end of a stint. LMP2 leader in the pits. This is the Vector Sport car number 10, Ryan Cullen, and that will cycle the 37 Cool Racing entry to the top of the pile. Lorenzo Flusser.
Stefan Raquelme's been plugged into the number 10 car. You say it's been fast, it's been reliable, and it got a mighty leap up the order by the team calling for the right tyres at the right time. Nothing go under investigation, by the way, for the slow zone. The Isotta Fraschini in the hands of Kawatana Bennett.
So much has to go your way in this race, doesn't it? You can bring the best drivers, the best car, the best team, and if the weather doesn't break your way or trouble in traffic comes your way, then there's not much you can do. And I think the experienced teams really recognise that. Palou, again, on the run down to Indianapolis, got a great run on Kevin Est. Don't forget, Est was really brave around the outside last time we saw them battling, or him battling side by side, but Palou comes right back past him.
Yeah, Palou now on lap 6 of this stint. And yeah, he's on the used set, so a scrubbed set of the medium tyre. So I think he was still getting up to speed himself when we saw him being overtaken by Estre, and also the tyres obviously warming up. So Estre's on a lap and a half, a stint and a half old tyres at the moment. So yeah, he's going to naturally just start falling back from Palou, but made the use of warmer tyres, I think, and a driver that's getting up to speed when he made the pass. So that's what's going on here with this scrap. Oh, and the car spun there in the Porsche curves.
There's trouble, I think, for the Iron Dames. I think the Iron Dames may be in trouble.
Oh, that's not good. It is Sarah Bovy. 3 orange lights means third in LMGT3. Car's stationary. Want to see those lights going on and off as she gets it restarted. Little bit of damage on the left front corner. You can see a bit of the tape from the wrap flapping around there. That's not starting in a hurry. She's already dropped down to 6th position. Let's get down to the 35 Alpine garage. Louise Beckett. She's got a chance to talk to Paul-Luc Chatin.
Paul-Luc Chatin, the face on yourself and everyone in this garage just goes to show the feeling within the team. None of us want to see what we've just seen out on track.
Yeah, it's a very difficult feeling, to be honest, for all the team. It's really cruel because we have done a major job since the beginning of the week. We show that Alpine have done an amazing job during all the development phase to give us a really strong car, and we shows all the weeks that the pace was strong. But after we need to accept, you know, it's motorsport, it's mechanical sport, and this kind of stuff can happen, so it's hard. But there is still the sister car with amazing driver, with Nicolas Lapierre, Mathieu Valsevere and Mitch Schumacher. And I'm sure that all the team will push even more for them. We are a team, you know. Unfortunately, it's not for us today as the car 35, but I really hope that the car 36 will be able to show to everyone that Alpine is doing a great job. And as we said before the event, it's a year to learn for us. So the goal was to continue to learn. We learned a lot, even in difficult moments like that. And I'm sure we will come back stronger next year.
We saw the pictures, but what was reported back? What was the issue?
Sorry?
What was the issue?
I'm not sure at 100%, but to be honest, it looks like that the engine blew off, unfortunately, and I don't know the reason. We had no warning. The car was running really well before that, and it was just accident. So we will analyze it later, and I'm sure the team will be able to fix it and to come back stronger at the next event.
Thanks for talking to us.
Tough break for Paul-Luc Chatin, his teammates, and half of Equipe Bleu. There's the other half, and while that interview was going on, we saw the replay. Graham Goodwin, it was not an error by Sarah Bovy. She was properly clumped by a speeding Porsche.
That was a big hit. We're very lucky. We've got the Lamborghini back onto pit lane. Didn't manage to spot, I'm afraid, in that moment, just exactly which of the 3 factory Porsches it was.
It was one of the 3 Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, so there will be drive-through penalties for the number 7 Toyota, the number 11 Isotta, and the number 66 GT JMW Porsche. 4 infringements in the slow zone, and we will wait and see, because somebody on site in the Porsche curves, one of the marshals, will have certainly seen whether it was 4, 5 or 6 who made contact with the Iron Lynx, the Iron Dames Lamborghini. Sarah Bovy did make it back to the pit lane. She's gone back out on track, but oh boy, the gap that the Porsche was going for no longer existed when he got there. On board Ridgeway's Vanthoor, chasing is Mathieu Vaxivière. BMW, brand new car, looked at WEC this year, though it raced last year in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series in North America, being chased by a brand new car, period, the Alpine.
It's a good run at the moment from Dries van Tor. He's been the hammer man in that number 15 car, has gone through on the 36 Alpine and is now chasing down Renger van der Zande in that number 3 Cadillac. Another one, by the way, that's been in trouble and very lucky to survive it. Bit of good news on the Iron Dames. That was, what was it, 1 minute and 43 seconds on pit lane. They're back out and running.
Well, that's ridiculous, because a normal driver change pit stop would take very nearly that time, so clearly very little needed doing. I wonder whether she did get a new set of tyres. It is still Sarah Bovy, so Sarah Bovy's still in the car doing her time. So too, by the way, since the start of the race, is Ben Keating. Now, the minimum drive time in the 24 hours for a bronze-rated driver is 6 hours.
Correct.
Ben Keating can't do it all in one go, can he? He can drive no more than 4 hours in a row.
4 in any 6-hour period.
Right, so we are now 5 hours and 2 minutes into the race. Who else has been in that car? I'm not quite sure. We have to. I'm sure they know what's going on. Let's ride on board with Valentino Rossi. Peter Dumbreck right up behind a rival in a very different looking kind of car in terms of the Mustang.
I'm pretty certain we've seen Felipe Albuquerque in that car at some point in this race, and I've got a funny feeling we may have seen Ben Hamley as well. But what have you spotted, David Addison, on that one?
Well, the Ben Keating car, when he went off into the gravel,
yes,
a piece of gravel got stuck between the alternator belt and the pulley.
Right.
And has done it. And it's been in the pits ever since, so I think that car's pretty much retired. It's not been nominated or declared a retirement, but I think it has effectively retired because of that damage that the gravel did when it got where gravel shouldn't go. Horrible
Look for the 23 car, which was, I think, by anybody's money, one of the favourites for the LMP2 Pro-Am class, and I think quite fancied as well to be further up the order than that as things actually evolve in this race. But also back on the microphone, it's Peter Dumbreck. Peter, you've been watching from afar.
Yes, bits and bobs. Yeah, I think it's quite impressive that, okay, they're on a different strategy, but that both Toyotas have come back into the race, although we've just seen that one of them's got a drive-through penalty, so that's going to drop that back down again.
Yeah, we've got now the 83 AF Corsa car leading the race in the hands of AEFA. 17 seconds ahead. Looking here at the LMGT3 graphic, and this is on board with Valentino Rossi. The doctor is in the house. He's in the BMW. He goes through the same point where Sarah Bovy got the impact from a Porsche, and it was another Porsche passing it by there, but with no contact this time. Valentino Rossi putting in a storming run. He's at the moment 1 minute and 20 seconds ahead of Jules Sturm.
That is impressive.
In the Montai Pure Racing Porsche, the second Porsche, the hands of Yasser Shaheen. That car 25 seconds further back. Worth saying, by the way, in a point of history, fewest GT class Porsches in this Le Mans 24 Hours in this century.
As a thought for you, the aggressive Porsche against Sarah Bovy was Mathieu Jaminet, who is under investigation.
Number 4. Well, and rightly so from what we saw. It's certainly worth an investigation. We only saw one point of view of it. It warrants another look. And having had the opportunity, almost by accident, to see exactly what systems the stewards have here, to actually observe in pinpoint accuracy using GPS technology, they will be able to determine who was at fault for that one.
How many of that leading group are still kind of on the same strategy or pitting round about the same time? Because with all of the earlier stops for tyres and having to come and change from the wrong back onto the right, it's broken everything up a little bit compared to the first round of pit stops.
It is a bit of a mishmash. You've got the magic box in front of you, Peter. I'll let you crunch those numbers and come back to us with that one. But
annoyingly, though, they're all in a jumbled order.
Yeah, I think the reality is they're certainly not all pitting in the same 1 or 2 laps. And what that is giving us is an opportunity for these cars to close and pass, and then be repassed. We're going to get into the night here. It is not going to be in any way straightforward. That period of time, David, where we got that burst of rain and several of the teams opted to go for the wet tyres that proved to be a mistake as it dried too quickly, has mixed things up in all three classes.
I heard you touching on Valentino Rossi a moment ago, leading in LMGT3, a much more rounded driver, Valentino Rossi. Every race he does, he learns a bit and gets better, but of course he comes here as a class winner last year in that Road to Le Mans race, and of course he's a double winner now. One last year, one this year in GT World Challenge Europe. So he's not that motorcyclist now racing cars, he's a GT race winner. And
loving it, and I'm sure he's loving this event as well. And the crowd here are loving having him here, and they're certainly loving having him leading this race. The 46 car, 37th overall, leading this new for 2024 LMGT3 class, BMW Lead Le Mans.
Indeed so, whereas the hypercars are having a pretty torrid time, aren't they? Robin Frins lost all that time earlier on with his accident, and Marco Wittmann had a spin in 15 very, very early on in the race. And 50 is bound for the pits, we understand. So Miguel Molina at the wheel of number 50 out of second place is due to come in, we are told, on this lap as we go on board with Yi Yifei in 83, having taken it over from Robert Schwarzman, who took it over from Robert Kubica. And the Chinese driver, another single-seater gun, comes out of the second chicane.
Yeah, last lap, by the way, from AFA and from Miguel Molina in second place. Identical to the 1,000th, 3:31.746 for both Ferraris. They pressed that button on the dash.
Yeah.
But they're 15.5 seconds apart, with Matt Campbell in the chasing number 5 Porsche a further 8.5 seconds back.
But then it's Toyota number 8 of Brendan Hartley, which is still looking strong, isn't it? Even if it's not spending all its time running up the front, it's kind of always there or thereabouts. It's certainly not one to rule out. Again, you talk to some of the sages in the press room, and they've got their money on number 8. It is a head-in turn of 51 of Antonio Giovinazzi, and to round out the top 6, Norman Nato, and a drive-through penalty for Mathieu Jaminet for the incident with Sarah Bovey. So it's little things like that that can lose you the race as well.
I'd like to have heard that radio communication actually after that, because
I don't think the one from Sarah is going to be broadcastable.
Yeah.
I suggest to you that it would have been high-pitched and unpleasant, and correctly so. It did look like a big hit. As I said, from what we saw, we may well get that clip again. From what we saw, we're lucky that that car was able to rejoin, get back to the pits and rejoin the race.
We have had it confirmed that the Ferdinand Habsburg Alpine is a retirement. No real surprise in that, but the team have confirmed it as you ride on board with Kevin Estre, then the hero of Hyperpole. But he's got to be really heroic in this, hasn't he? Because this car is only 8th. It's still on the lead lap, but it's 2 minutes and 14. It's therefore the better part of the lap adrift of the lead.
Absolutely right. It's a battle between the Porsche and the Tota. 6 car in the hands of Kevin Estre, closing in on Jose Maria Lopez. This is a battle for 7th position. Ahead of them, by the way, the further 10 seconds to the good is the better place of the 2 Jota, Hertz Team Jota cars. The 12 car, Norman Nato. Well, you know, we're into, what, the 6th hour now. That car that was a literal bag of bits just a couple of days ago, contesting a top 10 place here at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Let's hear what car 6.
We can see some late front lockup. Recommend 1 click rearward on pilots.
Setup adjustment, but Kevin Estre, he's about to make his move, isn't he, on Jose Maria Lopez, who tries to pick his way through the traffic, diving down towards Mulsanne corner, and Kevin Estre decides discretion is the better part of valor there and slots in behind Michael Wainwright in that GR Racing Ferrari. Both of the hypercars dive out of the draft to get through the traffic, slot back in, a little bit of a toe, pull out again, get through. Estre has lost a couple of cars' lengths, but he's still in the hunt, isn't he?
Well, that's the kind of move, probably, Peter Dumbreck, that you might have actually put on that Ferrari maybe in the last hour, but not here.
Yeah, I think Lopez is a wily character. He's been here, you know, many times. He's just back in this car, having supposed to have been in the GT car for Lexus. So he's been promoted back up into the number 7 hypercar. But he knows his way around, and he's not just going to give that place up easily.
No, absolutely right. As into the pit lane has just gone, as predicted, number 50 Ferrari. So that puts Matt Campbell up into 2nd, Brendan Hartley to 3rd for the moment. And this battle heads now towards the Porsche curbs. We also understand that number 5 is going to be in this next lap, which is Matt Campbell at the wheel of the car in second place. And again, scything through the traffic is the Toyota in the hands of Jose Maria Lopez. This is where you've got to be so brave and committed and trust the back markers.
The other man who's been in and out of the pits is Valentino Rossi. Just waiting for him to clear the next timing sector, because he's going to be in very close contention now with Joel Sturm in that Chasing Montai Pure Racing number 92 car, the Lithuanian flagged entry that leads the championship at the moment in the WEC. They've been very strong indeed. And it's
also just done the fastest lap, so he's really pushing on.
Yeah, he is.
So let's wait until they do clear the long sector 2 to see exactly where that battle sits.
Joel Sturm, rookie here. Valentino Rossi, rookie in the 24 hours. And then Yasser Shaheen in 3rd spot. So
all 3 rookies then in the battle for the top 3 positions in this early stages of the race.
It's one of the beauties of LMGT3. It's brought so many new names to Le Mans. Even people like Christopher Meeks, who seem to have been around forever. And it's his first Le Mans 24 hours.
Kelvin van der Linde, another. Exactly. Sheldon van der Linde, another. And it's not just LMGT3. With many of the factories turning to their GT factory drivers to populate the driver squads in hypercar, we've got all sorts of people that you would sort of expected to check the history books and see them appearing once or twice, that no, they're part of, what is it, 47 or 48?
47 in the end, yeah, rookie drivers. So it's an impressive number, and it's also interesting to see which drivers have been 2 or 3 times before, because if they're in LMP2, often they kind of fly under the radar a little bit, but they've got the experience. 38 goes through, which now is Jenson Button at the wheel, the Formula 1 world champion, and he is hunting down Dries van Voor in what is really the surviving BMW hypercar, because the second one, after Robin Frins's zealotry, is down in 36th. Into the pit lane comes the lead car then, 83 Ferrari. Yafei will lose that lead to Matt Campbell. Now let's see whether he's going to stay on board. Looks like he is. No tyres ready, so this should just be fuel.
It's a good stint there from Yafei. Cycled back round to the lead he inherited.
This car was 7th at the end of the opening hour. Into the pit lane also comes Matt Campbell, so the top 2 come into the pit lane. But 83, from not really drawing attention to itself in the week, well, there it is. It's up at the front, and it has led at the end of the previous 3 hours.
Well, Robert Kubica, a known quantity. AFA showed his mettle last year at Le Mans and through the season with Hertz Team Jota. And Robert Schwartzman, yet another young man looking to make his mark in sports car racing.
Schwartzman had this great bit of audio last year in the last GT World Challenge endurance round. We had a late race safety car, and he got on the radio and he said, who am I chasing? And the answer was Lucas Stoltz, Mercedes, to which Schwartzman said to the team, is he any good? This is multiple race winner, title winner Lucas Stoltz. Schwartzman, no idea of the company he was keeping, but he's a very quick driver.
Spent some time with Ferrari last month at Maranello with some media work before the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And one of the nicest stories to come out of that is confirming their intention is this 83 squad will return unchanged next year. So Kubica seem very much as an elder statesman helping their young talents who they see as being the future of this hypercar program at the factory level.
Yeah, Robert Kubica has, as you would expect, been very, very impressive in that car, but so he should. He is up against some very, very good drivers, but we always knew in Formula 1 that he was a star. Let's listen in to the lead car now, Brendan Hartley's Toyota.
Okay, Brendan, both cars ahead have pitted again. You are in the lead of the race once more.
Now, fast forward this, assuming that we didn't have any more rain to affect things, or safety cars maybe, would that Toyota be in the lead when the checker flag came out, or would it, on the cycle of pit stops, have fallen back in the traffic?
Well, that's too hard a bunch of maths for me to do this.
Well, it's impossible because we don't know about safety cars, do we, or the rain or anything like that.
But I think, as we debated a little earlier, it is on a cycle, and we're going to get to that stage of the race, because we always do, when we start counting back rather than forwards, and that's when it certainly seems to take on just a different complexion. There's a quick sight there with the one change to the 83 this year. We'll have a listen to what they're saying first. I'll explain what.
Okay, so this will be again 12 laps.
So confirmation of that. What you saw, by the way, is he flashed the headlamps at the LMGT3 cars ahead, is the one new thing on that car apart from the livery this year, and it's those two central endurance lights just underneath the number panel in the nose. They weren't there last year, and they're very, very effective.
We were also watching Valentino Rossi getting passed by Joe Sturm, so that was a position change for first position in GT.
Indeed so, and also a few minutes ago we saw Renger van der Zande running wide, didn't we, coming out of the Dunlop S's and clattering the guardrail. Well, on his last lap but one, he did the car's best lap of the race.
So it's okay then?
It's okay, everything's pointing in the right direction. And now that he's taken a layer of paint off one side, it's lighter, so it's clearly quicker.
It was quite some...
wasn't it?
It was quite some thunk on that area.
Big old whack, absolutely. Right, so Brendan Hartley leads the way, and a personal best first sector time now as he tries to position that car to hang on to the lead after its next pit stop.
So Toyota from AF Corse, the 83, the privately entered Ferrari, then the 50 factory Ferrari, the first of the three Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s, and therefore the first of the Porsches, the third Ferrari, all three Ferraris in the top five still, then the first of the Hertz Team Jota cars, which astonishingly is the car that was rebuilt this week after the accident for Callum Ilott. The number 7 Toyota, so both Toyotas in the top 7 and looking strong. Then the 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, the 311 Whelen Cadillac, the number 3 Cadillac, the one that David's just been talking about, and then the 11th place car is the 38 Hertz Team Jota car in the hands at the moment of Jenson Button, Mathieu Vazevière in the surviving Alpine after the retirement of the 35 with what looked like an engine failure.
And those two spins that the Lamborghinis had have now put them down into 17th and 18th places. Remember, they were quite well placed early on, but that was largely because they got it right, Peter, on the tyre core at the right time. Now you've kind of gone back to pure pace. They're not looking quite so hot.
That's it. They need another little sprinkle of rain and another good strategy call to bring them back into the race, which we do expect a bit of rain overnight, possibly. Yeah. So things might spice up a little bit. I think the leader, Brendan Hartley, is probably due into the pits within a lap or two as well. So that will also cycle the 83 car probably back into the lead.
Now on board here with Valentino Rossi, the car you're going to see ahead is the 92 car. Joel Sturm is just extending that lead. Are we going to see the first Lithuanian flagged winner at Le Mans? Because that's the country that Pure Racing hail from. Porsche, of course, and the Monti Racing crew that are just so effective with these 911s in previously GTE, but now GT3, LMGT3 format. But he's not letting it go, is he? Valentino Rossi pushing on hard.
Using all the track and a little bit more.
He's a fast learner, though, and he's had some expert tutelage in this car, particularly from Maxime Martin over the last couple of seasons. And you don't often see Valentino Rossi making mistakes. He's built up the pace, but he's never been a rock ape. He's never been throwing it at the scenery in the World Challenge races, whether it's been in this car or in his first season with the Audi. And there is the brains trust, if you like, behind the pace of Valentino Rossi. Maxime Martin, Spa 24-hour winner, former factory driver for Aston Martin. He's been at BMW either side of that sojourn with Aston, and a very, very quick and a very good, safe pair of hands as the BMW goes a lap down on the hypercars there.
So Brendan Hartley continues to lead the motor race for Toyota Gazoo Racing in the number 8 car, but is on a different strategy, pit strategy to the chasing Ferraris. The Ferraris certainly here, gentlemen, seem to have the pace.
So their 46 BMW then, running second in class in LMGT3, Valentino Rossi at the wheel, and the BMW garage divided into the hypercar team on one side, the LMGT3 engineers on the other, and the car that they are squabbling with is run out of that stable, the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche. Joel Sturm at the wheel of it.
That is Richard Lietz, one of the elder statesmen amongst the factory drivers at Porsche. He's in the other car, the EMA branded car that carries backing from the Ben Motorsport Park in South Australia.
And we've been talking about these 47 rookies. Ricard Leeds is the man in the entry with the most starts.
173.
Just saw a car with some wipers on there.
Okay, so the predicted rain is finally gracing us with its presence. Let's see whether it amounts to anything, because it was certainly a factor earlier on, even though it never soaked the entire circuit at the same time. It was going for different areas of La Sarthe. As you ride on board here, coming out of the second chicane with Alex Palou, and he in number 2 is in 13th place overall. Mathieu Vazivière is the next target in the Alpine up the road, the surviving Alpine now.
Yeah, indeed.
Down to Mulsanne corner. The headlights now starting to have more of an effect in all of this, piercing the darkness. The Cadillacs, though, they went well last year, didn't they? And they've shown good pace this week. They need to get a bit of a wriggle on, because the opposition is overall tougher this year, so you can't stay at the same pace. You've got to up your game. They're still there or thereabouts, though.
Yeah, third last year with, I think it was Richard Westbrook's car. So we know they're capable of it. You're right, though. I think the ultimate pace just might not be quite there, but as the race evolves, there is that chance they will increase pace and get on terms with the Ferraris and the Toyotas.
Nico Lapierre ready to get aboard the 36. I guess this is the question. We know that these cars can be mildly developed, and we've seen that with some of the hypercars already. Cadillac have taken a different path here. What they've done is they're trying to optimise the package they've got. They're learning what they can about what the car can and can't do. Some software changes with that car. They're finding pace. They're finding pace deeper into those stints, and the results are beginning to come. They've not necessarily had the discipline, and they've not necessarily had the luck, but what they have had is pace.
5.5 litre V8 makes a great noise, that Cadillac engine.
Sound of freedom.
Absolutely. Those together with the Mustangs is just an audio heaven, that. Right, number 8, Brendan Hartley, still leads the way. Let's listen in.
Also, you can tell Rio I prefer to be more close on TC. I didn't really like it when I opened it more. And if you lock rears on the slow speed corners, you have more. You have less traction, so try not to lock the rears on the low speed.
So this is Brendan Hartley getting Ryo Hirakawa ready to get into that car, Peter.
Yeah, it's always good to have a little bit of information from your teammate, just to, you know, if there's something a little bit strange on the car, it's good that you know about it and you don't have to learn firsthand. So Brendan talking about the rear locking, I'm guessing on the brakes into the slow corner, so just to watch that downshift, watch that braking, just bleed off the brake as you get closer to the apex so the rear doesn't lock.
Apart from telling Ryo Hirakawa not to do it, what else can they do? I mean, is this something that is going to be there all race, or on a pit stop, is there anything they can do to tweak it? To get rid of the problem?
Obviously there's the brake bias. It could be, though, it's the regen into the you know, the lifting coast. It could be something to do with that. So yeah, it would be something specific to that car that they all know about anyway.
Stoffel Vandoorne in Peugeot number 94 has done that car's best lap of the race. Every Belgian I talk to tells me you pronounce the E at the end in exactly the same way that you don't when you drink Lef.
Right.
So it's Vandoorne and Lef.
Got that. But the significant thing about the pace of that car, you're absolutely right, David, that is the fastest lap of the race, the 3:32.006 for that car. Compare that to the fastest lap of the race overall, which was done on lap 46 by Antonio Fuoco in the 50 Ferrari. That is almost 3 seconds quicker.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit depressing for Peugeot. Steps are being made. I don't think the steps necessarily are great enough, and they're kind of a year behind the 8 ball anyway, given that they ran a different car last year.
Quite right too. So they are learning this car, they're learning it rapidly. The next throw the dice here, one of two things. It's one of the things I'm going to ask Peter Dumbreck, and when Rob Bell comes back on in just a few minutes' time to start to think about is, we're going to get into the night, the cooler air there, and then if we do get concerted rain, we saw it last year at the Le Mans 24 Hours, where all of a sudden the form book was turned upside down. Peugeot came back into it. Peugeot led this motor race before a bit of a hit with the barriers.
But the opposition, like with, oh, hello, damage on. Which one is that?
That's the 4.
Is that Yamane from touching the?
I think it was.
Possibly right.
Lambo.
This is the hit. There.
Wow.
Yeah. On Sarah Bovey's side, she wasn't doing anything wrong there. Yamane was just not leaving her quite enough room. That is a normal overtaking manoeuvre around the outside, but you've just got to leave a bit more space.
Where could she have gone? You know, she was virtually on the edge of the road anyway. She couldn't just disappear. No.
Yeah.
Right, lead car currently is 83, as we've just had 51 make another pit stop. You've just seen it blast away. So now, of course, the traffic becomes just a constant issue, doesn't it, all the way through. Almost every car you come across, you're having to think about whether it's a battle or whether it's lappery. We're getting 1 or 2, not only better lap times, but better sectors. Van Dorner is still on the money, you know. He's just done another personal best sector in 94 Peugeot. It's a long way down, as we've been saying, but the pace looks pretty decent.
Well, you know, it's so obvious to talk about it, but there's 18.5 hours left of the race, and you know, anything can happen, and there will be cars in front of them. If they survive and get through the night, there will be cars in front of them that encounter problems. So I think from Peugeot's point of view, yeah, they're probably not going to win the race, but if they could get one car into the top 5, that would be pretty spectacular.
Just going back a conversation or 7, Ben Keating is no longer shown as being in the pit lane but on the track, which is good news. But the 77 Proton Mustang that looked good early on has been in the pit lane for a long, long time. Now, that's Zach Robichon.
That's the one we saw come in with damage to the front right corner.
Right.
And the number 1 mechanic didn't look to me to be that confident there was an easy fix. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to say my farewells for the time being. Before we do, just want to remind people that if you are looking for more entertainment of this sort, and either in taking a bit of a break away from the TV with whatever device you've got, keep an eye on some of the fantastic stuff that's coming out from the ACO, from the FIWC, and from this race and around it on all the available social media. Remember too, not just that the highlights programmes are becoming online in the days to follow, but the full access programme. We've seen so much drama, gentlemen, in the first 5.5 hours of this race, and you'll get a completely different perspective of it through the full access programme that should be online under 2 weeks after this race. Always worth a look. Fantastic insights into this multi-layered sport.
Another car that's starting to work its way back into contention is the number 7 Toyota, isn't it? Because that hovered around 5th at the turn of the last hour, half an hour or so ago, but now it's sort of plateaued in 8th place. But it's finally made some progress, Peter, from the back of the hypercar grid that didn't really look to be happening on the first stint.
Yeah, obviously that was a car that Kobayashi was driving in qualifying. He had the off whilst he was on for the fastest lap, so he missed out on the hyperpole, missed out in qualifying altogether, had all of his times taken off of him. So they're basically playing catch-up and bringing that car back up. They're back in contention. They've also had the issue that during the last drop of rain, both Toyotas went onto wet tyres, and Ferrari pretty much got their strategy correct by staying on the slick tyre. So it's all kind of coming back to them again now. Every time they come up the order, they fall back and they're coming back again. And you know, we've got predicted rain in about half an hour's time, so it all might change again.
We understand as well that there's some debris on the track between turns 10 and 11, just to keep people on their toes. You're riding here with number 15 BMW, the car that spun earlier on, Dries van Thor, who's been the real gun in that car over the week. He is now trying to wriggle his way up the order. The target, Renger van der Zander's Cadillac, that he's got to try and hunt down.
No, I was just thinking, did he spin, or was it the number 20 that... It was the 20 that went... Oh, they both spun.
Yeah,
oh,
Vetman
right.
spun that early on, and Frins crashed number 20. Van Thor has now cleared the Cadillac of Renger van der Zander, so that puts Dries up into 13th place. But Rob Bell, we've been looking at these BMWs, and I think both you and Peter have said in the past they look really edgy cars. They're not a comfortable ride.
Yeah, it does appear that way, and you know, we've got really experienced, fantastic factory drivers in those cars, and we've seen Dries Van Tol off twice at both at Indianapolis.
Correct, yes, indeed.
You know, I don't remember the last time I saw him make a mistake at all. So clearly a car that was savagely quick. It was at the top of the order in qualifying before Hyperpole, obviously. So it's clearly got the pace, or had the pace, but obviously just quite a handful.
Well, when you get a chance to see the BMW, you see the movement of the car, and it just looks a little bit more, as we talked about, edgy. And the other cars sit down a bit more and just grip up and drive out. You see with the bumps there, and yeah, that's Alpine there, isn't it?
But that Cadillac behind, okay, it's just been caught and passed by the BMW. That was in that leading group in the first stint. So, again, I'm slightly mystified by the Cadillacs. Either they're running to a very happy pace and they'll wait and see what develops, which I'm not convinced about, or they just don't have quite the ultimate speed, because that BMW has been able to catch and get through and pull away. And Van der Zande, not that long ago, was doing the car's best laps.
Yeah, absolutely. They just seem to be just hanging on to the top 10
yes, you're right.
around, rather than making progress.
Yeah.
Where we see the strength clearly of the Porsche, Ferrari and Toyota seem to be in a league of their own.
I think another important thing to mention is that each different car is on a different strategy tyre-wise, and possibly even a different tyre. So medium and soft being used. If a car is on a soft tyre, obviously you're generating a bit more grip, but if that car on the soft tyre is on the third stint, the tyre tends to wear down a bit, and then a car on a medium tyre would have a bit more grip at that point.
Just had a switch, as you've seen, between the two Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963s. Jenson Button goes ahead here of Norman Nato. So switch between the pair, and that is for 6th and 7th places. Jenson Button flies, so to speak, and he is up at Indianapolis, having gained 1 spot. And with just over 5.5 hours of the race done, 2 confirmed retirements. The number 35 Alpine out of the race, the car of Paul-Luc Chatin, Ferdinand Hasber-Charmelaise.
And now the other one.
36 is in the wars as well. Oh dear. The other retirement, just quickly to mention, the Ferrari that Thomas Flor crashed. Francesco Castellacci started it. Davide Rigon denied the opportunity to drive after Thomas Flor's accident, so it was out of the race with floor damage, one could say.
Very, very good, Dave.
Good night.
Very good.
He's here all week, tell your friend. This doesn't look at all promising, does it? This, I fear, could be exactly the same situation that the sister car had out on track.
Yeah, that's, you know, when you come in, you take the engine cover off. You know, at this level, when the cars are so reliable now and quick, as soon as you feel yourself as a driver being pushed back into the garage and the engine covers off, it's pretty much game over. I mean, you can go back out and circulate, and of course it's worth going back out, because actually, if you get lucky with the safety car, which bunches things back up again, that can put you in the mix. But the minute you go a lap down, you're not getting that lap back.
But in days of yore, you know, you could have a long pit stop, almost guaranteeing that somebody else would have a problem, and you could come back from it.
Yeah, maybe even when I first started doing them, sort of mid-2000s. Yeah, that is the case, but it was the case, but certainly not now.
Wasn't there a year when Corvette was so far and so dominant ahead in GT, they parked for nearly an hour or so and were able to come back out? The dominance was such, and the opposition had fallen apart to the extent that, you know, they could basically do a full service, clean the cars. They could have so much time in the pits.
Rub salt in the wounds of all the competitors.
Yes, exactly.
Great.
Yeah, look at us, chaps. Yeah. Right, on track, let's have a quick word about LMP2, because Stefan Rakelmi now leads for Vector Sport. He's taken over from Ryan Cullen. Second is Lorenzo Fluxer for Cool Racing, and Bijoy Garg third in the sort of healthier United Autosports car. And in other news, Rob, your brother's not last anymore.
Yeah. I had a few messages from him. Yeah, he's not having a good day.
Is he not?
Yeah,
Imagine.
he's not having a good day. He's not feeling very well before the start of the race. They've had a bit of a torrid week.
Yeah.
Just getting, again, what we talked about earlier. They had a car that felt was relatively quick, but it was just a handful to drive. And we've seen it, unfortunately, we've seen it on telly quite a bit, having strife, you know, going over curbs, etc. And it was just a handful in the slow speed stuff. So yeah, they're trying desperately just to carry on, get the experience, keep going, because, you know, that's what you do. You've got to get the car out there.
And off goes 24. That is David Heinemeier Hansson in replay, and others just clobbering the car. Oh, an open door. It's not just Porsche 963s from Proton. Even the Panis Racing entry can have the same sort of problem.
Yeah, you could see actually the top of that, the door just looked like it hadn't been shut properly.
Yeah.
But
well, the team are ready with a new door. So that's going to be an unscheduled pit stop, isn't it, for 65 to bring that in, because they can't really leave it out to the end of a stint, I wouldn't have thought.
Don't think so, no, absolutely. But we found this before in many cars. As a driver, sometimes you get out, or driver helper, get out and slam the door. It's actually the worst thing you can do. You should just shut it nice and calmly. Don't slam it, and it should be all right.
That is Hiroshi Koizumi off the road.
Strange one, he should really have just... That's at the chicane, isn't it? He should have just carried on, gone through the tyres instead of driving through the gravel like that.
Yeah, bit of rallycross.
Indeed so. Right, Panis Racing are ready to receive 65. Who do we have in that car? Scott Huffaker, and in he is. So let's see what else they do. If it's an unscheduled stop, you've got to try and use that as best you can. So fuel, possibly tyres, will they change driver? We'll find out in a moment as he makes that long, long run up the pit lane. Gives you an idea of the length of the pit straight here.
I don't know how easy they are to change quickly. I know some of the GT cars, it's literally just on 2 pins, so you can open the door, pull it up, and that's it. It's in your hands, and you can swap it within a matter of 10 seconds or so.
Well, it's just closed now.
I know.
No.
That looks all right. Maybe it's just a bit of WD-40 on the latch. Let's see. There's no panic, is there?
Oh.
I think it's coming off, isn't it?
Let's have a look.
I guess.
Oh, you know, you're right. They've got the WD-40 out.
I guess at the end of the day, you've only got a certain amount of people who can come over the line to do the pit stop. So if you're doing fuel, you've got to have that element of people over the line.
Here we go. So this is how quick you can change a door.
Now we know.
Yeah. And while you're watching this, let me just quickly mention that Yeifei, in the lead of the race, has just done the cars, not the races, but the cars' best lap, a 3:29.9. That's only 7/10 off the best lap of the race. So now it's getting even cooler and possibly helping the engines. We might be on for happy hour soon and have some good laps. Now it's looking a little bit more of a scramble to do this operation, isn't it?
It is, and actually, yeah, this is not a quick, not their fault, of course, as pit crew, but this is not a quick change at all. But let's just, you know, they'll be just thinking, just get it out, and like I said, don't lose a lap. That is the key. Do not lose a lap.
So they're trying to fix the door and make sure that it will open, that it will close, and isn't going to pop open once again. What was that implement?
So I think that's the safety set, the safety structure that all cars have got to have for side protection.
Quite right. That slots into the door.
Yeah.
So it's not just put the door on; it's kind of build a door at the same time.
Yeah, I'm surprised that hasn't been pre-done. To be honest, I don't know why you'd have a spare. I don't know why you'd have a spare door and a spare unit. You know, because that's no good to you. You should be
connect
on
part A to part B
before you're getting ready for the. There we go. Seems to have been fixed.
Absolutely.
Cost them what, 45 seconds to a minute.
We're also hearing that there are some spots of rain falling around Indianapolis. Thinking of cars with door problems, this was the one that had it early in the race and at Spa, the Proton Porsche. And the lead car, 83, you've just seen in the replay, coming to its pit box. And some images of the teams hard at work during the early part of the race, cleaning the screen. Drivers like Sebastian Bourdais here getting ready to jump back on board. And the drivers having to squeeze themselves into these narrow, tight cockpits. The Lexus that led its class out of GT3 early on, that car's now fallen away somewhat within the category.
Really impressed with the 83 Ferrari. Sort of all week, it's not really been as quick as its teammates. You know, the factory cars, as in the red cars, as I would see them, have really been to the fore, and that's just been a little bit behind. And as that hit the front of the race, I, to be honest, expected the 50 and the 51 to swamp it, but actually it's held its own and is now putting in quicker laps.
Absolutely. The Aston Martin here from the D Station team which is a long way back now. Marco Sorensen has got to work his magic. The Aston Martin media team in the press office hoping for great fortunes because they have with them, and I kid you not here, their lucky baguette. Apparently every time Aston Martin has great success at Le Mans, they have this baguette that lives in the press room with them. It's not the same baguette year after year. It is a fresh one, although it's getting less fresh as the race goes on, but they believe it will bring them good luck.
They used to have a horn, a French horn. Did you get the French horn?
Excuse me?
That was a trick of the light. It was an early morning thing, Rob.
12 minutes, we expect some light rain starting from after second chicane, Busan to Indy.
Going back a conversation, I can understand Aston Martin and the lucky bread if you had Bertrand Baguette driving for you, but no other reason really.
Stop now.
I was hoping it doesn't get a stop and go penalty. I'm sure it'll slice through the field.
Boom.
Right, fine. Let's get back to the plot. Some great images in replay here of cars attacking different bits of the circuit, and that super slow-mo, which gives you a real indication of what the car goes through. Engineers hate these shots, don't they?
Yeah, they do kind of show off all the stuff that you don't want to see, the flex and body roll and tyre squeal, sidewalls really struggling. Yeah, you get all of that.
Right, the Iron Dames Lamborghini that lost time early on when it was Jaminade is good to go. It was Sarah Bovey, wasn't it, that
was driving
had the
and
incident,
changed.
and
Yes.
Michelle Gatting is on board.
But that's not just going back out again, though, is it?
No, that's its next
Sorry.
stop. It pitted afterwards, and that's the next scheduled pit stop, if you like. It went off the road, but it was lucky it didn't get into the gravel. So once Sarah had sort of caught her breath, she was able to get going again.
And to be fair, you can't see much. The wheel arch is slightly rough, but there's not that much damage on it. In fact, I think the Porsche came off worse.
Yes, I think that's a fair point, actually, because we've seen bits of it hanging off, and the Lamborghini has survived. It lost time, but it could have been a whole lot worse. So the car is back on track. LMGT3, Valentino Rossi leading Joel Sturm, as Tom Van Rompuy, who we also saw going through the gravel, walks away. Ricard Leitz is third on an outlap. Ian James in the Heart of Racing team, Aston fourth in LMGT3, the expat Brit. Then it's Francois Heriot and Darren Lung is sixth in his BMW. So the Iron Dames, therefore, 12th after that off. TF Sports Corvette. Still takes some getting used to saying that, doesn't it, after all the years Tom Ferrier had with Aston Martin, but away blasts the car.
Talking about horns, actually.
As you were.
I'm obsessed. Tom Ferrier has got the Corvette traditional train horn here.
Okay.
The dinner horn. Right. So we do hear that at, is it 12 or 1 o'clock every day?
This is true.
Out on fresh tyres, of course.
That was close.
Nearly got hit in the back, didn't he, there? And that wasn't the Corvette driver's fault, was it?
No, he was just going out on fresh tyres. So he's cold.
Cold tyre, yeah.
He's got to overslow it. And the car's obviously, the Toyota there, just getting caught out, not expecting them to go that slow.
And there's good timing. You just dispatch 81 and in comes 82. So you don't need to double stack, but you have still got them pretty much on the same strategy. 82 is a little bit further back. Hiroshi Koizumi, after his trip through the gravel, has just brought that into the pit lane. There is 31 BMW, Darren Lung at the wheel of it. This is the car that's another kind of retro livery, not an art car like the hypercar, but a retro livery based on the Luigi Jeans colour scheme that ran here to 8th place back in 1977 when Spartaco Dini, Pierre Giudone, who is here running the operation, and Jean Zonsevel were the drivers, and that is not a good sight either. That is the, well, it says Proton Competition Orica. I was thinking that was more Iron Link's livery, but it is the Proton Competition car, and it crawls to a halt, brings out a yellow. Who's at the wheel of that one?
Reed, I think.
You're quite right, Jonas Reed, son of team owner Christian Reed.
Yeah, lost power. Doesn't look like he's touched anything. It all looks in place and doesn't look like he's got any flat tires. So it's just purely loss of power.
So he'll try and do a kind of Control-Alt-Delete, won't he, and get going, but
looks like his lights are off as well, so he's probably power cycling, isn't he? But that might be electrical rather than anything else, or he's just power cycling the car, which is, if you've got a problem, sort of Control-Alt-Delete, turn everything off and see if it comes back to life again.
Fifth in LMP2, into the pit lane now comes the AO by TF entry of the team owner, which is PJ, Philip Jeffrey Hyatt, down the pit road. In this car known as Spike the Dragon for its colour scheme. And on board in number 7 Toyota now, Jose Maria Lopez at the wheel, and he's on the back of Norman Nato. He's alongside Norman Nato, and he's going to go through as they get into the braking zone for the chicane. Nicely done. So Toyota gains a spot. Yellow flags out on the pit side of the circuit, but on the other side of the circuit, everything is pretty good and fast. Toyota looking very good indeed at the moment.
Sarah Bovey, you've got out of the 85 car, a difficult one.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, the beginning of the race was pretty good, and the job was done by everybody. A bit unfortunate to have the contact in the Porsche corner. Obviously, I knew the prototype was on my left, but I think there was just not enough room left, and the GT cars, we are moving a little bit there. It's every lap like that. The rear's moving a little bit, and unfortunately, we had a contact. Luckily, it looks like the car is not too much damage. We just lost a little bit of time restarting the car, but yeah, it's never fun. But I'm glad that at the end we don't have too serious damage. And now Michi is in the car, and I hope we can have a quite a race.
10.
Now tell me about all the post-its here behind you.
Yeah, it's we are so proud to carry this project, to carry the dream of all those kids and all of our fans. Yeah, it's a true privilege, to have this with us, and yeah, we just want to fight till the end to show that when you dream it strong enough, everything is possible.
Good for you. Thank you.
So the very car that hit Sarah Bovey is now in the pits. Here we go.
This is the incident again. Bang, round the outside, and you see the damage on the side of the Porsche, and as Peter rightly says, that's in its pit box now, having that damage sorted. Because if it's damaged any of the lights and the lighting in the number panels, that's got to be sorted out for the night part of the race.
Yep. And
rain is expected, and we understand from Louise Beckett in the pits that there is rain starting to fall. So rain and dark. The perfect combination, not. And there, in the replay, was the external view. That's the damage to the Porsche. And look, off comes the number and that panel.
And they'll have to fix that wheel arch, that rear wheel arch as well.
Yeah.
Well, I think they just taped it up, which I think is acceptable in the rules.
If the scrutineers are happy.
Yeah.
To be honest, I thought that interview would be a little bit more fiery. She was maybe had it been, 30 minutes ago, then it would have been more fiery. She's calmed down since, but yeah, you could see by her steering wheel she had a little snap of oversteer, and I think Yamane was too close regardless, but yeah, she sort of moved with the snap of oversteer, and he was just at that point on the outside.
The teams are being warned that rain is due in 4 minutes. We understand already, as I say, there are spots falling. This is a rather sorry sight, isn't it? Because number 9 being pushed away is looking like its day might well be done. That slow zone then, just neutralising that one section of the circuit. You have to slow, you can't overtake, of course. It allows the race to carry on, albeit under controlled conditions, while the marshals move that car out of the way.
And any car that needs to do a pit stop around this time, of course, can potentially gain some time.
Yeah, it's not quite as bad, therefore, for number 4 Porsche, is it? It's lost time, granted, but it could have lost more had it been a completely green lap.
Of course, if you do need to make a stop now, what's your what tyre are you getting on?
Very good point. Very good point. Number 6 Porsche you just saw there skipping over the curb, Kevin Estre, running in 9th place. That wasn't even on an outlap. That was a mistake by Kevin Estre.
I think what we saw earlier was people going on a soft slick seemed to be like the go-to for
I think you risk it as much as you can. Obviously, they've got, as you touched on earlier, they've got their weather predictions. They've got, usually each team has got someone who's watching that all the time with the radar, etc. So they sort of know pretty much what's coming. We saw that Ferrari called it perfectly, but Toyota made a mistake of it last time. Yeah. So it looks like he sort of bailed. But is it wet there? Is it raining a little bit, and that's why that happened?
Possibly.
Yeah, you can see the rain falling down. So yeah, I think he just got caught out a little bit too late on the brakes. Slightly damp conditions.
He was also right on the tail of the number 2 Corvette of Alex Palou, and perhaps a break too late as well, than being caught out by the wet. Anyway, Esther will recover from that, no doubt. So now we not only have to worry about race order and pit stops and tyres, we also have to try guessing which set of headlights we're looking at as the cars head towards us at different parts of the circuit. We'll be experts by the dawn. Number 6 Porsche then, Kevin Astra, you're on board with him?
Or you think it's difficult for us? Think about the GT drivers who are out there and they've got these big bright lights coming towards them, and it's very difficult to then tell how far away they are.
And indeed, which set of lights are you fighting against? Do I let that car by, or is that in my class?
Yeah.
And, yeah. Right, into the pit lane comes 50. Out of second place then, Miguel Molina. Spots of rain on that camera lens as well. So darkness and rain. Oh, joy.
We do have different coloured headlights, though, don't we, still? That was always a thing, but it used to be GT, yellow, and P1, or hypercars it is now, would be white. So they've got some idea, but it's just the closing speed. It's so hard to judge when it's just 2 dazzling lights behind you.
And you as a GT driver are trying to drive your own race, not spend all of it looking in the mirror waiting for the next and the next and the next car.
Okay, that looks like proper rain down there now. That's Indianapolis, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, umbrellas are up and the road has got a completely different sheen to it, so absolutely wet. Right, this is going to be lively,
so
isn't it?
that Ferrari that's in the pits, they look like they were putting another set of slicks on it.
Might not be the right gamble, therefore. Heavy rain reported at Marshall's post 30. Quick look out of the window, what do we see? No brollies up over here yet, so it's possibly heading our way. And, of course, here, coming out of the run towards the Porsche curves, you're approaching a slow zone. And we understand that slicks are still being put onto cars in the most recent round of stops,
So Maxime Martin just got into the Team WRT BMW and put slicks on.
It's all right, he lives near Spa. He'll be used to these conditions. It won't phase him, will it, Rob?
No, not at all. Not
right,
at all.
so they're the soft ones, they are, aren't they? They're white. Are they white-walled?
Oh.
Well, it's medium that's come off.
We'll be able to tell on our...
We'll check it in a minute.
Any minute now.
Yeah. So the team's trying to work out what's the best option. Cadillac think it's wet.
So still dry there.
Yeah. And
same situation as last time, isn't it? Part of the track's dry, part of it's wet.
Yeah. So that's Nicholas Nielsen, who is on an outlap, and the weaving was to try and get some warmth in the tyres.
So if this is a 2-car team, 2-car factory effort, do you send one out on one strategy and one out on another? Is that a thing just to cover everything off?
Probably yes. And in a way, you've got a third option, haven't you? Because AF Corsa run these cars. AF Corsa runs the Kubica Schwarzman Yayif Air entry. You know, it's a Ferrari in all but the factory tag. So you've always got that as well as a backup.
Yeah.
And a little bit of a twist as well. You've got Nicholas Nielsen just left the pits. When we had our last rainfall, it was him in the car then as well.
Yes,
so he cycled,
right.
and he thought, right, okay, good, I'm out of the car. That was quite stressful. He's got straight back into the car, straight into the rain again, but at least he knows what he's doing.
Straight back into more stress.
Yes, Rain Man, Nicholas Nielsen almost. Yeah, so you put him in the car.
That's a lot of rain, yeah.
It is. Oh, you can tell off the engine note, can't you? And it's a lot heavier than it was before. This is what has been predicted for days, and it's finally come, I think.
So they've got, they've got the wet tyres. So it could be they got super lucky earlier on or made the right call, but they might have made the wrong call this time.
What we might also start seeing now are more people going off the road, because depending on your level of bravery and how warm the tyres are, I mean, Nicholas Nielsen now on an outlap, on slicks, and on an increasingly wet road. He might be coming back in.
So number 2, when that fueling stops, I think they're going to put the wets on.
Yep. Okay, so number 2, 8th at the moment. Let's see, and the Porsches are in as well. Look, that is number 6 and number 4. The Cadillac might vault up the order as a legacy of this. We've got a yellow at Marshall's post 25 now.
Pure timing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's literally 5 minutes difference, and you know you've not quite called it right, and slows it. I mean, that helps Nicholas Nielsen to stay on on his slick tyres.
The slow zone.
Yeah, because then he's not going to lose time through that zone to the wet shod cars.
But when he's going slower, he's not getting heat into them.
True.
That is a big thing, because if you're out there in these conditions, if there's no standing water and you've got a hot tyre on, actually it's sometimes not too bad. But if you go out on a cold tyre or have to go in the slow zone or safety car, whatever, and they get cold, it can cost you then 20, 30 seconds a lap round here.
And he's on an out lap, so there's not that much temperature in them. So,
isn't it?
Yeah. And we understand the rain's going to stop in 5 minutes.
Wow.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Right, into the pit lane anyway comes the race leader. Yayathay is in.
I'm glad I'm here, sat here. It's not raining in here.
Lovely and warm in here.
There's no stress. You don't have to worry about what shoes to put on or anything, do you? The settings are good for the end of the race. So slow zone, that is why everybody's going slowly. You can see how much energy there is in the cars in that leading order. And this is the view on board with Nicholas Nielsen. 95 in the gravel. I did suggest a moment ago.
You want to go backwards, mate. Yeah. Okay, come on.
That's Hiroshi Hamaguchi, the Japanese driver. I did suggest we might have cars going off the road now. It's happening, isn't it?
It's suddenly got very dark as well, that cloud over the top of us.
Hamaguchi gets away, and Valentino Rossi, having brought 46 into the lead of the class out of the car, he will be able to have a word in a moment with Louise Beckett, because Louise has caught up with Valet in the pit lane.
Valentino Rossi bringing in the 46 WRT BMW. That was an awesome run from you.
Grazie, thank you. I enjoy a lot. It was my first hit, so I have a bit of pressure, but you know, I feel good with the car. We are not the fastest on the track, unfortunately, but we have a good pace. We are quite constant. Also, with the used tire, we can keep the pace, and the car give good feedback also in the fast part. Also, you know, this condition that is a little bit wet like this, but it's good. We are very happy until now, because anyway we can fight for the podium. This was the target. Now is a little bit early for understand. Looks like that the Porsche is very strong, but we are there.
You've been to Le Mans before, obviously, but how is this one for you as a rookie in the 24 Hours of Le Mans?
It's great. It's a great feeling, because it's a special race. It's a special track. You have a lot of different cars on the track, so you have to manage a lot of things, and also you enjoy when you drive, because it's very fast. You are always fast, and it's good.
Good to hear it. Thank you.
Grazie. Thank you. Ciao.
The enthusiasm of Valentino Rossi is infectious, isn't it? You get carried away with him, because he is enjoying this. It's not easy, but he's signed up for the long haul and he is enjoying it.
Yeah, I've never heard him any sound anything other than that, to be honest. A lot of cars off now.
Yeah. Just missing the braking points and sliding straight on.
Down at the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Slippery surface flag out as well. And as you see there, 99 Porsche go through, trying to recover after its earlier delay. Jean-Eric Verne is under investigation in Peugeot 93 for slow zone infringements. Neil Jani is up to 20th place in number 99, but the downside is that the car is still the best part of 4 laps down, which you're never going to get back. On board with Nicholas Nielsen then, who is running in 3rd spot in number 50 Ferrari. And he's trying to find a reference point. Comes through the chicane.
He's super gentle on the car.
But he's on slicks, don't forget.
He's on slicks, and on probably the dampest part of the track right now.
Bit braver here, but no, that was very cautious through the chicane.
It's such a difficult thing to know. Like, you're on a straight here, and do you say, well, yeah, I can go flat, but one little spin up on the rear at high speed, and you're going around, and you're going in the wall, and you're probably going out of the race.
It feels so slow when you're in there, though. You feel like, oh, I'm braking way too early here. But then you still get to the corner, and as we saw, he actually struggled to get around with any sort of pace at all.
Toyota on wets, easily overtaking.
So that's Hirakawa going by.
Is this payback for the earlier bit of luck or good judgment from Ferrari? And this time, well, to be fair to them, he was the first of the front cars to pit during that rainstorm, and they just didn't quite forecast how. But then again, you know, we've got to get to the end of the stint. If he stays out and it dries, you might see him come back, and those cars on wet tyres need to stop.
There's quite a lot more rain in a lot more places now.
I agree. But they had that pit stop
it's
just before it started to set in.
heavily.
It's horrible here. Absolutely horrible.
Surviving now.
Now, is Nielsen going to risk another lap? Or is he going to come in? There'll be some radio traffic in the system, but on this part of the circuit, this is not a nice car to drive, is it?
No, there's lots of short shifting going on. Everything he's doing gently. He doesn't want to hit the brakes hard. He wants to hit the brakes gradually and gently. When he's picking up the throttle pedal rather than slamming it on like you can in the dry, he's really, really feathering it on. That's really, really... He's doing a good job. Whoa, that looks horrible.
Jenson Button under investigation for a possible slow zone procedural infringement. Wets standing by in number 50 garage, Nicholas Nielsen's garage.
Yeah, he's not far from the pits now.
No.
So...
let's see what he does.
Kind of looks like he's not going to pit this lap.
It's so tippy-toey, though, as you've been saying. He's up the curb, which is treacherous and wet, and he can't just bury his foot on the throttle. Comes up to the end of the lap, then he's approaching that imposing Module Sportif building in the distance. And there are cars ahead, the pit lane beckons, he stays out.
Hang on a minute, was that not yellow? Why did he... He looked to be catching those cars awful quickly.
Well, it says green flag on the timing screen, no yellows shown. I think that was just a very nervous Am in the GT3 car.
See.
This is brave, really, really, really brave.
Yes. This could go down in you know, YouTube history of being some of the best onboard wet weather motoring, like Glenn Seaton's Bathurst 1987 efforts. But right now, that's the order. But all eyes on this fourth-placed Ferrari. Nicholas Nielsen at the wheel of it. That last lap was a 4:27, so slicks on a wet road is about a minute a lap slower than the absolute fastest lap.
Well, there you go. That pit stop is done in that time, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And what we saw earlier, when teams and cars did lose that time with putting the wrong tyre on, they didn't make it back quickly at all. This could be watching, you know, the point where they lose the race.
This is the other Ferrari that also is on slicks and is hemorrhaging places and time. So at the moment, both of the factory Ferraris look to be in real trouble because they're on the wrong tyres.
But the 83 came in and stopped. What's the 83 car on? I'm guessing they've put wets on.
Robert Kubica got back on board it, I can tell you that much. Looking to see whether Giovinazzi's going to come in.
Yes, wet tyres,
Yeah,
wets on 83.
They're on the right tyre again. Wow.
And yet, you know, it's AF Corsa across all cars. Right, Ferrari in, and that's 51, isn't it? Except those aren't wet. 51 is in. Antonio Giovinazzi is in, and we await to see what genius idea they're going to come up with for tyres, but the obvious answer is wet.
Well, if I'm the driver, I'm really hoping that the engineer comes on the radio and says we're putting wets on. You know, the last thing you want to hear is you're putting slicks on. And why would you take the slicks off if they've got some element of heat into them? You're just going to put a cold slick on. Although
a cold soft slick, a cold soft slick. So was he due a stop anyway? That was only lap 9 as far as I can see.
So that's too soon by about 3 laps. 12 laps to a stint is what they should be targeting. But what was he on when he came in? Mediums?
Mediums, yeah.
OK, so if you put softs on and the rain goes away, it's a kind of halfway house for a few laps. And then hopefully, if the rain's not going to last for much longer, you might be OK.
They're convinced, aren't they? I mean, I guess on the radio, they're talking to Nicholas Nielsen saying, it's OK, mate, it's OK. Just like last time, just survive and it'll dry up.
It's fascinating, though, this, isn't it? And the relationship you as a driver have to have with the engineer. And, you know, do you trust him? Does he go with what you want? The dialogue at high speed to try and come up with the right answer. It really is very, very interesting indeed. It underlines the teamwork.
Here is taking Nielsen. It easy, though. He's not flat down there. He's not taking any big risks.
You can understand why, can't you? Slicks on a wet road.
All you've got to do is be on a downshift on that white line, and if your rear wheels just snag for a second, that's it. You can just be turned around so quickly.
Yeah. No, Nielsen has been looking impressive in the way that he's driven the car in far from ideal conditions.
Very, very, very. just mature. Very, very good way.
Let's hope I'm not putting a sort of curse on him by saying this, but the very, very successful Ferrari GT star. It looks really wet on that part of the run, doesn't it, from Arnage up to the Porsche curves, like horribly wet.
So we get an idea this time on lap time, if it's any quicker than his last one, 4:27.
Toyota looking concerned. Let's go on board with Nicholas Nielsen and eavesdrop to the conversation.
It's raining on the back stretch still.
Yeah, another one more lap, it's raining, and now it will decrease. Just survive and stay out, we'll be okay.
Survive for one more lap.
That was what I thought he might say, survival.
Yeah. And Hiroshi Hamaguchi's McLaren has a 20-second penalty to serve at the next pit stop for an unsafe rejoin, and a big, big lose there. That is number 30, the Duquesne team, Orica, which oh so nearly got T-boned in that spin. And it was John Falb at the wheel of it, and another one spins into the pit lane. That's 37, which means that it's the Cool Racing Fluxer Jakobsen Miyotoma car. Fluxer brought it in and spun in the pit lane.
So, yeah, going back to the 50, he's losing about 30 seconds a lap at the moment. So if he stays out, he's going to lose best part of 2 minutes, but then he hasn't got to stop again. Potentially, if it doesn't rain again.
Well, yeah, and that's what they're banking on.
But that still for me is a net loss.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it might be slightly different for the 51 car, but same difference really. Really, they should have just called it early and split the strategy, as you said. Get one car on wets, one on slicks.
Yellow flag, Marshall's post 26, which is Arnage. You're riding on board here with Robert Kubica, and he's on wets. And there's a lot more commitment, understandably, and he's able to push a lot more in this car than we've seen in the factory Ferraris on their slick rubber. There's a yellow at 17 Marshall's post now, and it's been removed at Arnage, so whoever went up the escape road has got away with it. This is where Robert Kubica needs to make the most of the wet tyres on the wet road and try and stretch that gap.
About to put a lap on that other Ferrari in front, is that right? What is that?
Yeah. It's a Ferrari. I think it's 51, isn't it? I can't quite see.
Or is it the 50?
It will be 51, I think, Giovinazzi on an
yeah,
outlap.
on outlap, yeah.
Who's further down the order.
Of course, on an outlap on new tyres.
Yeah.
So that puts 83 a lap ahead of the factory car. Let's listen to Kubica's traffic.
So, and the update question.
At the moment your pace looks good. 51 in front of you, just exited pits on new softs.
It was cutting.
Car 51 in front, just exited the pits on new softs.
So that car is just overtaken. Was on new softs, so warm wets versus cold new softs, advantage wets.
Yeah, it is at the moment. I mean, I guess if it doesn't rain again, that car might well come storming past you, but he's put a lap on him. You know, the risk element as well, you've got more risk.
This is on board number 60, which is the Iron Lynx Lamborghini that charges the wall. That's a big hit. And that's done some front damage to the Lamborghini, and it was Claudio Schiavone, part of the Iron Lynx management, that has been at the wheel of it, and a full course yellow is called for. That's our second one, isn't it? And so at 22.09, full course yellow for number 60. He was caught out by the rain, wasn't he?
Yeah, but yes,
is he
absolutely.
on, what is he on, tyre-wise?
Not too sure, but a lot of steam coming out. That I do wonder if there's sort of radiators at that end of the car. I wonder if he's popped some pipes will come off. It might be spewing liquid, so that might actually stop that car's race.
Yeah, I think you're probably right in that. So now you can see there, number 50, Nicholas Nielsen. He's trying to get warmth in the tyres. There's debris on the road in the darkness as well. Very brave Marshall, legs it out, and is thankfully able to pick up the enormous bit of bodywork.
Easy.
Stay, hang on a minute, chap. Yes, let the cars go, and then you can do your next bit of bravery. But I know that sometimes the camera foreshortens that, but that was a bit close.
I don't like seeing that at all. It scares me, yeah. Don't like that.
Let's listen in again to number 60.
Gearbox is not going.
Gearbox is not going. Probably a legacy of the car being charged into the barrier. That would have done the gearbox a lot of good, one fears.
Did it connect on the rear as well, or is it just on the front?
I think it did a bit to the back as well. So Iron Lynx, Iron Dames, Garage, they've also lost the LMP2 car they have a connection to, the number 9 Proton entry that stopped a little while ago and caused that slow zone. Now it's Lamborghini number 60 is in the wall. So it's all starting to unravel a bit for Iron Lynx / Iron Dames. On board with Nicholas Nielsen. So full course yellow means you slow all the way around the lap. That does tyre heat no good at all.
No, but it also negates the fact that he's on the wrong tyre. So actually, he'll be sitting there now thinking this is fantastic for me.
Because a full course yellow is better than a slow zone.
Correct.
Yes.
For him.
Exactly right, yes.
Not
yes.
for the competitors who are on wets.
We did see a little while ago number 36 Alpine in its garage, and we feared, didn't we, Rob, that it might be a repeat of 35. 36 has been retired, so both Alpines gone.
Okay.
Before 11 p.m. So one assumes that was an engine-related drama as well, but it's out of the race.
I think prior to the race itself, I think they pretty much knew that their engines were their weakest point, and that if the car was going to go, it would be engine-related.
This is Claudio Schiavone trying to rejoin.
Okay.
If you can drag it back, then we'll see what they can do, but this is not an easy operation.
Remove the gearbox emergency. Remove the gearbox emergency. Okay, and now trying to shift down.
So the engineer talking Claudio Schiavone through the process of trying to circumnavigate the gearbox drama. The race direction team looking on. We're still under full course yellow, so everybody goes slowly. Therefore, there's less risk to Schiavone, to other drivers, and should we require them on track, the marshals. But
the thing is as well, the people on wet tyres, even if the track dries, they're negated. So I think the net loss is to the two AF Corse Ferraris in this, no matter how you look at it.
I think it is overall, absolutely. But as it stands at the moment with the full course yellow, it's helping them, as in they're not hemorrhaging time right now on track.
And we don't know how long this full course yellow is going to last for, and we don't know what the next bit of weather is going to be, whether it's worsening rain or it's drying out. Here, Ford chicane, that doesn't look too bad, does it?
Yeah, you're right. But so as each lap passes, or you get closer and closer to the end of your stint, and everyone has to stop anyway, and then you make your choice on what tyre you go on.
Don't you love races like this? No, say two drivers. Absolutely
I used to hate it. Absolutely.
You got no sense of adventure, Rob.
No, none.
Right, full course yellow, our second of the race, as the drivers then come over the line. Race order, just to confirm, 83 Ferrari, Robert Kubica leads. Second, number 5 Porsche has crept up there, almost unnoticed, Fred Makaviki at the wheel. And third, number 8 Toyota of Ryo Hirakawa. Fourth, number 50 Ferrari, Nicholas Nielsen. Fifth is number 6 Porsche. Also, that car has suddenly come alive. Laurens Vanthoor is at the wheel, the start driver. Sixth, number 12, Jota Porsche, Norman Nato. Seventh, number 2, Cadillac, Alex Palou. Eighth, number 7, Toyota, Nick de Vries. Ninth, number 38, Hertz Team Jota Porsche, Jensen Button. And in 10th place, 311, Cadillac, Pipo Derani. In 11th, Dries Vanthoor's BMW. 12th, Sebastian Bourdais' Cadillac. 13th, we go green, incidentally, Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari. 14th and 15th, the Lamborghini hypercars of Daniel Kvyat and Matteo Cairoli. Matteo Jaminet is down in 16th place after the damage sustained, and he has dropped a lap. Right now, we are the leading 12 on the lead lap. That's all. We're back to race conditions, but we also have a yellow flag at Marshall's post 33, which is at the very end of the lap.
Yeah, just after the Porsche curves.
All right, Nicholas Nielsen still persevering on the slicks. Let's listen in.
I lost everything on the tires, mate. I don't have anything.
Yeah, we know. We are checking.
Lost everything under the tyres, all the grip, all the
Tyre
warmth.
temp,
yeah,
I would imagine. Tyre
Yeah.
temp. You know, what you can do as a driver in that scenario is under safety, full course yellow, yes, you can't go fast, but you can keep your foot, you know, riding the brake a little bit just to
Right.
keep warmth through the rim of the wheel, which then, you know, finds its way into the tyre as well.
That's the replay of Schiavone, getting it wrong, losing it, charging the barriers, and he has got going again, hence we've gone back to green flag conditions, and that was how it was seen from behind. Big whack, external view.
Traction control not catching that one.
Oh, you're right.
I mean, the other thing is he's exited the corner with just a little bit too much lock on. He should just try and straighten that wheel out and use all the track available.
But it's an odd place to go off that. You don't often see cars at that point. Further round, maybe, but not there.
Yeah,
Anyway.
yeah. As Peter said, if you've got, you know, a bit too much throttle on slicks, on wets, you can lose it anywhere pretty much, to be honest.
So right now, the race-leading car is on lap number 100, and it is Robert Kubica in the car that started 12th on the grid, was 7th at the end of the first hour, and has had a really good, solid run. And it's interesting, isn't it? They're all AF Corsa run cars, and yet in 83's garage, they seem to get it right every time, whereas in the factory Ferrari side, 50-51, it's not quite so well oiled.
But actually, when you're in amongst it all, what you'll find is they will have their own strategist per car. They've got their own engineer per car, and actually, what you'll find is it's not a group decision for all the cars. So actually, once you've got your team, as in driver's car, etc., you make these decisions based on that.
Yeah.
So actually, you know, we're talking about split strategies, etc. I don't think it really works like that in this scenario.
The 2024 Le Mans 24 hours, and contact there. That was 23. Oreca being turned around by Maxime Martin.
Yeah, you've got a situation like that where Martin, I don't know who's driving the P2 car,
Ben Hanley.
Okay, he's a good driver, but perhaps he's on slicks and Martin's on wets, and he's just got more grip. And you know, the P2 driver's not expecting a GT driver to come back at him like that.
Sure. So Maxime Martin hits 23, number 60 goes into the garage.
A bit clumsy by Martin, I have to say. You know,
he's not like him, Matt.
You know, you know it's wet. You know some people on slicks. You can clearly see the car in front struggling, and he's just rammed him, basically.
James Cottingham is under investigation for a full course yellow possible infringement. James Cottingham, another of the Le Mans rookies this year. Let's listen to Kubica's radio messages again.
Gearbox alarm. I don't know what it is. Probably temperature.
Yeah, no problem. Keep pushing, keep going.
A gearbox alarm then for Robert Kubica, the race leader. The team say keep pushing.
Engineer didn't seem that fussed.
No, and presumably they'll have telemetry, they'll be able to identify what that problem is, and if they don't think it's an issue, crack on.
You sometimes have parameters for the alarm to come on that are a little bit unrealistic, so it's overcautious, but actually what it does is means that everyone's aware of it. There's probably a big light flashing on the telemetry now, but then they can look into it further and go, actually, it's only 3 degrees above the parameter we set it at, so actually we're all right, which sounded that they were basically saying, okay mate, crack on, thanks for letting us know.
Bit worried again about the 99 Proton Porsche, with work being done underneath. That lost laps early on with the pesky door, remember? And back to the garage it goes. Carl Watana Bennett also under investigation, the Isotta driver for a full course yellow possible infringement. That's number 7 Toyota, 8th Nick de Vries, one of the 18 ex-Formula 1 drivers on the grid. Next time we have a full course yellow, we can play name all 18, kill a lap or two.
I think I get 5. 6. Although there is a massive chart behind you with all the names on, so I'd have to not look at that.
Now, 3:11 is Pipo Derani. What's he doing for tyres?
How do you think the tires are? Can we go to slicks? Can we go to slicks?
I'm thinking a couple of laps, maybe.
Copy.
2 laps away from slicks then.
So the only hypercars on slicks are the 50 and the 51. Everyone else is on wets.
4 days just put slicks on.
Okay. But from what we just heard from Pipo Derani, the road is starting to shift back to slicks.
Yeah.
So the time lost, they might be able to get back. The really interesting one in all of this is going to be Giovinazzi, because he needs to get back on the lead lap somehow, doesn't he?
So when you're in that situation, I think sometimes you can throw the dice, you can take the risky calls because you've got nothing to lose.
Yeah. But the reason they're in that position is because they made a risky call.
Yeah, they threw the dice at the wrong time.
Yeah, they may as well carry on.
Well, yeah,
keep throwing.
All your chips are in, then you may
You've
as
got
well
to win
keep going.
sometime.
Double down.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be interesting, as I say, to see what the chances are of that car getting back onto that lead lap. We'll come back to that in a moment. Let's listen to Bourdais.
Okay, set your bars. Set your bars.
Talking about the roll bars there, each car's got the ability to soften off the roll bars. Cool conditions or hotter. If it's a well gripped up track, you might run a stiffer bar, but in a wet condition or when it's a bit slidey, you'd have a softer bar to help you gain some more grip. And obviously it's still a bit damp out there, so it might be soft at the moment, but as the track dries, he'll be able to stiffen the car up.
On track, Giovinazzi is coming out of the second chicane, as coming through Mulsanne corner is the lead car. That's the amount of real estate that Giovinazzi has got to get back and then overtake to put himself on the lead lap. So we need to start looking at lap times soon, between 83 and then 51, to see if he's catching.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Nicholas Nielsen last time around, 3:56. And okay, I think we had a bit of yellow in during that time as well. Did we? Maybe not, but...
no, we did, you're right.
The fastest car on wets was 3:50, was it? Yeah, or 3:49.
Getting replays of more people going off the road.
That's a close one. Oh, you've just about got away with that.
Did it.
Well done.
Right, so last time, Robert Kubica did a 3:52, and Giovinazzi a 3:56 on his slick tyres. So it's still advantage to the wets at the moment, but that might well shift.
One more lap, it might change.
But as I say, not only has Giovinazzi got to have the road come to him, then he's got to be lapping quicker than Kubica, and he's got to pass him. He's got to somehow get that lap back. That's the really interesting point for the next half an hour or so. What progress he can make.
And the thing is, we're coming close to the end of the stint anyway, where they have to change tyres. So, yeah, Ferrari have definitely lost out from this.
The factory Ferrari, yeah.
The 50, the
yes,
51.
yes.
The 50, I think the 83 is just going to, if you can just do another 2 or 3 laps on these wets and then box and go to slicks, it's like perfect.
Yeah.
Could not have called it better.
No, indeed. Yellow at Marshall's post 25, and that's the reason, because off the road is Bourdais. Now he's on slicks, he's just gone onto slicks.
Cold slicks, yes.
Thankfully, he's managed to hook up reverse and the car isn't beached, so he's able to quite quickly get back on the road.
So that's Indianapolis, slick tyres catching out Sébastien Bourdais. So we'd heard from another Cadillac driver the road was about 2 laps away from being slicked. Bourdais went early, if you like, and this is how he got there, Peter.
Oh, he's got super lucky there.
Has he ever?
Well, apart from not being beached, he's not in the wall either.
Whoa, look at that. Let's listen in.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
You're all right, man. You're all right.
Yeah, lucky not to get beached, lucky not to hit anything. Save of the day,
Or have anyone hit him, because there's a car just behind as well.
Anyway, back on track, and the bespectacled Frenchman then, study of concentration, tries to make amends. That car, don't forget, has also fallen off the lead lap. And that will not have helped life either with that slow lap time just put in. 3:11 has just pitted Pipo Derani, so I wonder whether they are going to put that on slicks, having just seen Bourdais not quite get it right.
I think the right call now is, though, if you're pitting, it's got to be a soft slick.
Yeah.
Yeah. because the road is coming to you.
Regardless of whether you've seen people fall off or not.
Sure. Number 5, Porsche, which was second, has now pitted and drops down accordingly. Slicks again. Wets off, slicks on.
Yeah, soft compound.
But Porsche going on to wets, again, that's worked in their favour because we've seen number 5 and number 6 both get back up towards the pointy end of the order. So, yes, Ferrari, certainly with 51, has been the big loser. 50, it's still there or thereabouts in 4th, but 51 losing a lap in this stint, that's been the big loser.
Yeah, but car 50 is 1 minute 50 down.
It is. It is.
But I don't think we've seen the last of dodgy rain, dodgy conditions. So, you know, I think this is where you've just got to keep your head as a driver, keep your head as an engineer. Yeah, we've talked about rolling the dice, but maybe you don't do it too much. And, yeah, stick to your guns and hopefully the race will come back to you.
Maxime Martin, Ben Hanley both being looked at for that incident we saw a little while ago. More bail for the pit lane on an ever-drying circuit now. So, again, a reasonably short, sharp shower, wetting different parts of the circuit to differing levels, giving the pit lane, the drivers, everybody really, a total headache of what to do. Heading up there, look through the Dunlop chicane, onto the Dunlop S's. I didn't realise until Friday when I ran around this place just how banged that section of the circuit is, but when you're going very slowly, you're aware of it.
Yes, and very quick.
Yes.
When you're going very quickly, you're very much aware of it.
Right, Nick de Vries down towards the chicane and to the pit lane. The Toyota is 8th on this in-lap, so cycle through for another set of soft slicks, we presume. Also in is Jenson Button behind him. And Mathieu Jaminet, number 4. So that car, after being involved with the Iron Dames Lamborghini, has lost a big chunk of time. It's off the lead lap and down in 16th place. The number of cars on the lead lap has really dwindled in this last hour.
So what are we down to? 12, did he say? 12 on the lead lap, is that correct?
It was 12. We're down to 11 now. And that's slightly corrupted because of these pit stops for the moment. Slicks for Toyota. That car's not, as I said earlier on, it hasn't come storming through from the back of the hypercar grid as one might have anticipated, but it's still in the mix. And it will rejoin still with Nick de Vries at the wheel of it, the former AlphaTauri Formula 1 driver. It's another one to add to your list.
And the lead car's still out there. Ah, lead car's in the pits.
It is now. Robert Kubica in.
Yeah. So they could not have timed it any better.
I mean, yeah, they are just going perfectly right now. And good stints by Kubica, who's going to stay in the car, by Robert Schwarzman, by Ye Yifei, as Martin Haven was saying earlier on, the Chinese driver who is the real deal, was very good in single-seaters, but has really stood out in sports car racing. Now, drive-throughs to the Isotta, and also James Cottingham's McLaren for full-course yellow infringements.
Kubica's stopped early, though.
How many laps did he do?
Lap 7.
OK, now that is early.
So he's done 7 laps, so he's probably lap 8.
But 12 to a stint, yeah, it is in much earlier. But if the road is drying, then he perhaps needs to bail.
And the good thing is that they're keeping him in the car as well, so the driver who's going out doesn't have to have the 50-50 scenario. He knows where the wet patches are, he knows where the dry is, where to take a risk and where not. So it's good that they've kept the set. Oh, he's just as I say that, he drives off the track.
In from second place, now number 8, Ryo Hirakawa, who doesn't feel like he's been in it for that long. Blast away. This might be the same thing, that the wets were just losing their edge and they had to shorten the stint.
Yeah, exactly the same. He's done 7 laps, so lap 8 for him.
So it's a tyre-induced pit stop, that, not with in terms of a puncture, but just we're on the wrong set, we need to change because we're going to hemorrhage time. OK.
So Nicholas Nielsen moves back to second place, but of course, in about 3 or 4 laps time, he's going to have to pit as well.
Yes. And also Giovinazzi goes back on the lead lap, but he's owing us a pit stop as well. So that car will...
Not as, so he's on lap 6 right now, so he's halfway through his stint. So if he can make up the time now with a hot tyre and pull far enough ahead of the guys just coming out on these cold slicks, then he could potentially bring himself back onto the lead lap.
The last lap of Kubica, which I know is a bit of a road because he came into the pit lane, was a 3:58. So in terms of competitive amounts of the lap, it would be a little bit less than that, whereas Giovinazzi's last lap was a 3:47. So the first flying lap for Kubica relative to Giovinazzi's pace will be very revealing indeed. This is the order scrolling through on the screens all at the moment. You can see the leading car in LMGT3 is number 46 BMW. Maxime Martin under this Damocletian investigation for the contact with Ben Hanley. LMP2 is being led by the Vector Sport number 10 Orica that Ryan Cullen has been keeping at the pointy end of that class. Stefan Rakelmi is in it, and Patrick Pilet is the third driver. Second in the class, Malte Jakobsen for Cool Racing, and third, Bijoy Garg for United Autosports.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Maxime Martin's going to get a penalty for that, isn't he? He's going to get some form of drive-through.
I think so, yeah. So that's the classification. Only 3 confirmed retirements. 1 Ferrari out of LMGT3 and both of the Alpine hypercars. And for both of them to have gone even before 10:30, that's not really great for Alpine's management to be here to see. It's not great for a French crowd. That's a real kick.
Yeah, they've certainly got a little bit of work to do with that to, you know, at the end of the day, it is endurance racing, so you've got to be able to finish the race before, you know, it doesn't matter how quick or slow you are. But, you know, all of these test programs, you put the work in, you do the testing, you go endurance testing to check all your components, but then the minute you come racing, it's just a different kettle of fish. You cannot, you can't simulate racing, you can't simulate the curbs, the hitting people, all sorts, it's different.
But they didn't even get to 6 hours, which is a kind of standard WEC round. I'm not trying to be a pedant, but, you know, if you're going to be in an endurance championship, reliability is absolutely key, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know Le Mans is a special case, but you ought to be able to do the minimum race distance, as it were, for the other rounds of the championship. So next, going on to 38, Jenson Button stays behind the wheel of the car and charges away, tries to throw some warmth through the tyres. We keep mentioning this tyre warmth element. If you've recently joined the coverage, welcome. Why are we banging on about tyre temperatures? It is because this is the first year of the event that tyre warmers have not been allowed. And Murphy's Law also says it's the coolest that it has been at this race for many, many years. It is not a warm weekend. It's not only been raining at times, it's been pretty chilly all weekend.
From a driver's point of view, that, you know, when you hear no tyre warmers, you just, you know, you think, why do we have to have no tyre warmers? You know, we are at this circuit, you know, trying our best. As a driver, purely driver, I do understand the other reasons, but purely as a driver, Pete, I'm sure you'd agree, you just love tyre warmers. It's so much better.
Yeah,
safer.
Absolutely, yeah.
I know that one of the arguments to remove tyre warmers is cost. The flip side of the coin, cold tyres, is safety. Which trumps which?
Yeah.
And if you put the car off and smash it up, that cost
as well.
Cost is way more than.
It's a fair point. 3 wide in the traffic. Look at that. Breathe in. If you see a car breathe in, you know it's tight. I think it just happened. The hypercars on the prowl.
Jenson Button having a moment, of course, just out of the pits. Just as we've said, you know, cold tyres, long straight, no heat, and slightly damp.
Thank you, Jenson. You couldn't have timed that better to illustrate the point. Well done. You must be listening to us. So that car...
Yeah, a bit of weaving now, trying to...
Yes.
But the thing is, there's only a short, a very thin line of dry track.
Jenson Button in 12th place. That's a great shot, isn't it? You see how narrow the road is and how dark it is as well.
The first sector must be drying up quite nicely. A couple of green sectors for a few GT cars. So actually,
who's that one going wide? Is that? What are those lights? Is that the BMW?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was one of the BMWs that ran wide as well.
Number 20. Remember Robin Fringe crashed it earlier on. He's now having to have the
almost looked like a touch, or there's a bit of a wiggle in the back end. Then was it?
Was that the crest of the road? Just having a bit of a...
Yeah, bit loose.
Let me just finish my Robin Fringe sentence. Rear drive shaft, rear brakes being changed on number 20. after the crash earlier on. And there is 15 with massive damage at the front. Dries Van Thor, for the third time this weekend, has put the car off the road. That looks terminal, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, I think that's the car we saw a minute ago that just ran straight through the gravel. So he had a problem of some description, and he's
cold tyres.
He's got a big problem now. He's on an outlap.
You're right. Yeah.
He's on an outlap.
Cold tyres. That's what it is. He's just taking the wets off, put the slicks on.
This is on board.
I know it was a touch.
You were
yeah.
right.
It was. That was a touch with Kubica.
Wow. Well, that's going to get looked at, and the mirror falls down, or the screen falls down, and Van Thor, like, what was that?
That was well spotted, Peter. It was just, you saw it, we were on board the Ferrari at the time, and as he was passing, there was the slightest little wiggle.
Disbelief. He just can't believe what's just happened.
He has just been knocked out of the race, hasn't he? A totally committed Kubica. A yellow flag is out, and I think they realise that's game over. That can't be driven back, can it? With that front left wheel at that angle, that's done.
Absolutely not.
So, BMW, race winners in 1999 in the top class. Both cars have crashed. One is still going, albeit badly delayed and more repairs needed. But as far as 15 is concerned, that looks like it's game over.
Yeah, down at Mulsanne as well, furthest place away possible. So, in terms of drivers got to get out and get himself back. Yeah. Disaster.
It is. But will Kubica get a penalty for that? If race control have another look at it, we'll get another replay, I'm sure.
Well, they're certainly going to look at that. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. What do you give? Does something like that warrant just a drive-through or a 10-second?
Our first safety car of the race. First safety car of the running of this year's Le Mans 24 Hours. And, of course, under the safety cars, there are 3. They'll all be picked up around the circuit. Once the incident is clear for the restart, they'll all be put behind one, and then all the gaps will come down. So this now is going to be really interesting as they clear the 15 BMW out of the way.
And I think it could be very good news for the 51 car, who went that lap down, who now is back because they pitted more recently. They're back on the lead lap. Certainly a different complexion of the race. We'll see how it all works out.
That's not good news.
Smoky, in fact, there's a lot of liquid all over the front of that. So what's up the front of that car that's
Radiators.
smoking? I see.
That is steam, that is radiators, that looks like. Usually that's a result of some front end damage. And I think the bumper looks like it's down on one side as well, so that, I don't know if he's had a little off and kissed the barrier, or...
It's Brendan Arib that brought it in. And that does not look good. This is going to be a long stop, isn't it?
Yeah. I'd like to see a replay if we could see that.
And those are the concerned faces at WRT. So, as we were suggesting, with the conditions, suddenly lots of teams in drama. That was the pole car out of LMGT3.
That's incredible, the speed that they could just disassemble that front, have that whole front off the car.
And the safety car on track then. Because not only is there a car to be retrieved in the darkness, there's debris as well. So there'll be an element of clearing the track here, won't there?
Yeah, looks like he's hurt himself.
Yeah, he's limping, isn't he?
Oh, caught that a little bit too late. We need to see that from a little bit further back.
That's massive, massive impact. And Dries Van Thor complaining that his left foot is hurting, but he's out of the car. He'll have a trip to the medical centre to be checked over, but that's very, very bad news indeed. And the BMW out of the race then. Blue impact light on inside the car, but we know that Van Thor is okay and out of it. But yes, it rattles its way over the bollards, parks on the inside of Mulsanne corner, and there is Dries Van Thor walking away, and a trip to the medical centre beckons. There is the end of the race as far as the BMW crew is concerned. Let's listen.
Okay, we're back in this thing. We're going to all bunch right back up. Good job, bud.
That was the folksy tones at Cadillac to say that Pipo Derani, thanks to the safety car, is now back at the races. But
that's the way this race
Could there have been any, for want of a better word, aero wash from the Porsche against the Ferrari? No?
Not that much, no.
Okay.
Unless there was a slight touch with the Porsche on the left, and that's what made him go right. I don't know.
But it wouldn't be the airflow from the Porsche, no, okay. So the BMW is craned away. That's number 10 that was leading in LMP2. Stefan Rakelmi has brought the car in, and that will go on to slicks from wets. He bet those wets last a long time, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I don't know what. Of course, we've been focusing on the Michelin runners, but we haven't really looked as to see how long does the Goodyear last. It might be a wet that lasts a lot better into a dry track. So that might well have been the right call. We're not too sure on that.
So up the pit lane he goes, and the lights are on red. So that means that Stefan Rakelmi, the Monegasque driver, will have to wait at the top end. Maxime Martin will get a driving standards flag for the incident with Ben Hanley, but no more than that. He has got away pretty lightly, I would suggest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's lucky. You know, he didn't judge the car's pace in front and rammed him.
I think he went into a gap that started to close more than that, and I think that's probably what they've deemed that as. There was space, he went into the space, the gap started to close, and...
I'm a bit surprised at that, though, because ultimately, look, we all know Maxime's a fantastic driver. He wouldn't have done that on purpose. That is not the case here. But the reality is he's put another car out.
Spun another car.
Yeah, spun another car,
and it was 30 laps down anyway.
You know what, though? If you are one of the stewards deciding these things, they try not to take into account, like we'll see with the BMW in a minute, they try not to take into account the end result. They try just to focus on what actually happened in that situation. Yeah. If one car, so with Kubica, we'll see what happens, but he might just end up, if he's going to get a penalty, it might just be a drive-through 10-second stop and go, something like that. And you'll think, well, that's not harsh enough. But he's made a mistake, and he's ended someone's race, but you're not supposed to look at those final outcomes.
The penalty should be for the move, not the outcome,
exactly,
shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because the move is the move, irrespective, if you like, of the net result. So there, waiting to go, Stefan Rakelmi. He has just lost the lead of LMP2 now to Malte Jakobsen in the Cool Racing number 37 entry. Up into 35th place overall, and now 14th in LMP2 is one M. Bell. Does Big Brother approve?
Well, yeah, look, Matt will carry on with the job in hand and crack on. You know, it's quite clear they're not going to win the race or get a result. But, you know, they've all come here to race, so they're racing, you know, and I'm sure he'll enjoy the experience.
Now, Robert Kubica has some explaining to do.
But the guy had for 2 sectors, for 2 kilometers blue flag, and he pushed me for the GT twice. While I was taking GT and we have like side draft, and the car moved slightly to the right, and that's why we crashed.
Okay, copy.
It would be nice, Stuart, look what happened out of the garage, I mean out of the pit lane. He was just in the middle of the road and he was racing me and he was pushing me for the wet patches. I had to let him by because he pushed me to the wet. And time after, he pushed me into the GT.
Copy.
But it doesn't matter what Vanthoor did earlier on in the lap. That's not the move under investigation, is it? The contact is what they're looking at, irrespective of the history.
Yeah, to me now, it seems that he was annoyed and he moved purposely to the right to say, hey, come on, mate, what are you doing?
He's almost talked himself into trouble there.
Yeah, almost.
Stop talking.
Yeah,
stop talking, get off the radio, say nothing.
Yes, hang up now, Robert. So, we've had, as you can see, plenty of overtakes through Hypercar and LMP2, and this then is our first safety car period of the race. There is not only, of course, the car to remove, but the track to sweep and possibly also barrier damage. And 15, we know, is a retirement, so it's another one for the marker of doom to annihilate. Right, you're behind the safety car then. You don't know how long this is going to last. What does a driver do?
save fuel and energy, as we've been told. I mean, the important thing as well is, you know, you try to keep your tyres warm, but running at that speed, it's difficult. But yeah, a bit of weaving, as Rob mentioned earlier, it's quite good to keep your foot on the brake a little bit, heat the brakes up, and that heat dissipates into the rim and then into the tyres, so that also works.
And I think sometimes as well, it's just trying to keep concentrating, because I find sometimes under slow conditions where it's all quite easy, you know, you haven't got that adrenaline rush, you haven't got that razor sharp concentration. Actually, it's quite easy to make an error.
Right.
You know, if you come through a corner and a few cars have checked up a bit and you're not concentrating, it's quite easy to ram someone up from behind. So yeah, you've just got to really pay attention.
Number 6, Porsche, Laurens Vanthoor, 5th. Let's listen.
Is there barrier damage? Because I see trucks, repair trucks driving here.
Yeah, it looks to be. It's I think it's Robert Kubica in the straight line that push your brother to the barrier. The brother is fine, just the car is done, and yeah, he hit the barrier, so they need to repair it.
That can't have been an easy message to deliver, to say to somebody, your brother's been involved in the accident.
Well, yeah, but he wasn't that concerned, because he was asking if the barrier was broken. He didn't ask if his brother was all right, did he?
Not that we heard, no. Don't forget, at the Nürburgring, they clashed with each other, didn't they?
I think he's been told his brother's fine. He's aware his brother's fine. And what he's actually asking is the barrier damaged? So what he's really asking is this going to be a long safety car?
Yeah. And I think it's going to be reasonably long, yeah. So, I mean, it could even be the best part of a stint, couldn't it? Therefore, all those stops that happened just before, your tyre would really well be stone cold, because you're then going to have to come in, get fuel, then go again.
Let's have another listen to 311. It's up into 10th place now, Pipo Derani's Cadillac.
Feels so cold, starting to drop by a lot. Understood. You'll have plenty of time to warm it up.
And there is number 60 Lamborghini, still being repaired after Claudio Schiavone put it into the barriers in the wet. So we are heading towards 11 o'clock. We're heading towards 7 hours of racing being completed here. And it remains Ferrari in the lead. Robert Kubica ahead of Fred Makovici in Porsche number 5. And then Rio Hirakawa's Toyota number 8 in 3rd place. The heart of racing, Aston, to the pit lane. That car 3rd in class. Ian James, patron, the man that owns the team, the expat Brit, he's brought it in. And they can take their time over this pit stop to a degree, as we are under the safety car. Wait for the next line to go by before they can be released. And when that car does venture back out, we'll see where it is going to slot in class, because it was just ahead of Jack Hawksworth's Lexus and then Michelle Gatting's Iron Dame's Lamborghini. Screen cleaned on the Aston. Meantime, it is proper dark now at Le Mans, isn't it? The light has gone. And although the rain, for the moment, has disappeared as well, so much of the temperature.
Yeah, track temp's down to 16 degrees, which is about as cold as we've seen it all week. Air temp 14, so it's pretty chilly out there.
Nick de Vries, 9th in the Toyota number 7. Let's listen in there.
Nick, I just want to rule out that we are limited in fuel, so let's really make sure we save energy and fuel here. Just a reminder on the restart procedure. So once the incident is cleared, we will merge all to one safety car, and then everybody will restart in one block. So we're gonna be all together with the hypercars until position 12. Currently we are P9. Obviously the restart will be, people will take risk, and we need to stay on the safe side for the restart.
It's a point well made, isn't it? Because everybody is going to be together, and there's more chance of an incident when everyone's bunched up.
On not so hot tyres, so you get to the braking zone into Dunlop, say, and there might be some locking up and some running wide.
So just the 17 hours and 2 minutes to go of the 24 hours, but it's been a lively start, that is for sure. Across the line comes this safety car pack. So it is Ferrari, Porsche, Toyota, Ferrari, Porsche, Cadillac, Ferrari, Porsche, Toyota, Cadillac, Porsche, Lamborghini, Peugeot, Isotta, and then still classified 19th, but out of the race, BMW, so that's going to bring up into 19th place the delayed Proton, Porsche Neil Jani at the wheel. So the field up through the Dunlop S's. Driver change in 46, that is Maxime Martin out, presumably Ahmad Al-Hati in, but we'll check in a moment. There's another safety car pack heading out of the S's. So we're still behind the safety car. We are liable to be so for a little bit longer yet as the road is cleared and made safe, and you can see where the time really is being lost. It's not for clearing a car out of the way, it is to the repairs to the barriers, which the marshalling team and the track staff are busy making sure are completed satisfactorily. That's Maxime Martin being told about the incident with Ben Hanley and the warning flag that he has received. And again, WRT using this time to sort out the brakes whilst everything's at a slower pace.
Yeah, and was that an oil bomb as well? Quick, oh, I don't know what that was going in. Looked like a oil bomb as well, so chucking everything at it just to save time later on. So good thinking, good use of time, good professional team with WRT.
Absolutely. Yeah. And Maxime Martin walks away. But yes, WRT knows how to win endurance races of any length, from a 1 hour sprint all the way up to a 24-hour race. So that car then will be back on track very shortly. The marshals are still hard at work. We are behind the safety car then. We're nudging 11 o'clock. And as I say, it is barrier damage really that is the reason that now that we are still under safety car conditions. And where there is barrier damage, to talk you through it, there is always a Martin Haven. So in a moment we'll do a driver change, and Mr. Barrier Damage himself will talk you through the next couple of hours. Nobody can make barrier damage sound as interesting as Martin, that's for sure. He'll be with you the other side of some more radio traffic from 51 Ferrari.
Okay, mate, so we'll wait the situation in 1 lap. We are still studying all the possibilities on our side. We have 9 laps of safety car, of fuel in the car, so we have time to react. We are managing the situation closely right now.
Copy.
First safety car of the 2024 Le Mans 24 Hours after 2 accidents. Claudio Schiavone spinning out of the second chicane and hitting the barriers, and also a big crash that put the number 15 BMW hypercar out of the race. Safety car remains out even after Schiavone's car made it back to the Iron Links garage for a ground-up restoration, and the number 15 car out of the race. Part of the reason for the 15 car being out of the race is that the left front wheel was essentially ripped off the car, but the severity of the impact also triggered the impact light in the windscreen, which means that the driver must go immediately to the medical centre. So even if the car had been outwardly pristine, the severity of the impact means that the driver is taken out of the car, and the car therefore is retired on the spot. So the marker of doom will be my first small entertainment, although it's not much of an entertainment for BMW. Oh, David's beaten me to it already. He's taken that small joy from my life. The number 15 BMW is out of the race. It joins 2 further hypercars that are out of the race. The number 35 Alpine, that blew its engine quite spectacularly down at Arnage with Freddie Habsburg at the wheel, and then critical alarms came on in the cockpit of the number 36 car, almost literally on that lap, and it too was parked for examination, and very quickly the hand run over the throat showing that it too was out. So both Alpines out just as darkness fell, and our third hypercar out is the BMW from the M Team WRT car number 15. So 2 Alpines, 1 BMW out. The other car that went out a little earlier on, quite a lot earlier on actually, Thomas Floor, driving his own Vista AF Corsa Ferrari number 54 car, had an accident going up to the Dunlop chicane, spun onto the right-hand side, clattered the barriers, and that was the end of him. Cars that have been in for work include Proton Competitions number 77 Mustang, which 2 hours later is still having its steering rack changed. And the Inception Racing McLaren. Oh, that's nice. Support for the Toyota team from back home. Not quite sure where home might be for Patrick 28, but lots of homes, I'm sure, supporting them. But the Inception Racing team, Brendan Iribe is still in the garage, but I gather from our correspondent on the site, Bruce Joanny, that things are going back together. That was a clatter on the left front corner of the car, which caused significant damage. We could tell it was the left side, because they're also replacing the driver's door mirror there. Riding with Joel Sturm, Manthey Pure Racing, our points leaders in GT3, and that car is, woo! Ah, there's a sort of video replay that a steward is going to want to look at, Anthony Davidson. A view of that contact, the tiniest touch between race leader Robert Kubica and Dries van Tor in the number 15 BMW that clattered the BM off the road and out of the race.
Well, all I can see is that Dries van Tor didn't move the steering wheel to the left at all, so he's holding it straight the whole time, doing the right thing, car completely on the edge of the track, eyes wide in disbelief, hands up in the air. What on earth happened there? Race leader was the car at fault there, in my opinion, and I'm sure the stewards are going to see it that way as well. They always look at who was to blame for two cars making contact, and I think it's 100% the fault of the race leader, Robert Kubica, there.
Yeah, we actually heard on the team radio Kubica coming on afterwards, trying to sort of explain to his engineer and the team why it wasn't his fault. And what he kind of said was, as he'd come at the beginning of that lap, he'd come across Dries, and he felt Dries had been a bit aggressive towards him and put him on the wet patch, etc. But it kind of just made it look like he was pointing a finger at himself again. He almost was saying, well, he did that to me then, and I did that to him then. But he was claiming sort of a bit of innocence. But for me, as you said, Dries van Tor didn't move, and Kubica came across him.
Cause of the collision, that's all they look at. It's a very matter-of-fact process. It's almost as if you just got to imagine a computer's making like it's based on AI technology. The way a computer would see that is cause of collision, it was car 83.
Yep.
Simple as that.
René Rast at the back of the garage watching on as the number 20 BMW art car essentially is getting a lot of cleaning. Now, this car's had its fair share of woes. It is WRT's only remaining hypercar BMW. This, of course, is the, whatever it is, anniversary of the Williams-built BMW V12 prototype winning here at Le Mans. There's the stage that will be keeping us awake throughout the night and has done for the last couple of evenings, and the marshals and the drivers, because it's handily been sited right next to the biggest team campsite in the campus. That needs a bit of a rethink. It's not me, it's Valentino Rossi who's going to be the one they listen to on this, though.
I genuinely have been not kept awake at all, so I don't know where I am.
Well, that's because you're in your mum and daddy's nice motorhome, and we're in some very small caravan. My caravan, I did fear at one stage you might actually fall over. We're so close to the stage. Anyway, moving on to the race. Safety car remains out. So our crews are going around behind 3 different safety cars. The safety cars are not scrambled to pick up the class leaders or anything. They're just scrambled, and they pick up the very first car that gets to them. So going round behind safety car C is the race leader, number 83. That's actually also the longest queue. I believe going round behind safety car B is the number 51 Ferrari that had dropped off the lead lap. And for them, and I think for this cruise car, 311, there's a chance that they will get a lot closer back up behind the leader. The reason is, when we are finished with the barrier repairs and we are ready to go back to racing, all 3 safety car queues will be merged behind safety car A. Safety car B and C will pull off, and I will slap David Addison firmly around the chops for his troubles. But when safety car A has everybody behind it, then any car in any class that has its class leader behind it in the queue will be waved round to go and join the tail of that safety car train. So once we've got one queue of safety cars after the merge, we get the wave by. Why do we have a wave by? Well, imagine this. Imagine that you are 10th in your class and most of a lap behind the leader. Imagine then that you're behind safety car A, he got caught by safety car B, and then that big gap closes right up, and suddenly your race leader that was maybe a minute behind you could be the very next car behind you and immediately have the chance to put your car a lap down. So anybody in any of our three classes in the long merged safety car queue, when that happens, when the barrier repairs are done, who has the race leader of their class behind them, not the overall race leader, their class leader, you will get the wave around. Now, again, you think, well, that's a long, convoluted, it was a long, convoluted sentence. What it actually does, it takes less than a lap of Le Mans to wave everybody around for them to catch up, because it worked last year, well rehearsed, everybody understands the rules, hopefully everybody understands the rules. And hopefully also when the two safety cars, safety car B pulls in at Arnage and safety car C pulls in on the Mulsanne straight, the crews behind them will know or be told by their teams to catch up safety car A's queue, and then once we've merged, we can wave round, and then at that stage we're ready to go green, green, green.
The only time, of course, where we won't have this procedure is within the last hour to go of the race, where they'll stay behind the individual trio of safety cars.
Yes, if there is a safety car situation in the final hour, then there will be 3 safety cars, and when we're ready to go green, they'll all release their cars at the same time. So
we've got someone coming into the pits here. I can't quite see who that is at the moment, not on our timing screens. But basically what will happen here is if you come into the pits under, say this is safety car B, for example, you have to wait until safety car A that's behind it will come past, and you wait till the whole gaggle of cars come past you. The next, so you see that car pulling into the pits, they've got to now wait until the next safety car comes around and the whole stream of cars, then you go and join that safety car queue. Doesn't really matter, because you're going to all join in one safety car A at the end of all of this process once the track is clear.
But what it does mean is that nobody at the front of a long safety car queue can duck into the pits and have effectively a free pit stop. So what it means is there are longer stops. We already saw WRT changing the brakes on their GT3 BMW. Brake change there going on for the Vista Ferrari as well. Here's James Collado shaking his head about something.
Must have just lost at Snake again.
So for a lot of the teams, it's hurry up and wait, but the safety car is starting to get long enough now that they are starting to think of doing other housekeeping. 54 is out, the other Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. 55 continues. Sweep up operation, the man with the flamethrower on his back, that's actually just a leaf blower, the big motor. He's not actually going to set fire to anything, he's just clearing debris off the track. And it's a great opportunity for the race director to employ marshals to go into, particularly at places like the Dunlop chicane, which is just a rallycross stage covered in gravel after the first couple of moments of the race.
Deploy the marshals, not employ, because they're all volunteers.
Yes, exactly.
And we should never forget that. This race, or any motor race for that matter, wouldn't happen without the volunteers that we have here at Le Mans. And yeah, they do an amazing job. And right now we're relying on them, and also the dedicated crew repairing that barrier. That's what we're all waiting for. And we've had, it's not the first time, I don't know if you mentioned this already, Rob, when we were away off the mic, but see the barrier on the right-hand side. We've seen this happen already this week with a support, the Road to Le Mans support race. Damaged the barrier, and it took a long time. Well, Freddie Mercury gets to work.
I was going to say, where's the I Want to Break Free soundtrack? But this is the attention to details. The teams, they're hoovering up bits of muck and gravel out of the garage as well. So they don't want to add anything to the car when it comes into the pit. That's the 31 BMW garage. 46 still in the race, and in fact 46 is currently lying second in LMGT3. And the 31 car is, I've got number blind, it's 47th overall, which is 12th, 13th, unlucky 13th in class. Robert Kubica, well, I don't know what radio traffic there might be going on that we're not party to, but I suspect that his internal monologue is probably not entirely a happy one. They've had a charmed race so far. First rain, they stayed out on slicks, gained a lot over those who went for wet weather tyres, like the number 8 Toyota, like the number 51 Ferrari, particularly among their closest rivals. Second rain came when he was auspiciously positioned on the track. He was able to dive into the pit lane, losing very little time, got onto the wets and managed to build up his advantage. And Rob, you know, all of the cards played nicely for them here, but that contact is going to undo at least some of that.
Yeah, not only did they put the wets on at the right time, which was coinciding with the pit stops, it couldn't have been better. They actually then, the amount of time, I think they did 8 or 9 laps, and the perfect timing again for slicks. So they absolutely got it perfectly right. A little bit of the luck of the draw, but absolutely nailed that. And then, yes, we are sort of waiting, looking at our screens, expecting some form of... I personally think he's going to get penalised in some way. Having said that, look, they've had a great race up to now, and if it's a drive-through, it won't cost them the race. It won't cost them too much, so let's see about that. But so far, they've been the class of the field, or the luckiest so far.
Yeah, and some of that, you know, you can't win Le Mans without luck. You can't win by not preparing and not having a good car and not having a good team and all the other stuff, but you do need luck on your side as well. As we always say, Le Mans chooses the winner. Look at the support that they have got here in the Iron Dames garage. Their livery, incidentally, was created by the imaginings of some school children a few weeks ago. It was essentially draw the job you would like to do, whether it's mum or teacher or airline pilot or race driver or whatever, and those were created as little memes to go on the car. So an awful lot of support here. Essentially, as I say so often, they've got 50% of the global population rooting for them, and the other 50% is spread around the rest of the field. And in fact, probably there's as many young boys watching the Iron Dames in action thinking, actually, that's such a cool team and such a cool livery that they ought to do well as well. Here's the 46 BMW WRT car that we were talking about. Amada Harty up. That car second place at the moment, ahead of the Lexus of Jack Hawksworth. Now, the 78 car was the one that took a shunt up the back, wasn't it, in the very early, it was in morning warm-up, wasn't it, from Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota, and that had to start from the pit lane. It is still going, but Lexus have turned their fortunes around, turned their performance around, let's say, since the season opened in February in Qatar, where they were absolutely nowhere, had no performance, and were essentially just pinball buffers for everybody else bouncing off them and bouncing them into the gravel. And here they are, car genuinely on pace in the top 3. And Anthony, that's them now starting to learn how to fulfill the potential of the car. It's not that they've got a performance break in any way, it's just that they're starting to learn how to operate the car.
Exactly, and you know, you can be running that car elsewhere as well, but running it in a different championship under tweaked rules and regulations, subtle tweaks, can have a big knock to any team running in a new championship. So let alone a brand new car. So yeah, you know, we expect things to shake out in a different way as the championship continues. And you're right, we turned up in Qatar and they were nowhere. Yeah. And the drivers found the car very difficult as well in a circuit that really doesn't challenge all aspects of a car's agility, I must say. It's a very singular track and just built of medium speed corners.
The left tire pressure is quite low.
Yeah, copy that, mate. Copy that. Not a lot we can do about it, and there will be everybody on the same boat at the restart. Once I know a bit more, don't worry, I will allow you to work on your brakes and work on your tires. For the moment, focus on energy save.
Yeah, it's still a long way, I think, for the barrier.
Yeah.
I check every lap, it seems that they have to remove everything first, then change it, and they didn't remove anything yet. Or only one part was going to be quite long yet.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. It is a very lengthy barrier repair job going on. So good advice from the engineer, Bertie, to Norman Nato, saying just you focus on the energy saving. Is one thing Jota are really good at as a team. You do that job. I'll let you know when it's likely to be. Basically, when we start forming the one safety car, then you can start working on the tyre warm-up.
Also, it's flipping cold. Where's the heater controls in this thing? Because the track temperature is 16 degrees, Anthony. The air temperature is down just in double digits. So it's going to be a cold night here, and that's before it gets raining again.
It's quite interesting, though, that conversation's been had, and what they're saying is, look, don't worry about tyres for now. We are so needing to save every ounce of energy that we don't want weaving, we don't want throttle or brake any more than we have to. So you just tootle around as slow as you possibly can to save energy, and then once we get probably to that point where we know we're going to merge, then we can start warming tyres and brakes and just using that little bit more energy. So really focusing on what procedure they've probably talked about before the race and had briefings about. So yeah, good detail there from Jota, as you'd expect.
He's done 8 laps so far, and driving around at this speed, they'll easily go beyond the 12 that we know the car's capable of. So yeah, plenty of time still before it gets anywhere near having to come into pit for fuel. Is Norman Nato in the number 12 at this stage?
Yeah, and he's on the right tyre, he's on the soft. I'm guessing, in fact, we're looking now, most of the cars, or if not all, are on the soft tyres. So, yeah, he'll have ample opportunity to warm them up.
Yes, I mean, the fact that we're running the soft tyre in, I say, the heat of the midday, the less Arctic conditions of midday, surely means that they'll all be pushed onto that soft tyre all the way through the night. We can hear from Nick de Vries.
Sorry, say again. Rear anti-roll bar is stuck, question?
Yeah, I'm trying to get...
Okay, Nick, try to work on your steering angle to unlock it, and if it's stuck in position 1, try to push it first forward and then pull it backward.
So I don't know if you remember, Rob, driving with the old school cars where you had a mechanical brake bias adjustment and it was done via a cable. And if you touched the brakes whilst you were trying to move that brake bias, it would kind of wind itself up or down in the wrong way. A very undigital analog process.
Yeah,
it's a very.
I don't think it's the same in this car.
Well, you laugh, but the brake bias, no. But the anti-roll bar, yes. You got one for the front, one for the rear. So it does happen in these cars, believe it or not. As sophisticated as they are, it's a very mechanical system, that anti-roll bar adjustment. So
the engineer was basically saying, give it a wiggle.
Exactly, yeah, a bit like tapping the brake pedal on a mechanically adjusted brake bias setting. You can tap the brake pedal, which kind of is linked to that cable where you operate the brake bias from, and it might free up sometimes. So it's the same kind of thing for them in these cars with the anti-roll bar. And they've got quite a big range on there, actually. So it's a very usable tool, front and rear, in terms of where you can change the mechanical balance of the car.
Is that the engineer's equivalent of, have you tried turning it off and on again?
Pretty much.
Yeah, it is.
It's the control-delete process for roll bar settings.
Big moment there for the 77 Proton Mustang. It reappears on the pit apron. It is 25 laps behind the next closest car, Ben Hanley in the United Autosports 23. It is 55 laps off the leader. So how far behind? Leader in the category is 12 laps behind the leader, so it is 33 laps down in its class, having had the steering rack rebuilt now, or replaced. Honestly, you could probably have driven to Dearborn and got one and driven back in the time that it's taken, so it is clearly buried deep inside the chassis somewhere.
We're just seeing a few teams like JMW here changing their discs, their brakes, so discs and front pads, which is a really good idea because of this safety car. However, what it does mean is, if at the end of the race, because it's quite early to change brakes at this point, so if at the end of the race it's a close one and they're in a mix, they're going to have very, very old, so they're going to have 16-hour-old brakes. So actually, at the end of the race, they might not be as racy because of that.
The problem is anybody who isn't changing now behind this safety car either needs another long safety car barrier repairs or is going to have to do it under green and is going to lose a lap at least doing so. So doing it when you can, on the understanding that anybody who doesn't do it is also even more urgently going to need brakes the next time there's a hold-up in proceedings. It's like taking on fuel, isn't it? It's a bit more of an insurance policy.
Just one question, Rob, before you answer Martin's question. On the brakes, so the GT cars today, is it possible to make it through the race without a change, or do you have to?
No, a race like this, you'll be changing front only, normally only front axle. So, yeah, rears seem to last quite well.
Have you seen any gravel on the track?
There is a bit of gravel in North and in Mulsanne, but they were cleaning it.
Copy, Ford and Mulsanne, but they were
cleaning it. There is also gravel in Dunlop.
Copy, Ford and Dunlop and Mulsanne, but they were cleaning Ford and Mulsanne.
Yeah, the one that is still there is Dunlop.
Copy, thanks. Race control was asking.
It's quite good actually when race control, they do listen, they scan the radio of all the cars, and so feedback from the driver, basically, yeah, you're doing a good job cleaning the track, there's one more section to go, and that's at Dunlop chicane.
It was probably a message on the Discord, so Eduardo's using Discord to talk to all the teams at one stage, going, would anybody like to give me you know, feedback from the driver on a good job they're doing? Here's a new one. We're not in Australia, so there's no kangaroo on track, but marshals are reporting a dog on the track around Marshals Post 10, which is the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight. So you saw there the safety car rules. 3 safety cars used to neutralise the race. They remain out for barrier repairs. The cars there is indeed a dog. Well, it is never a good idea to bring animals to the race, and that's a really good reason why.
Well, it might not be people bringing animals to the race, it's that back straight there is in amongst
houses
and
a restaurant, and yeah.
And maybe because the noise has died down slightly behind the safety cars, it's then less scared to find itself on the racetrack. It's not scared away by such noise anymore, but...
Either way, it needs to be caught, doesn't it?
Well, here's a very succinct way of saying what I was explaining, taking about 40 minutes to do. That cars who are ahead of their class leader will be waved by, reducing the gap within classes at the restart, but also stopping anybody really losing laps because of the safety cars. And that's been an issue in the past with the 3 safety cars, is that depending on where the leader gets caught, it can really mess up your race. Final stage, safety car turns off the lights after they've merged and waved by, and we will go green. Pit stops will be allowed after the first green flag lap, so you must cross the start-finish line. Otherwise, you will come into the pits with the pit lane open. Pedal Mafia, that's a group of cyclists that Ollie Milroy is a part of. And that is the Milroy family in the garage with the Inception team. Damage to the car driven by Brendan Iribe is now fixed, and they are back out on track. You saw JMW's Sally Jolic in the pit lane. That car has now left. We also saw the 46 BMW coming in. So Ahmed Al-Hati drops out of safety car B and will have to wait until safety car C comes around before he can rejoin in the back of that queue. And that is the queue that actually has the race leader in it. And he just rejoined. Okay, so he's gone to the back of safety car B. In fact, so he must have dropped off QA.
And we must stress as well that this isn't, all this delay is nothing to do with the safety car procedure. We're waiting for the barrier to be repaired.
Correct.
We are expecting some very light rain in 10 minutes.
Very light rain in 10 minutes. Well, that's possibly not going to hurry us back to green. More work going on the 20 BMW Art car. And that, again, I think, had a steering issue after contact. So it's not been BMW's week in hypercar. The number 15 car was very quick, got into hyperpole. The 20 car didn't. But unfortunately, it's Race has not gone well. Now, there are two arms to WRT here. All of them feature a lot of former Belgian racing talent, or Belgian former racing, old racing drivers. In the GT category, the guy who looks after proceedings there is Kurt Mollikens, and he is with Bruce Ioane. Kurt Mollikens and the legend that is Mr. Pierre Dieudonné are running those two BMWs. And the other two cars, well, Vincent Vos is at the top of the pyramid there, and of course Thierry Tassin, our regular listener on the pit wall, as we discovered when we were at Spa, sending Bruce down to find out what was going on from him. And he said, I knew you were coming because I'm listening to the commentary on my headset. So there is no escape when we make glib comments about teams. Quite often they come back to bite us. So safety car remains out here. Just a little note on the weather, Anthony. Joe was just showing the boys a few minutes ago. Track temperature is down at 16, just above 16 degrees. This time last year, after 8 hours, track temperature was still 24 degrees. So 1 degree lower than the ideal starting temperature for the hard tyre, which is above 25. So they were then in medium territory. We are very much in soft tyre territory here, but the teams will not have an overabundance of soft tyres because it's rarely cool enough in June in Le Mans to require them.
Exactly, so they've all been pushed towards just running the medium and the soft, as you say, because the hard tyre just isn't in the operating window and won't be. I fear for them for the remainder of this race, as we see Ben Keating there in United Autosports, number 23, back in the pits and a rear end change. He gets going again. And,
taken over from Ben Hanley, who brought the car in.
So what he'll have to do, see the red light on at the end of the pit lane, and he'll be waiting there now until safety car A, which is currently going through the Porsche curves. So he turns the car off and waits for that safety car to come past, and he'll join the back of that. But yeah, they're all, at least the hypercar drivers, have the opportunity for, it seems now, only 2 compounds, and they're going to, after the night stint, be drastically running out of the softs.
Mm-hmm. They will probably be praying for a bit of rain. Philippe Albuquerque debriefing with Ben Hanley. They look all smiles. Ben Keating's had a torrid time in the car, been off a few times in it. They got a stone in the alternator, which required a bit of a long strip and rebuild. Safety car will enter the last lap under 3 safety cars. We therefore are done with our barrier repairs and ready to start merging. And safety car A now coming out of the Ford chicane, so it is about to start lap number 112, and this will be the final one with 3 safety cars, Graham Goodwin, before we go for merge.
We do indeed. We'll merge onto the single safety car. Pits will close, and then there will be a pass around as and when required. And that's the celebration of that news in the middle of the circuit. Everybody eager to get back to...
Well, at least they're setting
racing.
off all the pyrotechnics while we're still awake, which is, you know, a joy.
Handy, because it's actually outside your caravan.
Yes, I'm hoping that it hasn't caught light by the time we get back there. However...
It'll have gone out by then.
That gravel trap, which is part of the Bugatti circuit, the final couple of corners on the Bugatti circuit, is just behind our TV compound, which is why you can hear it all quite clearly over the microphones in the booth here. By the way, before we go back to racing, quick mention again for the WC app. If you have not paid your £14 or euro equivalent or dollar equivalent, why not do so? Hello, Duncan Vincent, friend of the family, who's sitting at home watching with a nice tasty lagerita. He's watching the show. You can too. You can get an enhanced timing system feed out as well on the app, which you can then stream onto your TV alongside, or your other device alongside the pictures. You can watch live coverage on the app as well. And don't forget, of course, on the YouTube site, not only can you go back and watch all of last year's Le Mans 24, but in about 10 days' time, you'll be able to watch all of this year's Le Mans 24 Hours as well. And full access. Cannot recommend highly enough the full access programs. I don't make them, so I can recommend them. I don't voice them, so I can recommend them. They are a great view that we never get of the things that go on in the garage and behind the scenes. Some interviews with drivers and teams. Anthony had the sit down with Tom Christensen and Valentino Rossi a couple of weeks ago, and that is on the last of penultimate one from Imola, wasn't it? But there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind. You just get to see team and driver reactions to what's transpiring on track, and actually that is educational and informative as sometimes watching the action itself is, watching teammates snigger at their own teammates' misfortunes or acts of daring do. So it's called Full Access, and if you go to YouTube and go to the FIA WC site, search for that. I promise you, you will want to subscribe. It is really, really must-see viewing, and the Le Mans Full Access should be out in around 10 days' time. So the boys who are filming all the way through the week and the 24 hours have got an awful lot of footage to try and compress into a 1-hour show. It's going to be mighty.
So, still behind the 3 safety cars. Safety car A now just clearing, in fact, on its way down to the second chicane on the Mulsanne. It would appear that Fido has been recovered from the Honorier.
Not Fido Dido, who made an appearance a few years ago on What Car Was That?
There you go. And this is the fireworks show from Martin's Caravan. And in the background there, with neat synergy to the commentary team we've got here this year. Simple Minds concert there in the infield.
Don't you forget about what you came in the room for, I think.
Absolutely, yep. It's a glittering prize. Yeah, it's that time of the morning again.
It isn't.
Quite yet, it's early yet.
It isn't.
So,
7.5 hours into the race and 16.5 still to go. So we have gone 1/4 distance and a little more, but the first safety car of the race.
What's just going to note, by the way, we saw Ben Keating look a little bit frustrated in the car as he was leaving. I think that was a front clip change for that car, a rear clip change rather for that car, rather than just taking it off, doing something behind it. I think they changed the rear clip. But Ben was clearly just frustrated with what has been a pretty difficult race for the 23 car by anybody's measure. A squad that we would have expected rather more from, but they are a very distant 15th and last running car in LMP2. We've lost one car in P2, Jonas Reed, in the number 9 Proton competition car out of the race, as are 3 of our hypercars, the 15 with Dries van Teur at the wheel of the BMW after contact from and with Robert Kubica. And that car very firmly out of the race after solid contact with the barrier. Both of the Alpines out of the race, sadly, after showing very well early on. The 35s in the hands of Nicolas Lapierre retired in the garage, 36 are in the garage, and the 35 retiring down at Arnage Corner, both appearing to be with mechanical failure. And then the first retirement came for the 54 car. That's one of the 2 Vista AF Corsa full season WC Ferrari 296 LM GT3s. Thomas Fleur with heavy impact with the barrier just before the Dunlop chicane.
That was the number 9 Proton competition LMP3 car, was it? The one I've just...
Or was that just the rear of...
Gallantly waved the marker of doom through.
It's retired.
Yeah, it is shown as retired, but... what was that?
That's
Cool
Racing.
Back to the Cool Racing car. Okay. Why did the number 9 car retire?
I don't know. I wasn't on duty at the time.
It stopped, says David Addison. Just failure to proceed. Porsche curves, stop dead. Okay, Vector Sport are in. They are still going, so we have lost the number 9 car. and Jonas Reed, Macho Capetto.
Hopefully we're going to get some
out of action.
Some chat with Vector Sport. I think Bruce is down there and hoping to get hold of the Monegasque Stefan Riquelme, who's just out of the car.
Right, let's catch up with Bruce Ioane in the pit lane with Stefan Riquelme. One hour the safety car has been on track, and we are showing you the regulations here for the pass around. Anybody who is in the merged safety car queue ahead of their class leader will be waved around to join the back of that queue. So at the front of each class will be the class leader. Unfortunately for Stefan Riquelme and his crew, Bruce points out that having changed onto slicks, the rain has now arrived. Mind you, it's not the entire field now on slicks. I think everybody did get to that stage. So they've been trogging around on their slicks, which have been getting steadily colder and colder and more mahogany-like. And now a light sprinkling of drizzle has arrived.
The other thing to point out, by the way, this stage in the safety car procedure is pits are now closed. So once we get to the stage where the merge begins, pits will be closed. The theory being that they've all had an opportunity to fuel.
Right, they are not going back, as we were told they would, to a single safety car this lap. Yes, they are. Safety car B has waved by its queue, although it seems to have gone past Arnage, and safety car C has also waved by its queue. But safety car A, which is, if you like, the safety car, i.e. the one that comes out of pit lane, is waiting for everybody else to catch up.
Just to say that it feels colder now on pit wall. Air temp 14, track temp 14, so lowest all week.
Lowest in living memory, actually, 14.
Just the message you want to hear when you're about to try and catch the single safety car A on your very cold slicks with rain coming down.
And again, 24 degrees of track temperature at this same time last year after 8 hours of the race. So, yeah, it's bitter.
So now the game is catch the safety car. Catch the safety car from safety car B. Those cars at the moment just coming through Dunlop. The safety car A is heading down towards the first chicane. Meantime, safety car B coming through the Porsche curves a little way before they catch up. Once that is there and secure, and Eduardo Freitas and his team are happy, we will start the pass-by.
Right, now, one of the questions that we were trying to figure out, and our GPS wouldn't allow us to track, is where, behind which safety car was the 51 Ferrari? And I think
it's behind A.
It is now, but the leader was behind safety car C and has been released. So that means that, among others, the 51 Ferrari will get the wave around. So it had briefly gone a lap down in the carambolage of the last rain shower, but has come back onto the lead lap, but it will now be waved around, so it will remain on the lead lap and will not be in danger of immediately going back off the lead lap.
I think the answer is every car in Hypercar, bar the number 5, will get a wave around.
Yeah, they were all on the lead lap, so yeah, they'll remain. Whoever was on the lead lap, basically, before all this safety car situation happened, will be back on the lead lap if they weren't due to being split by the 3 safety cars and the pit stops and all the waiting for the other ones to come by. We don't need to care about any of that. The most important thing was, were they all on the lead lap before the safety car came out? I think all of them, like you say, Graham, bar 1, were. So the best thing is, the race is back on, because they're all going to be bunched up again. They might have a few P2s and GTs in amongst them all, but they're effectively much closer now than they've been since the very start of the race.
They'll
and
be
all on the same
seconds
lap.
apart rather than minutes.
Yes.
Well, my apologies, because I've just seen out of, as the cars just separate a little, the 8 will not get away by either, because that is close enough. So there are 3 cars that are catching the safety car A train. That's, well, it's the leader, the 5 and the 8 are the only cars effectively right now on the lead lap. That will change as all the rest of the cars are waved by safety car A and will rejoin the back of the queue.
You don't have to be on the lead lap to get the wave by.
No, you don't.
So 311 and
Yeah, they're
94,
ahead of
which are not on the lead lap,
They'll get a
will
lead.
also get the wave by because
Yes.
the race leader is, or their class leader is behind them. So they don't automatically get waved by enough to come back onto the lead lap. But again,
You're overcomplicating a really simple process. They were on the lead lap. They're still going to be on the same lead lap.
yeah, but they're not on the lead lap, but they are waved by, so they're not in danger of losing a second lap immediately.
There's going to be very few LMGT3 cars waved by because the 92 car is actually very close to safety car A.
Yeah, in fact, it might be the first car in the queue.
It could well be.
The GT3 leader, I think it is, Manthey Pure Racing's Joel Sturm. So, Paul di Resta just studying the rules again. Hang on, but what if we're not on the lead lap? Do we get him? No, you
Paul
get the wave
is
by.
absolutely on it. With my time working with him in the F1 on Sky, my time with him, he was so on it as a pundit in terms of rules, regulations. He was like having a team manager, race team manager within the... It was impressive. So absolutely, he'll know exactly what's going on here.
Somebody needs to.
So we're close now to the final cars, the final group of LMGT3 cars to merge with the queue. That is all going to happen on the run down to Indianapolis on this lap, and I'm sure very soon we will see the instruction to start the pass by.
The answer to the question you have yet spoken, Anthony, is it's a restart. Why has Ben Hanley got his helmet back on when he's only just got out of the car? It's a restart. The car might be coming in again in a lap or so if there's some unfortunateness. And as David Addison is banned from saying, cautions breed cautions, safety cars breed safety cars.
I was waiting for it. You haven't let me down. Martin Haven bingo straight again. And my son listening at home, I'm sure he's just put a big cross through that one.
Got that one.
Tick.
Hello, Rowan.
So yeah, I mean the cars are now they're going over the 11 lap mark for drivers that have stayed out there conserving the fuel, like we heard from Norman Nato's side of the garage at Jota. So yeah, he's now on lap 11. So yeah, he's still got range, definitely still got range because of going so slowly and doing his job, saving the fuel. Their biggest concern, as you can see there, is that stuff falling.
Well, now they're potentially going to have to make a tyre choice earlier than quite a lot of their rivals, aren't they? So if it suddenly dumps, then they're great because they're at the end of a stint anyway, but they're going to be pressed to make a choice in a lap or two that they might not want to have to commit to in 3 or 4 laps.
And making a choice based on drivers driving really slowly under safety car conditions. They've got no feel for the track.
True. But they will have a feel for how hard it's raining in places. It's not raining hard, but it is raining. It is light rain, class 1, which is as limited rain as possible. Due to last 20 minutes, the message said, well, it's already been half of that 20 minutes. And look at the pictures from the heli telly. There's not an awful lot of rain in the air. So it may well be that it's drying already. And in that case, then Norman Nato and Hers Team Jota might dodge that particular hard choice bullet.
Not at 14 degrees it won't be. It will not.
I mean the air,
yes,
rather than the track.
But on the track, I suspect, as we were talking about last time we were together on air, at that kind of temperature and with not a lot of wind out there.
There is quite a lot of wind.
Oh, there is.
Yes.
Right. Well, it's going to stay wet in parts of this track for quite a long time.
Well, it depends how wet it is. Again, it was light rain as opposed to just sort of airy-fairy drizzle, but the track is not streaming wet like it was the second rain shower when everybody dived into the pits. Manthey Pure Racing leading in GT3. And again, it doesn't matter who's behind you if you're a class leader, it only matters who's in front of you in the queue. Safety cars called safety cars. They do indeed. And particularly now with a lack of heated tyres, with darkness and with the cold, and drivers all with a twitchy trigger finger, or whatever the driving equivalent of that is. They're all desperate to get on with it, and particularly those who are well placed, actually equally particularly those who are really not well placed. Everybody will see the restart, Anthony, as an opportunity to try and gain some ground on their rivals.
Absolutely, and it's such a nerve-wracking time for the teams as they rely on their drivers at this point to tell them, to inform them about how the track condition is now, and the drivers are relying on their team to tell them, well, what's the rain intensity likely to do and the duration. So together you have to work as that team, that combination, to try to make the right choice in terms of what tyres to be on. But like I said before, driving around at this speed, incredibly hard to get a feel for what's the best tyre to be on, because at these speeds the car feels quite grippy. As soon as you press the accelerator and you're unleashed from that safety car, suddenly the thing feels ever so wild, and your wheels spinning everywhere and sliding around, and your heart sinks and you think, oh, why didn't we put wets on?
It's not the 92 by the way behind the safety car, it's the 82. So that is certainly one GT car that will definitely get a wave around.
But 92 is right at the front of that queue, isn't it? So it's not like the whole field gets a wave by. And that will shorten things a little as well, because they'd be the slowest cars to catch up to the queue.
Also, another thing about driving around at this kind of speed, it allows the rain to settle more on the track without cars driving around flat out and spraying it up into the air. Exactly. So the track it could possibly be the wettest it's been so far.
Etienne Masson's seat being prepared, and there he is in the background, ready to take over at the Lexus team. Akkodis ASP, very experienced GT3 racing team, but for much of their life, it's been impossible to say Akkodis without saying Mercedes at the end of it. So the Lexus, very much a new car to them. Work going on here.
That's just happened. The 81 car just come in. That's come in for emergency service.
Yeah, and quite some work going on there as well, I'm afraid.
So this is what they're all looking at on their phones.
Weather radar. Yep, weather radar. Robert Kubica, our race leader. Still no word, by the way, about the investigation into his contact with the number 15 BMW.
I think you'll get that when we get back to Green Flag Racing, but they'll want him to respond to that when we've got clear and running. Prepare for pass around. You can see the length of this queue. Yes, we've lost, what, 4 or 5 cars in this race. Still 58 cars running, albeit a couple of them in the pit garages at the moment. One from TF Sports with dramas as yet unknown, and the 20 BMW, the last surviving BMW, didn't look great to me.
Again, part of the good news is that possibly only one LMGT3 car is going to get a wave around. Not quite sure how many LMP2 cars are ahead of that class leader, but there is quite a bulk of hypercars in front of the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari of Robert Kubica, so those will all be getting the wave around. However, they are, of course, going to be, in theory at least, the quickest cars to get round to the back of the queue, although they're the ones that will potentially struggle most with the cold tyres, and that will blunt their pace. But either way, we are now in stage 3 of 4 pass around, so at some stage I think we will see the race leader up behind the safety car, because there's a whole queue being waved by already.
Keep an eye on the conditions and take it easy during this lap. We want energy. If you can put energy, we're happy. You can get a bit of tire temp. In the meantime, pay attention with the track condition.
That helicopter shot was very informative. You could see a string of red lights and then a little black space. That was ahead of the safety car. And then you could see other sets of red lights. Look, the dark gap halfway down the straight, at the front of it is the safety car. and he's waved by everybody now that needs the wave by. So all those red lights higher up the screen, that is the field that's been waved by the safety car. So the wave by has happened, and the safety car queue looks like it's about 10 cars long now.
But he's picked up the overall race leader.
That is happenstance. It could easily have been the GT3 leader.
The GT3 leader was ahead of the race leader, 100% in that queue. Absolutely, definitely was. The 92 car was definitely ahead of the 83.
Right. On our GPS, there is no sign of either the LMP2 leader or the GT3 leader indicator in the cars that are being released. So he must still be in the queue, but it's all so truncated, it's hard to see.
These rain conditions will last for another 15 minutes.
Quite a long 20 minutes. That's the sort that London Transport is using to measure the gaps between tube trains. Not barrier repairs, still more fireworks going on. And there is still a bit of drizzle coming down, Anthony Davidson. So less than ideal conditions from which to be going about your business from behind a safety car.
Unfortunately, it means it's going to take a longer time to catch the safety car because they can't, they're crawling around in the wet on slicks and cold slicks at that as well. The message we heard from car 50 saying we need energy, well, they're basically talking about the SOC, the state of charge of the battery. So they want to try and charge the battery up as well in the meantime.
And how are they doing that then?
Just by using the brake pedal more, kinetic energy, and not using a lot of throttle, which they won't be anyway. Half throttle as well can help to recover the energy that way into the battery. And also just putting energy through the brakes, through into the tyres, so you're trying to heat up the air inside the tyres. It all helps. But that message meant we want energy. It means we want to boost the SOC.
Do you use throttle and brake at the same time to get that front axle regen while you're using the internal combustion engine to sort of push against it? Do you know what I mean?
You can. That is one way. That's a mechanical way of doing it for the driver. But there are switches that you can change on the steering wheel to basically put the engine into more of a charge mode.
Gotcha. And this, of course, is the front motor as well as the internal combustion engine on the four-wheel drive cars, the Le Mans hybrids. Presumably a similar system, even with the LMDH cars, the Porsches and the like, BMW.
Would you like some good news?
Have you got good news?
I've got two bits of good news.
From David Addison?
No,
it seems unlikely.
One from David.
Given his heritage.
Confirming that the Iron Lynx number 60 car is back in the race after that contretemps with the barrier. 51 minutes on pit lane. The other good news is the 81 car. We saw that in the garage from what we think was emergency service. That car is back out on track as well. Proton Competition 77 car, by the way, 3 hours and 27 minutes for that fix.
I even have that written down on a piece of paper here because I made a note of that because I knew at some stage we would want to know. 3.5 hours to change the steering rack. It's clearly not a service item.
No.
And that was the car we saw way back when the front left was kind of like wobbling around. It wasn't the wheel, it was the suspension. Obviously caused a lot more damage internally.
We saw
as
the
well.
number one mechanic making that's a rather large problem. International sign language.
International sign for the job's not a good one.
This is the signal that pass round has been completed.
Hurrah! Fireworks to celebrate. Don't expect this every time pass round is completed, by the way. This is...
Get expensive, couldn't it?
Very slightly. Also, everybody will be mutton at the end of it. AF Corsa leads from the number 5, Porsche from Penske. Toyota in third, AF Corsa's Ferrari in fourth, Porsche fifth, Cadillac in sixth. So what you got is Ferrari, Porsche, Toyota, Ferrari, Porsche, American car, Ferrari, Porsche, Toyota, American car, Porsche. Just outside the top 12 is the remaining healthy Lamborghini, although both are still going, 63 and 19. Neither, unfortunately, of our Alpine hypercars is still in the running. The Peugeots are both still running, but at the tail end of the top 20 and some way away from points at the moment.
Message from friend of the show and last year interviewee on the show for the centenary edition, Martin Short, who is listening in, watching in at home. Says he's enjoying the coverage. What a race. Not there. 20th anniversary of Roll Centre Racing here for the first time. I didn't think he was that old.
Friend of the show? Oof, that's stretching it. 20 years since Roll Centre came for the first time. Of course, they finished second overall.
They finished fourth overall.
Fourth overall, yes, that's right. With their Pescarolo.
So,
25th anniversary, by the way, of BMW winning it with with our safety car, with our driver advisor, Yannick Dalmas.
50th anniversary of the last Matra win.
And the 100th anniversary of Bentley's first win.
Absolutely. You're skating over the question about how old Martin Short must be by now.
Skating right over that. That's thinner ice than I care to venture onto. Martin Short, newly found bobsled fanatic as well.
I've heard this.
Yes.
Yes. Dear me, it's a new level of insanity there for the ex-Roll Centre Racing boss.
Well, the next stage is we get him in one, and then all bets are off.
I believe there is something a watch party, Shea Shorts, with much of the crew of the original Roll Centre Racing. So, boys and girls, and it was very much a boys and girls operation. Hope you enjoyed this. Enjoy the rest of the race. There's a lot more to come.
Absolutely.
Hopefully, fewer fireworks.
Right, pass around should have almost been completed. Beg pardon, pass around has been completed, but as the safety car comes into the forward chicane, the cars that passed around have not yet got to Mulsanne corner. It is taking a long time to get them there, and that's because it is so cold and so wet. Again, this is not the procedure, this is the weather. Were it dry, even in the dark, they'd be joined up by now. It ain't dry. It's not quiet either. You see what I mean about trying to sleep through this nonsense?
This is the family pack from WH Smith. It's quite good, isn't it?
That's the full 50 quid's worth from Fireworks Are Us.
And the award at the moment for the driver that's gone the furthest, by the way, for those of you who are interested, Antonio Giovinazzi, 19 laps.
19 laps for Antonio Giovinazzi.
Wow,
Featherfoot Giovinazzi.
Yes, he is. 81 had to go into the garage to replace the nose because of a light panel. So the mandatory luminescent panels, which carry the number, not the position indicators, but the light panels. Some of them are in the door of the car, some of them are in the nose. The door of the Corvette is far too cut away. Now that, ladies and gentlemen in Belgium, that is a croque monsieur, not your toasted sandwich.
I think that is famed Jota caterer Matt Sankey's work.
That indeed is a croque. David Addison has a private message for me, and it is, and that was the first out of Martin dealing with my barrier damage. David is off to bed, everybody.
You do me. Now the fireworks are finished.
Yeah, now the fireworks are finished, the stage can really kick into life. So still wet out on track. Not an awful lot of spray in the air, but I'm sure once they are released to go green, there will be. See quite a lot of rain still drifting across. It is quite breezy. It is cold. If the temperature's still 14 on track, I would be very surprised. I would think we are in danger of dropping into single digits of track temperature.
Yeah, there are moments in my retirement when I really miss being out there.
This not one?
This ain't one of them.
Car 5 is P2, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars behind. Yeah, car 5 and 8.
It will be disaster. Because here it rains, but the tires are so cold, and on the straight line it's, I think, damp.
And this is what everybody is facing. He at least has very little moving metal in front of him. You can see he's pulling out in the safety car queue to try and estimate what there is and how he's going to deal with them, because of course we will go green at the line. Nobody can pass anybody, no matter how slowly they're going in front of them, until they have passed the start-finish line. And still, the LMP2 cars and the hypercars that had a wave around are coming out of the forward chicane. The safety car is at the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. This is now the third lap of wave round, and they have not caught the safety car.
It's streaming wet. The tyres are stone cold.
They basically can barely go faster than the safety car at this
And
speed.
again, best laid plans of mice and men. To reiterate what Anthony said a few minutes ago, this long safety car is not because of the safety car procedure, it's because of barrier repairs. This 3-lap long wave around is not because of the procedure, it's because of the weather.
Told you it's Candy Crush.
Whoa.
They weren't all looking at the radar after all.
Boom. See, that's a software engineer if ever I saw one.
Strategist, I think.
Winner, winner, Candy Crush chicken dinner. Ah, interesting. Up at the top there, you can see the cool seat inserts for the Ferraris. Now, all 3 Ferraris are using them. Instead of just a foam seat with a bit of tank tape on, they've got hollow channels inside, mesh on the driver against the driver's back that allows air to blow through. When you're on board with the Ferrari, you'll see a hose coming from the top. You can't see it in this car, but you can in 50 and 51. Hose coming from the top of the windscreen that ducts the air through into the seat back, which is then circulated behind the driver. The end result of which is, in a hot race like Qatar, if you're using that cool suit, you get out and your back is still dry. If you're not, and James Calado didn't, he lost 10 kilos.
Wow. You were saying about the...
How much is dried up? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
they're saying about Giovinazzi and that 19-lap stint, 20% of his virtual energy tank left, as against 50 plus for more or less everybody else, with a couple of exceptions to the 40s.
They are very, very out of sync, aren't they? But he's doing he's doing a great job in please go green. I mean, he must be busting for a wee as well, never mind anything else. 15 BMW, a very sad sight. They're not going to get the opportunity to celebrate victory here at Le Mans after on the 21st anniversary of their win with the BMW LM V12. Did I say 21st? 25th. Yeah, of their win with the BMW V12 LM. It is still such a beautiful car. It was coming past in the paddock as I was coming to the booth before the race. Whap, whap on the V12. Oh, what a gorgeous thing.
Some track updates, please, for Will.
It's fully wet everywhere, so yeah, wet condition. There is not one single corner where it's dry, so he can use, as I say, full wet line, especially in the Porsche, to avoid like the inside line to cross back in exit.
Copy that. Copy.
All right. Why does Will need to know? Because after this lap, we go green, and after that lap, Will's getting in the car because they're going to put on wets. It is wetter than it was. We're not Otter's Pocket territory yet, but it is definitely not slick weather, and not ice-cold slicks that have lost any semblance of temperature. I would love to see a tyre temperature monitor on 2 or 3 of the hypercars to see what little temperature they've got in these tyres. Anthony, normal operating temperature would be sort of 90 plus degrees, getting close to 100.
Exactly.
Again, if they're in double digits, if they're any warmer than the track temperature, then the driver's done a great job.
Problem is, you know, they can do all they can at this stage on the brakes, trying to overslip the tyre and wheel spin the tyres in the straight line. Is usually in dry conditions, when the track's very grippy, it's hard enough. You do all you can in the car to build the temperature. You see it on your dashboard. This is what Norman Nato was referring to earlier on. He's saying, I can see my tyre temperature. They're really low. What can I do? And at that time, his engineer said, no, don't worry, we'll build them up later. But I mean, that's in optimal conditions. It's hardly possible to build them up where you'd like. You see the temperatures creeping up single digit by single digit after half a lap. Now, I can't imagine you'll see any increase in temperature.
The safety car train is now at 1. So now the option is, with pass around concluded and the field is merged, for race control to determine when we go back to green flag racing.
So if I'm in the car right now and I'm thinking, it was okay for slicks earlier on, it's definitely not now, can I pit?
No.
No.
pit lane is closed until after the first full green flag lap.
It said under emergency conditions. Is that an emergency condition?
No, emergency is if you have damage or are on bingo fuel.
And I think that's completely correct.
Yeah.
What's the penalty if you did pit?
Drive-through. You have to pit again immediately. If you short fuel, you have to come in immediately and do a full fuel stop.
This is
immediately.
This is going to be treacherous.
Yep.
And we're going to see, all jokes aside, Martin, to steal your line, it won't be long before there's either a full course yellow or another safety car. Cars will be spinning around, I'm convinced by it. There's such difficult conditions. You're supposed to be hearing from Sebastian.
Go back green now, they're gonna get another yellow right away.
Yep, copy that. That's what I thought.
If they go green now, they're going to get another yellow right away. Exactly what you just said. So at this point, you're the strategist, Anthony Davidson. If you've got two cars in the fight, do you risk bringing one of them down for emergency service?
Well, that's why I asked. You slap a set of wets on, you swallow that drive-through,
well,
but at least you survive.
The 51 Ferrari, you surely would at this point.
Or if you're Peugeot, do it. You're not going to win the race in the dry. They've shown they haven't got the speed.
Safety car is coming in this lap. Yep. We're about to see whether or not anybody decides to throw that dice.
Lights off on the safety car. Safety car boards remain illuminated all the way around the circuit. They will see green at the line.
It is the 92 car, the LMGT3 leader, the first car behind, or was behind, the safety car. We're about to go back to green flag running.
I thought that was Manthey EMA there. Maybe not. However, number 5 is well up in the queue. Fred Makoviecki, second in hypercar. The race leader is the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari, and as
we have got people coming in.
Yeah.
And already a car spun on pit lane entry. That's how what it is.
It's a Porsche.
Is that a Porsche?
Good luck, everybody.
I think that may be the race leader in LMGT3 has gone around.
Leaders go green, or the leaders behind the safety car go green. With Fred Makoviecki, they are obeying the rules.
Leader overall in the pits.
Well, we were told clearly that you could not come in off the back of the safety car queue unless it was an emergency.
I mean, I'm wincing. You don't know what this feels like. This is... I mean, absolutely, it's like walking on ice. It really is. The skill needed.
I drive on ice all winter on unsuitable cars with summer tyres on from a rental desk. So I've got a slight idea, but yeah.
Porsche lead Le Mans, meanwhile, by the way. The number 5 car has gone through to lead with the 83, the 8 Toyota, 50 Ferrari, the 6, the 2, the 51, the 12, whatever else is happening, they're coming in.
Right, in which case, have we actually not understood the rules? We did ask, and we were told it has to be after the lap that the safety car's released.
Well, it went green and they're allowed to pit.
But they haven't gone green. They've pitted where the track is yellow.
This is disaster for the 8 car because he's finished his pit stop, but he can't be released because so many cars are coming down pit lane. He's lost about 15 seconds.
But he's gained because he's on wets on the leaders.
Yeah.
The problem is, if you come in from behind the safety car, you are pitting when the pit lane is closed because the track only goes green at the line.
You have to do it. You have to come in and put the wets on. I mean, the leading cars are only just coming to the first chicane on the Mulsanne. That's how slowly they're going.
Safety car procedures under review. I am assuming that, and again, unless I misunderstood, and we did ask a number of times, that everybody who's now stopped will get a penalty, which is essentially almost the entire field.
So it looks at the moment, 5 of the 311 are the 2 cars in the hypercar field that opted not to stop. We'll see how this one actually emerges. Meantime, I was correct, by the way. The 92 Porsche was the one in the gravel that pit in. That's dropped from the lead of the race to 12th. So the Akkodis ASP Lexus leads Le Mans.
So here come the wet runners. catching the cars on slicks. This is how it happened coming into the pit lane.
Yeah.
For that Porsche 92. To the left, to the right, over the curb, and that was just
over
enough.
The curb.
It's all it takes to unsettle the car in those kind of conditions. It's the right line in the dry, and you use that curb in the dry.
So,
yeah.
Klaus Bachler brings the car out. The car didn't make it to its pit stall, but into the gravel trap. And took a while to come out of that. Lost 11 places with that fumble. Jack Hawksworth leads the class from Michel Gatting in the Iron Dames Lamborghini.
Riding on board with Fred Makowiecki, number 5 Porsche, still on that soft set of tyres. They've done 15 laps. Listen to this.
Stop. Please confirm.
If it stops to rain, we can stay like that.
Well, the other point to make here is he still hasn't passed all the traffic from a safety car queue.
So he's saying if it stops raining, I'm happy to stay out here, but...
So coming up to the Porsche curves, this is usually where you're in 5th gear on entry. At around in the dry, you'll probably be doing about 120, 130 miles an hour. That's not anywhere near 100 miles an hour.
It's not even 130 kilometers an hour. So, and of course, at these speeds, no aerodynamic grip whatsoever, which means that it's putting even less pressure on the tyre.
Oh, that was close. And it's those kind of corners where you can have that kind of moment, and this is some skillful driving from all of them.
And he's not getting close, as Graham points out. He's actually being dropped by the GT cars, which have got ABS and traction control.
And you know, you were stressing about the Toyotas, car number 8, I think it was. They're now at Mulsanne Corner. It wasn't long. Sorry, Arnage. It wasn't. It was at Arnage. Now, car 8, Ryo Hirakawa, is massively catching, and Fred Makowiecki continues.
They're committed now. They've got to stick with it.
Sector 2 with wet tires is 19 seconds quicker than Porsche 5, so wet is the right tire at the moment. 2 seconds quicker than the 83, 2 seconds quicker than the 83 in Sector 2, good job.
19 seconds quicker in Sector 2 between, this I think is the LMGT3 leader ahead of him here.
Yeah, that's the Kodis ASP Lexus of Jack Hawksworth, and the race leader cannot get by him. He can't go as quick as the GT3 car in these streaming wet conditions. He might get by on the Mulsanne, but he's got to come out of Tertre Rouge quickly enough, and that's not guaranteed either.
The cars that actually opted to stay out are at the end of the Porsche curves or further on. The cars that stop for wets are coming into the Porsche curves. They're closing very rapidly indeed.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, let's see. I haven't seen any images if the rain is still coming down or not. It doesn't look that wet here on that part of the track. On the
lot of spray.
Yeah.
Lot of spray.
It's hard to tell, isn't it, in the dark? That's the problem, and it's the same for the drivers. Fred Makowiecki, on to his engineer, saying, yeah, if it stays like this, I'll be able to survive. Yeah, but we saw this in Imola, didn't we? You can survive out there. We saw both Ferraris, but the Toyotas were taking 20, 30 seconds out of them pretty much every other lap.
Absolutely.
The same thing's going to happen here.
Well, he has still not got past Jack Hawksworth. They've both passed the number 60 Iron Lynx Lamborghini.
Pipo Derani, who stayed out, has been caught by Laurens Vanthoor, who came through the pits and took wet weather tyres. This is Robert Kubica.
On the wets. Look at the difference.
On the dries.
Robert Kubica is on the wets.
Yeah, he didn't pit. While we're watching this, let's get down to the pits with Bruce Giuani. He's at Norman Nato at the Jota team. All right, we don't have Bruce and Norman. I think we need to find out as much as we can from the teams, because the Jota cars did pit.
Yeah, so cars, I don't know, we're still waiting to hear from Bruce. So cars on the wet tyres, and then car number 50, car number 8, car number 6, 51, 7, 38, 83, the car we're riding on board with now, number 3, number 2, 12, 63, and 19, 93s at both Peugeots, 93 and 94.
So the only 2 cars in the lead group that aren't are the number 5 and the 311.
Okay, so number 5 is ahead of us as we ride with Robert Kubica, and he is closing fast on the lead Porsche of Fred Mako.
He's taken 10 seconds out in this first sector. He's taken 12 seconds out in the second sector. He's now 10 seconds behind him on the road.
And look at the difference of speed there into Indianapolis. That's really impressive, but we're hearing that rain is already stopping. And they're only a lap in, or 2 laps in now, to their wet tyre stint.
But I think the difference from earlier on, now it's dark and the rain really settled on the track under that safety car period. I believe, and from my experience as well, it would take much longer to dry now than it did previously in the race.
What I am impressed about so far, though, is that having rolled the dice, Mako and the number 5 team are sticking with it. Let's not commit and then go for wets, because that's double loss.
So we've seen in the pits, you know, it's going to take them, it will take you a minute and a half to come in, change the tyres and get going again. As long as you don't now lose a minute and a half before the track dries, you're still quids in.
Listen to how much quicker he's going already on this little section here. Now, it will still be wetter in other places, but they've still got potentially maybe another 7 or 8 laps in this stint, and that might be just enough for him to come back.
My gut feeling is car number 5, they've got it wrong at this stage.
So Fred, 83 on wets behind you for position.
You repeat?
83 behind you for position. 83 Ferrari on wets.
Yeah, by the time he completed the message for the second or third time, he was probably all over him, never mind behind him. So the 83 went by. So Porsche Penske Motorsport, Fred Makovic, probably a third of the track now is manageable, if not quick. But Kubica, yeah, he's going to pull away here fast.
He was 36 seconds quicker on that last lap.
Yeah.
And the car behind, Hirakawa, was 39 seconds quicker on the last lap than Fred Makovic.
And so, importantly, is Lawrence Vanthoor in the 4th base Porsche. So he too is nearly 40 seconds quicker on the correct tyre than the number 5 car of Fred Mako. Mako must keep it on the island. He must not drop it. Even if cars are going by him now, as the track starts to dry, how much longer in the stint? Still a lot of laps potentially in this stint. This could come back to him.
It could. He's now down to 3rd place. Ryo Hirakawa has powered by. He's 10 seconds behind Robert Kubica and was 3 seconds quicker last time around.
And of course, in these kind of conditions, going slower, you'll be doing more than 12 laps.
Yeah. Ye Yifei, you just saw watching there with Robert Schwartzman, their teammate. Robert Kubica was the race leader, has now dropped down to 3rd place, although not on timing and scoring somehow. Car 83, 30 second stop and go, and that is for that contact with the Iron Dames.
So it's going to hand the lead of the race again to Toyota. With that penalty, I think we have to agree that's correct.
So here is Ryo Hirakawa. Pushed so hard in last year's race, didn't he? Trying to catch the Ferrari, made a mistake in the dry conditions in desperation to try and close that gap with car 51, and now he's up there once again on the right tyre this time.
That's going to give him the maturity to deal with this year's race so much better, isn't it? You know, the fact he's been able to process it and put it behind him and continue to improve his pace in the car and his composure in the car over the remainder of the season last year and this, yeah, he's not going to make those mistakes again in a hurry.
You'd like to think not, and well, he's given, well, Toyota given him the best possible chance right now by sticking him on the right tyre. Yes, they had their problems in the pits, but it was worth taking that risk, worth swallowing that pill, because look at the advantage at the moment the wet tyres have got.
Let's have a listen in to Ryo Hirakawa's number 8 Toyota.
Car 83 ahead has a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. Once it serves it, you will be in P1. You're position 1 now.
The other quick thing to add here is look at the terminal speeds through the speed traps. 315 kilometers an hour last time around from Ryo Hirakawa. Fred Makovic, 254.
That's because he's having to lift off and brake so much earlier. It's not about top speed, it's about where the beacon, where the transponder is. What's the word I'm trying to use?
You do well.
The timing line. There we go. Yay, the timing line. So there's a sensor on the track, the timing line, and basically he's lifting off and braking way before that timing line, whereas the guys on wets, they were able to keep powering on, obviously, up until that point a bit later and achieving VMAX of the car.
Yeah, Makovic is doing 254. The other two cars on wets, 38 Phil Hansen, 311 Pipo Derani, the Porsche and the Cadillac, both 257.6, exactly the same terminal velocity there. Well, not terminal velocity, but exactly the same velocity through the timing loop.
Well, you did deserve 30 seconds.
Yeah,
shake head all you like.
Yeah, it is cause of the collision. That's the only thing the stewards will look at. Cause of the collision was car 83.
6 goes by the 5 as they cross the line to start lap 120.
So it's a change for effectively second, although it is currently third. We're already removing 83 from the equation because that 30-second stationary plus the trip through the pit lane, which will be about another 34 seconds, will leave them a long way back.
But you know what?
That looked like a handful.
30 seconds, as we've seen, can be won or lost in a full course yellow. Where it happens to you on track, it can be definitely won or lost in a slow zone, whether you're in it or not. If you have a pit stop when there is a slow zone, like car 83 benefited from, don't forget, earlier on. So it kind of levels out in many ways, this race, in the end. You can see the speed difference here. Between the Toyota and I think that was the Lamborghini, wasn't it? Is that the Porsche?
I think what we can be sure of is that topsy-turvy drama is never going to be too far away in this race.
Nick de Vries, by the way, is piling on the pressure as well. He's going to be the next car to pass, and by now will be past Fred Makovic, and will be up into 4th position in the second Toyota. So both Toyotas now in the top 4.
And Ryo Hirakawa, who was given the message when he was 9 seconds behind, don't worry, you're leading this race anyway because of the penalty coming 83's way. It's now 6.3 seconds.
Yeah.
You can see Fred Makovic there struggling to stay ahead of the 50 Ferrari and the number 2 Cadillac.
Lamborghini and a Ferrari together on track on different laps by the look of things. Also, by the way, while we're watching this ball of spray, Milton Jakobsen leading LMP2 for Cool Racing in the 37 car from Fabio Scherer, one of last year's race winners for Inter Europol in the Nielsen Racing 24 car at the moment, 2nd place and right with the young Dane. Closing in on both of them, by the way, and charging in these conditions. Ben Barnicoat in the AF Corse of 183.
And that 183 leads the Pro-Am LMP2 class as well. Fred Mako now down to 7th, was the leader at the restart.
Yeah,
still on slick tyres, everybody around him on wets.
Yeah, now 50 seconds behind the leader.
Keep the faith, boys and girls, keep the faith.
This could go any which way, couldn't it? And it's still tippy-toe stuff, and an incident is just a minor mistake away here for any of these cars.
And as he came out the corner, he was being shown the blue flag. A Peugeot is going by him, and that will be 94 Nico Müller. Now that is not for position, nor is that's the 99 car, and that is way back.
Yeah, lost all that time with door problems again.
Look at the speed difference around Indianapolis, and still the track, as we suspected, just it's taken an age to dry up. And that last lap, he was 32 seconds slower than both Robert Kubica and Ryo Hirakawa at the front.
Start to be on dry line.
Copy, Fred, copy.
3 cars with drive-through penalties for safety car procedures. 23 United Autosports car, that's the Ben Keating, Ben Hanley, Philip Albuquerque car. 65.
That's Palace Racing. That's the LMP2 car that led the race earlier on, down in 11th now. And 78, which is the Konis ASP Lexus, just taken over, by the way, by Kelvin van der Linde, who's on his way out of pit lane.
That's
now.
the one that has had 0 luck so far this race weekend, but a 5-second margin between Robert Kubica in the 83 Ferrari and the hard-charging Ryo Hirakawa. Toyota will go 1-3 when the penalty is served by Robert Kubica, and don't forget he has 3 laps in which to serve that drive-through penalty, or stop and go.
Lap times are coming down, and coming down fairly considerably from around the 4 minutes to 4 minutes 2, 3, 4 to 3:55s now.
And Fred Makovic, 4 minutes 30 compared to 3:58 of the race leader, 3:55 of the Toyotas. So 3:55, 35. 35 seconds slower. Yeah, that's the Duqueine Engineering car. And that does not look like there's been any damage, but is that going to be a full course yellow? Is that going to be a local yellow? Or is that potentially going to be a safety car?
Don't often see that from an LMP2 car at all.
I was going to say, that's a really rare sight.
Incredibly rare sight.
I don't think I've ever seen a P2 car do that.
No, and that is at the
fire.
entrance to the first chicane. Yeah, fire in the airbox.
In the airbox there. Is that... It looks like an engine failure, but is the debris in the airbox?
Has it just overheated after an hour behind the safety car and finally gone, nah, okay, I can't do this?
Was he still on slick tyres and going really slowly as well on top of that safety car period? So basically the car's not getting fed enough cooler air going through it.
No, I think he had made a stop. He has made 14 stops. Some of the LMP2 cars have only made 12. So Jean-Baptiste Simonard, JB Simonard, rallycrosser and Porsche racer. Unfortunately, that is the end of the road for Duqueine. The fire in the airbox is flames coming up through the induction system, so it was backfiring. It may just be an electronic glitch that is firing off fuel in the induction system.
Yeah, it's a slow zone they've created there with that board.
2017 was the first year we saw the Gibson-powered LMP2 Formula. I think in that time, Anthony, in racing, if I've seen 2 or 3 major engine failures to that engine, that's as many as I've seen.
That is definitely the end of the road for Duqueine, and hopefully the onboard fire extinguisher will save the car. Not sure there's any saving that power unit. Wisely stepping away.
.7 seconds now the lead gap, with Ryo Hirakawa closing in on Robert Kubica, who is doomed to lose that lead with a penalty he must take very shortly.
Yeah, so they're 32 seconds, or Robert Kubica is 32 seconds ahead of Laurent Vanthoor.
Well, that's going to go as well, isn't it? It's going to be behind Nick de Vries, because you're going to come in and get out. So he's going to drop at least to, what is that, 4th position?
Yeah, pit lane loss alone just on a drive-through is going to be at least 20 to 25 seconds.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to drop down to probably 7th place when he arrives after this. The slow zone isn't going to help him any. Here he comes now to take the penalty.
Will lose the better part of a minute, and a minute behind him would be 7th place 51 Ferrari, James Calado.
Ryo Hirakawa and Toyota.
And not a bad time to do it as well with the slow zone out there.
Yeah, could be worse. I mean, they may have caught a break there. And,
they've mitigated the problem basically by stopping now under the slow zone.
And it's those little twists of fate that can make the difference. And something tiny is going to make the difference in this race. Nobody's going to win this by several laps.
See, so Ryo Hirakawa just coming into Tetra Rouge now, so he's coming into the slow zone.
Yeah.
So your competition are slowing down while you're stationary.
So the 30 seconds is probably actually not going to exist at all. It's just the 23 or 24 to drive through the pit lane.
At a guess, I'd say maybe 10, 15 seconds instead of 30, thanks to that slow zone.
Yeah. Of course, he will hit it unless it is removed before he gets there. But you're right, it does negate some of the effect of being stationary.
The 6th place he's emerged in. Because, of course, they've gone by, but now won't pull away as far as they would have done.
Indeed.
That's the
Exactly.
isn't it?
Yeah, the competitor. Oh, who was that going through?
Looked like a Lamborghini.
Yep. That's the Lambo. So 19 and 63, both still circulating for Lamborghini.
So you'll see as they come out of this section here, they're going to slow down before Tetra Rouge. You can see the lights in the distance, and there's your slow zone.
And also we will see white flags being displayed because one of the Manitou snatch vehicles is now on track to lift the Duqueine car out of the way and remove it to a place of safety.
That, by the way, will become our 6th confirmed retirement. There were, by the way, 3 more penalties issued.
Still smoking away, look.
It is, that's...
So yeah, that's down into the first chicane, hence the slow zone coming out of Tetra Rouge all the way down that Mulsanne straight before you get to that first chicane, and with heavy machinery out on the track, it's always going to be safety first.
Not the easiest place to recover this car from. So that Manitou is going to have to, I think, go into the first chicane where the next gap in the barrier is, Anthony. Not going to be able to lift it over the barrier from there.
And possibly even cross the track to the other side. Yeah. I can't remember where the point. I think it's on the other side of the track once you're at this point.
I thought there was one extreme right.
Oh yeah, there's the orange barrier just on the right-hand side. So, oh, and one to the left. So they've got choices.
There you go.
Either way, it's not going to make it back into the race. So you're released here with Alex Lynn. We're on board with him now on the wets. Just 5 laps. You can see on the graphics below, and released out of that slow zone.
Should say, by the way, both of the Ganassi run Cadillacs, the ones that run under the Cadillac Racing brand, in the top 10 at this stage. They're in a pretty strong first half, at least, of the 2024 24 Hours of Le Mans. Peter de Brec rejoins us into the wee small hours. Peter, any takes on what you've been seeing from what you got from afar?
Well, yeah, it's been fireworks up front, hasn't it? Especially with Kubica Ferrari, that touch. I think, yeah, to be fair, it had to be more than a 10-second stop and go. It was. He didn't mean to hit him, but he certainly moved his car in his direction into the car 15. So, yeah, with the Cadillac, I think you're right. They're just slowly getting on with it, making progress, and we saw the same last year, if you remember. They were sort of thereabouts, and then gradually just crept up and finished 3rd place overall. So I certainly wouldn't count them out.
I think it's a matter of, well, we did see them pushing on in the first part of this race. Since then, they've been sort of holding pattern, Anthony, the caddies. The 311 has been bouncing up and down like an excited toddler for most of this race, down as far as 15th, 16th, 17th, and up into the top 4 or 5, even 2nd, albeit slightly false reading when it carried on through on the wet tyres.
Well, they were nearly on pole position in hyperpole in the dry. They were right up there at the sharp end in the dry at the start of the race. It was only because of the topsy-turvy conditions that separated the field and took them away from that leading pack. But thanks to that last safety car, they've all been pushed together again, and they seem to be, yeah, the pace seems okay. It's not quite as good as the Toyota, maybe a second or so away in these conditions, but I do believe in the dry they've got the pace to mix it with at the sharp end.
They seem to have the pace to have a battle with one. They don't seem to have the pace to close a larger gap.
True.
What we've got are 12 cars still on the lead lap. All 3 Cadillacs are part of that dozen.
That's the important thing, isn't it? With the safety car rules as they are, and we've just witnessed that firsthand, it's more important than ever to stay on the lead lap, because it means you will get bunched up behind that safety car A again if it comes out. But you're only going to see safety cars if you've got barrier repairs happening. So you can even have a car on fire, like we've just seen, and they're still not going to put a safety car for that.
It's going to be a slow zone. So Ria Hirakawa leads for Toyota in the number 8 Tony Guzzi Racing.
And the big thing they have to watch out for here, and there's 3 of us. We've got we've got David on the right-hand side. He can be involved as well. He's not on air at the moment, but we'll get him working for us to make sure we see who is still in the slow zone when it gets lifted or who has just passed it, because that's going to determine who wins and loses big time. I mean, you're talking tens of seconds worth possibly between car 83 and Rio Hirakawa car 7, maybe Laurent Vantore or Nick de Vries in the other Toyota, sorry, Nick de Vries in car 7. One of them, there'll be a winner or loser here.
Yeah. Let's have a listen to what's going on aboard the number 2 Cadillac of Alex Lynn. They take away the...
Still slows on 3, still slows on 3. Be clean with the racing line, be clean with the racing line. Peugeot behind is complaining.
Also, maybe Peugeot complaining that there's a bit of weaving going on. I have seen that, not from the Cadillac yet, but I have seen that earlier on in the race. I think it was one of the McLaren in LMGT3. Earlier on, they were weaving around to try and break the slipstream. You've got to be careful, because the driver behind can complain, and if you're spotted doing that, you might get the black and white flag and maybe a bigger penalty if it's too extreme.
As we can see, Duquesne, the 30 car, the car with the fire just on the entry to the first chicane on the Mulsanne underway, and will not be too much longer before it's in a place of safety. So a quick run through as we're in this slow zone with the other classes. Cool Racing still lead, by the way, in LMP2. Milton Jakobsen from Fabio Scherer in the Nielsen Racing car, and Ben Barnicoat now up to 3rd, with Dewey Delatraz also closing on that group. Those top 3, by the way, separated by under 6 seconds. Monti Pure Racing are back to the lead after being as low as 12th, having spun into the gravel as they came in to put the wets on the car. Proton Competitions number 88 Mustang is 2nd for the Monti EMA car, the 2nd Porsche, so it's Porsche 1-3 of Ricard Lietzi, and James in the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin 4th. Spin of race, the 155 Jordan Taylor in his first starts in a Ferrari. He's next up ahead of Ahmed Al-Hati for Team WRT in the 46 BMW, and the 87 Akonis ASP Lexus. Aboard Alex Lynn's number 2 Cadillac.
Vision not that great, is it? Look at his windscreen. He's struggling a bit with his vision there.
Yeah, it's just that combination of the grime from the wet conditions combined with the oil still floating around. We know that car 50, who he's behind, of course, actually needed oil earlier on. So I still think they're spewing oil with car 50.
How are the conditions? Is that still greasy? So far the wets are still looking faster.
Yeah, I think 2 to 3 laps.
Yeah, copy that. And with the slow zone, the one on slicks are losing temperature, so it's helping us also.
Yeah, so number 5, the sister car of that one, 1-3, with Fred McAweeke still persevering on those slick tyres.
You've got to say they've dropped the ball, surely. Yeah. That's
he's now gone beyond the point. If the wet runners wanted to come in and put slicks on, he still won't beat them.
That side.
It's gone over, what, 1 minute 50 seconds now.
Well, to give you an idea here, Lance Vantore, we just heard, 5:07 last time around. Fred McAweeke, 5:28. So dropping another 20 seconds on that lap. Slow zone procedure, by the way, will end in 15 seconds. So this is the point to take a look. And at the moment, the vast majority of the field in hypercar are nowhere near that slow zone.
Oh, that's going to be okay. So that's fair enough. Then none of them will get hit by the slow zone this lap around, as car 8 just comes through the Dunlop chicane now. leader of the race is gone now. Yeah, slow zone's lifted. So yeah, so as it stands, that car 83, it was a full 30 seconds that they lost in that stop and go. They didn't win by it being a slow zone, because they all kind of went into it together and exited it together at the same time.
There's one car that did make up some time there, and it's this 311, the 12th place car, in and out for what looks to me to be probably a fuel-only stop, but that arrived at the slow zone just as they lifted it and is still on the lead lap. Might well have saved it.
The impressive thing here, Hirakawa over Laurent Vanthoor in the number 6 Penske Porsche. It's an 18.3 second lead, and both cars pitted on the same lap.
Oh, trouble. It's the 46 car. It's Amador Harty. This is the car he shares with Valentino Rossi in the gravel. And this car was in a very good place. It was, I think, up in 4th, 5th place in GT3, but it's off the road. Marnie driver, what happens here?
It's properly beached, isn't it?
It's going to need assistance to get out.
You've got to think the tyre's just behind him, the banner's off it, so he's maybe touched the wall as well.
Lost it under the bridge.
I wondered if he got tapped, but he didn't. He just lost it, didn't he, as he rejoined and turned left.
I lost it. I lost the car.
There is damage. It's not huge damage, but there is damage to the front of that car.
Yeah, I think that would just be a front end change, won't it? Hopefully, I mean, he's stuck in the gravel. That's the most disappointing thing. If it wasn't the gravel there, it would have just been a front end change. He could have carried on going, but it's turned into a really costly mistake. But I don't think the geometry will be damaged from that on the front left. Hopefully not.
And we're going to be into another slow zone now for this. Does that affect the lead group? Again, it does not. They cleared it before that came through. So number 5 car, Fred Makowiecki, finally has to give best to the conditions.
The thing is, he's likely to go back out in slicks again. You know, he's lost all that time, but they're going to just leave those same tyres on, aren't they? And fuel him and go.
Yeah, it's the fuel that he needed because he had done 22 laps on that set of soft slick tyres.
Precisely right, Peter Dumbrek. Away he goes on the same sets of slick tyres. No respite whatsoever then for Fred Makowiecki. He will stay on the lead lap though, and we'll go straight into a slow zone.
That's properly taken him out of this race, isn't it? That strategy call to stay on the slick tyres. Not this moment right here, but when they didn't come in and pit with all the other drivers and teams that decided to go onto the wets.
You're listening to what's going on with Amador Harty.
Okay, Ahmad, you are stuck in the gravel and you have water leak. You have water leak. So I think the radiator is damaged.
That's
terrible. Oh my God! No, not again! Come on, guys! No! Oh my God! Just slipped on me.
He knows.
Okay, Ahmad, you did the maximum. The conditions were very difficult. Okay, wait for the marshal.
We've all been there as drivers, haven't we, Peter? We know that feeling well.
Slick tyres on the car, very little grip. He'd just gone through the chicane. He knew, yeah, he's just trying to feed the power on, and the rears light up, and you know, in a second he's out.
And he knows it's a long way back with the water leak. I think that car may be done. Look to the faces of the WRT mechanics. It's been a long day for them so far. Will Stevens in car 12 under investigation for a slow zone procedure. That was that would have been the previous slow zone, wouldn't it? Down to the first chicane. 46 car in the air. How serious is the water leak? They'll be seeing that presumably on the telemetry.
Yeah, you're not going to get very far, are you? I guess if you've lost the majority of the water, as despite these cold conditions, the engine's going to overheat in no time at all.
Well, that's the risk. Does he continue to get back to the pits just in the hope that it doesn't overheat and risk the engine.
I suppose you could go some distance, stop, turn it off, wait a little bit, cool down a bit, restart it, carry on a little bit of a distance. You know, you've got to try to get the car back. It's Le Mans. It's what happens here.
It's that first car thing, isn't it? They always had some kind of quirk. I was talking to a driver that finished 4th at Le Mans about his first car, Tim Sugden. He had a BMW. He said he could only ever get 20 minutes at a time in, so he used to keep a stock of magazines on the front passenger seat because he knew he'd have to wait till the car cooled down.
What type of magazines? Oh, Autosport, you mean? Oh,
almost
okay,
certainly.
Yeah.
Or something better. There you go. It's 13 minutes to 1 o'clock. Happy birthday, by the way, to Ye Fei. By the way, he is now 24 years old. Toto Gazoo Racing still lead this race. And
so is that Alex Lynn going by the Ferrari there?
He did. Good spot, Peter.
Well done.
So hopefully the oil will be less of a problem for him now.
That has been race-long issue for we think for the number 50 car. We've seen that car refilled at least once with oil, and we've seen at least 2 cars behind it with, well, emulsification all over the windscreen.
Buemi or Lotterer? I'd go Buemi.
Well, Lotterer is going to have brand new tyres on the car,
True.
so once he gets them up to speed...
They've
no,
not changed.
I'd go-
They've not changed.
Oh, wow.
They didn't change tyres. They kept the same tyres on.
Let me just check where we are with tyres then.
And the
Yes.
Toyota has kept its lead.
Actually, because he was running the wet tyres before this, Vantour has just done one stint on that softer compound.
Okay, so Buemi still leads. He stayed in the car. He knows what to expect of the car and the track. Lotterer doesn't have to get the tyres up to temperature, but he has to just get a feel for the circuit.
Third place Toyota now on pit lane with Kamui Kobayashi. 2 seconds quicker on the pit road, though, from Toyota Gazoo Racing crew. That means the gap goes up from tenths to 3.5 seconds. Fuel going in for the second of the Toyotas. And it will be fuel only. Away they go. Further back. Next one up is Antonio Fuoco. He stays out. So his next target now will be the number 7 Toyota.
Right, so Fuoco up towards the line. 7 Toyota has just served its pit stop. Back on track, and Kobayashi stays behind the wheel. Is that Fuoco for position? It is, and he goes through on the inside. Does he not take third place away? 7 Toyota battles over the brow.
How much longer, though? We must be expecting the 50 car in very shortly, Peter. How many laps on this?
Yeah, like next lap, yeah.
Okay.
This lap.
So they're separated effectively by a pit stop.
Yeah, so it's a Pyrrhic victory, really, that third place, because he's going to come in at the end of the lap, is what we're suggesting. So 50 versus 7, but Fuoco, for my money, is an absolute star. There's never a boring lap when Fuoco's in the car.
No, there's not. You genuinely don't know what he's going to do. Is it going to be brilliant? Is it going to be rash?
It's largely brilliant.
It is largely, and by the way, increasingly it's largely brilliant. He was prone to make the odd mistake, as we saw last year at Spa on the cold tyres. Was it a mistake? Was it strategic? We can tell. There are those that say that mistake won Ferrari Le Mans last year in persuading the powers that be to reintroduce tyre warmers for this race last year.
Well, he was a star when he came into GT Ferraris, GT3 spec Ferraris, but in hypercar, with all the single-seater experience and the aero that he can use, it just works.
Yeah, we need to keep an eye on the energy at the end of the lap. We keep an eye on the energy at the end of the lap. Copy. Full push, but we keep an eye at the end of the lap.
So can they make another lap? I guess that one's all about. I mean, there is this theory, we hear it from Matt Davidson very regularly. I think you two gentlemen, for a variety of reasons, are good people to ask about this. We look at these hypercars, the way that these cars are set up and presented as being effectively just as much like big GT cars as they are as prototypes. Fair?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Yes. The look is far removed from a GT3 car.
But also running a hybrid system rather than the GT doesn't run a hybrid system.
But for how much longer?
Yep.
That was the pass. The Toyota fresh out of the pit lane. Fuoco through, but then over the curb.
Oh!
Gained a slight advantage, perhaps?
That, I think, is open to question. Could he have made the corner?
But he was distracted by the Toyota coming out of the pit lane, Your Honour. And he was caught out, and it was safer to go off the road than risk a collision, Your Honour. Let's just have an eavesdrop on the Ferrari conversation.
Okay, we box. You stay in the car. Fuel only.
Right, so you heard the plan. He'll come into the pits. They'll take on fuel. Keep him on that set of tyres, though, Peter.
Yes, of course, they've only done one run on these set of tyres. The last set was wet when the circuit was obviously a bit wet. So, yeah, it's unusual that in a normal situation you would change driver, change tyres. But in a situation where Andre Lotterer was concerned, he got into the car, that set of tyres had only done one stint, and therefore he did another stint. He's going to at least do 2 more on that set.
In he comes. Meanwhile, 2 more drive-through penalties being incurred. Both 2 LMP2 cars. First goes the 3rd place car from Vector Sport, Patrick Pili aboard the number 10. That's a drive-through penalty for a slow zone procedure infringement. Same for the car 65, and another one just given for an overtake on the slow zone for car 94. That is the better placed of the 2 Peugeots, the car running in 12th place. So drive-through penalties for cars 10, 65 and 94. And with that, I will hand over to Rob Bell, who's been just champing at the bit. He's got loads of things he wants to talk to you about overnight.
Can't wait to hear them.
I think they're going to be amazing. He is actually an amazing character. I've often said, never yet been denied, amongst the 2 most attractive Bell brothers.
Yep. Silence.
That was Graham Goodwin.
Tumbleweed.
Absolutely. Graham, thank you very much. We'll hear from you again later on in the morning. Go and get some sleep. Away goes, you need it by the sound of it, away goes Antonio Fuoco in number 50. So same tyres, full tank of fuel, and off he sets. Our lead battle after that last round of pit stops, the gap has widened while Lotterer tries to get the tyres up to temperature. So from a Nats Crotchet, it's up to 7.5 seconds now between the top 2. We need to keep an eye on Lotterer's pace, because got to say, Peter, really, that the stars in number 6 Porsche of the weekend thus far have been Vanthoor and Est. They've been quicker than Lotterer. Maybe not by much, but they've been a bit quicker.
Yeah, I think what you get with Andre Lotterer is a very safe pair of hands. I'm going to knock on wood when I say that, because the commentators curse, but he's won this race 3 times. He's the elder driver in the car now, I think 42 years old, so he might not have the out-and-out speed of the others, but he's safe with the car.
Sure. Away goes the Hertz Team Jota entry. Phil Hansen at the wheel of it, who, Rob Bell, is another very good sports car driver, Phil Hansen. Maybe he hasn't yet really had the recognition he deserves, but he's done a lot of miles and he's had a lot of good results.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of come through LMP3, LMP2, and looks like he's been given a chance, you know, and he's probably come through not the standard route that you would come through, but he seems to be making a name for himself and is, you know, well liked within the Jota team.
You're riding on board with Jack Aitken at the moment, who is still behind the wheel of 311. Every time I look, he seems to be in it. He's kind of welded himself in, but that car lost time in the last couple of hours. It's down in 14th place and it's fallen off the lead lap. Goes now through the first chicane. He's still chasing a Peugeot. This time it's Paul di Resta's car. He got past Mikkel Jensen on that last pit stop, but now he's going to set off in pursuit of another of the ex-Formula 1 drivers on the grid, Paul di Resta.
We saw a good fight earlier on with, I think it was Aitken at the wheel then of the 311, and we were kind of picking out that for whatever reason, they just don't seem to have the straight line speed of some of the other cars. And we know the Cadillacs are fast in a straight line. We've seen overtaking from, say, the number 2 car. I just don't think, maybe a different setup on the 311 with a wing. It's hard to know, but yeah, he's been behind this car for ages now and just unable to make a move.
And he's not on the lead lap, of course, so that's the other problem. The other caddies are, though, so I think they're still in the mix, and I don't know, I still think they're almost a dark horse for it. They're still in the mix, but just behind the more established hypercars from previous years. But yeah, all looking good. And
I think they're going to need a fair slice of luck in perhaps, you know, a couple of the cars ahead of them having issues to come up, but you know, pace-wise, the Toyota, the Ferraris, they seem to be the better ones. The Porsche number 6, it's up there, as you say. So looking at Andre Lotterer's last lap now, so he's 7/10 slower than Sebastian Buemi. So he's got himself up to speed.
Yeah, he has, yeah. And I think you're right, Peter, in what you say about the Cadillacs. On pure pace, no. But with a bit of bad luck and dramas for one or two others, and maybe there are some more penalties lurking in the system somewhere, could well be done. Look at the top speeds presented to you by Motul, the fastest out of hypercar is number 4 Porsche Felipe Nasr, and you can compare and contrast that with LMP2 and LMGT3, in which Porsche again tops the speed traps.
The other factor, of course, is you can guarantee there'll be more rain before the end of this race, which will mix things up. I just hope it's not as I'm walking back to my caravan.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's again not doing what the forecast said, which was meant to be just a wet race, and that last shower that we had gave drama, but we haven't heard anything about rain. Nobody's telling us that it's on its way, or, you know, nothing.
Yeah, and it's amazing. We're not nowhere near halfway through yet.
No.
You know, it's yeah, it's going to be. There's a lot of action to come. A lot of you know, tired drivers. Cars get a little bit worn through the race. You know, there's going to be unpredictability still lurking around the corner, I think.
And as we've seen from some of the cars, it takes a split second, a little bit sideways, and suddenly the car snaps and you're in the wall. It causes a safety car or big damage to a barrier that needs to be fixed, and, you know, so many things can happen.
So we've had 10 hours and 3 minutes of racing here at Le Mans. Race-leading car, Sebastian Buemi's number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing entry, 144 laps done, and he is 10 seconds clear of Andre Lotterer in the pole sitting. Number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport entry, with the second of the Toyotas, Kamui Kobayashi at the wheel of number 7 in 3rd place. Ferrari 4th, Antonio Fuoco, Cadillac 5th, Earl Bamber, and Ferrari 6th, the so-called privateer entry, Robert Schwarzman at the wheel of the car, that has led probably more laps than anything else in this race, after really good strategy calls by the AF Corsa team operating that car during the wetter parts of the race. 83 led at the end of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th hours of the race. Every time, of course, there's a round of pit stops, the order becomes somewhat jumbled, and at the moment we've got the leading 9 cars on the lead lap.
It's really cool, and GT just looking at the GT3 battle as well. At one point in the last stint, the battle for 4th was between 4 cars, all within 2 seconds of each other, the whole pack. And then there was that incident with the Saucy car, which it was quite a big hit, actually. I'm surprised there wasn't any damage. You know, he seemed to have to take to the curb, and then he did hit the Ferrari with, you know, reasonable ferocity. So we'll see how that pans out. But I think the GT3 battle seems to be that it's been split with sort of a safety pit stop strategy. So some are pitting halfway through the stint compared to the others. So it might well flip-flop during, you know, the McLarens have been at the front, then it seems to be the Manthey car with the Lexus as well. So we'll see how that pans out towards the end of the race.
We will indeed. Gregoire Cersei has just made another pit stop, so they might have checked for damage in that, but the McLaren is back on track. You're riding with Klaus Bachler, who is currently 3rd in class, and Kelvin van der Linde, who started from the pit lane, is just up the road in that Lexus for 2nd, so there's a battle developing here.
Yeah, and I don't think we've heard the last of this Gregoire Cersei incident, because
you're right.
I'm sure they're looking at that, and I would expect some kind of penalty. At the end of the day, Jordan Taylor was minding his own business, and the mistake was from Cersei, so you would expect some kind of drive-through of some description.
Be handy to see an on-board, because the view that we've got is kind of at the end of the incident, if that makes sense. We didn't actually see the reason that was caused.
So that was for position, wasn't it? That was Klaus Bachler going by Kelvin van der Linde, but he's missed the corner, so I think he might be losing that again.
This is for 2nd in LMGT3. Porsche ahead, but only just. Kelvin van der Linde, the South African, another rookie in the race, comes up to have a go, and I think he's gone back past, certainly got the LMP2 car going through the traffic as well. Wait to get a better shot, but I think the Lexus has retaken the plate.
No,
I think
he hasn't.
I think he stayed ahead.
Okay.
I think Bachler stayed ahead.
And whether he should give up the place because he went off the road, you could say that was kind of gaining an advantage.
He's not giving that back.
No.
No.
Not without being prompted.
In the dark, no one saw it.
That is the thing. Under the cover of darkness, you can get away with a bit more.
So, having cleared the Lexus, then he's only 4 seconds back off Maurice Schuring in the Manthey EMA car. So that's one garage, Manthey Pure Racing. So their car's up to second. And the way that Bachler is going, and the experience that Klaus Bachler has got, shouldn't be long, I would have thought, before he gets onto the back of Maurice Schuring. There is the Lexus, which is back ahead.
Front, yeah.
Told you, he's done it, got back ahead. So, correct all that. It is Porsche, Lexus, Porsche once more, and Kelvin van der Linde is not going to be a pushover.
No, he's got to do it all again, hasn't he? Bachler's back on him again straight away.
Bachler's back on him.
Yeah, he is. He is. So yeah, let's see how that develops. But Bachler does look quick though. He looks on the move, and that Porsche looks like it's got quite good top speed.
So towards Indianapolis they come, and he's back ahead. So back into second place now goes Klaus Bachler. Kelvin van der Linde, I think, will be disappointed he's lost a place, but in a way heartened that they could run at the Porsche pace and still be in the mix for a class podium right now.
And now he just needs to try and stay on his bumper. So the Ferrari behind is not for position, but he looks racy as well. Who's that Ferrari behind him?
I was wondering whether it wasn't one of the Corvettes, actually.
I thought it was a Ferrari.
No, you're probably right, but we'll have a look in a moment when they come back through the shot. I think it is a Ferrari that's got...
Is that Jordan? Is that Jordan Taylor?
Yeah, I think it is. Back up and running. So to the end of the lap they come, but in LMGT3, Maurice Schuring then ahead of Klaus Bachler, and because of the squabbling, what was a 4.4 second gap is up to 6.2 now. So Klaus Bachler needs to break away from van der Linde and then set off in pursuit of the same type of car, but operated by a slightly different stable, and see what he can do about the class lead.
Got the best part of 2 seconds now in front, so he looks like he's broken the toe.
And at Cadillac, you have to make your own amusements and keep yourselves awake. The Iron Dames likewise. And where you can just relax before you have to leap back into action, take the opportunity.
I think in that situation, you never want to be the first one to fall asleep, do you?
No, true enough.
Not in a garage full of bored mechanics.
I think you need more people to make a proper Mexican wave, but, you know, something to do for the cameras. So, an example of the pit crews, how they have to occupy themselves, what they're doing, and catching a bit of light relief between pit stops.
So that Ferrari is actually starting to catch the Porsche again, but it's not for position.
No.
So who could it be?
It's got to be Jordan Taylor, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's
because
got to be.
We haven't got that many Ferraris left, really, within LMGT3. There's only the GR Racing car, which is Mike Wainwright, who I wouldn't have said is as quick as the people around him. So, and Sally Jolic's car isn't circulating anymore. Rob?
No idea.
Right, thank you.
Well done, mate. 70, what are we seeing? That's 78?
Yeah, we can see a gaggle of cars together on our timing.
All right,
here.
78 is the Kelvin van der Linde car.
Yeah.
There's another car in between them.
It might well be Jordan Taylor back out and circulating.
He'll be kicking himself.
Yeah.
Well, he'll be kicking the McLaren that took him off.
He has, but he's got every right to catch up and get past those cars, even though they're ahead on the road and he's not necessarily fighting them. He's got every right to try and get past them and get himself a lap back.
Lead gaps increase. Let's listen to Buemi.
Seb, you're flying, man. Only one other car in the 32s and you're in the 31s. Everybody else 33s. Great job.
So Sebastian Buemi being given a verbal pat on the back, and he is getting away from Andre Loeffler right now.
Different tyres.
Yeah.
I will say that. I think the Toyota's on soft and the Porsche's on mediums.
And Kobayashi lapping quicker than both of them, both Buemi and Loeffler. So Kobayashi in third place. He's got a lot of ground to make up, hasn't he? 55 seconds effectively to Andre Loeffler, and 10s aren't going to do it, but full seconds, which is what he is gaining by, will all help.
I think that's possible. That's well within reach. You know,
Yeah.
Was it 1 minute 10 seconds? It is not that much at this time. You know, still a long time to go in the race. So, yeah, plenty of these guys and cars are still in the mix.
So there is the lead car. That's number 8, Sebastian Buemi. No stranger to success here. 4 times a winner, 18, 19, 20 and 22. So good strike rate that he's got. Another of the ex-Formula 1 racers. He's also, of course, been a Formula E champion. On board with Scott Dixon, the New Zealander, coming up now to the bank left of Indianapolis. He's got more traffic up the road, and the Cadillac that he saddles is to be found in 9th place, and it's currently the last car on the lead lap. So the 6 times IndyCar champion presses on in pursuit of Phil Hansen, and last time was a little bit faster. Back on board with Dixon. Got a McLaren, I think, just up the road, Rob, hasn't he? He's got to dodge past.
Yeah, he's looking at the back of the McLaren there and just got a picky spot as we've seen that move. Yeah, executed nicely. It's quite tight, but he gave the GT3 car enough room there, which is the important bit.
As into the pit lane comes Maurice Schuring, who was leading LMGT3, so that's going to give the class lead now to Backler. It's going to put Van der Linde in the Lexus up to 2nd, and Maurice Schuring aboard number 91 stays aboard by the look of it, ready for another stint. Maurice Schuring, who is yet another rookie.
Did a really good job there, though, because, you know, Backler putting pressure on him just being behind and having the experience, and actually Schuring seemed to be maintain the gap. So doing a cracking job.
Is this actually Klaus's first time here, though? I mean, he's raced all over the place, but has he raced in Le Mans before?
Yes, I think he has. I'm sure he has. And bear with me. 3 times he's raced here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're right. A lot of experience.
And a lot of miles have been done, as you suggest, in just about every category you can race a Porsche in, because Backler specialises in these cars, putting it to good effect right now. So Backler ahead of Van der Linde, rookie. Gregoire Sosi now up into 3rd in the class, rookie. And then Takeshi Kimura in the other Lexus 87, 4th in the class, not a rookie.
Behind them, Nicholas Pino actually just doing the car's fastest lap for United Motorsports. Just crept under the 4-minute barrier.
Treble 7 in, Owen Bastard, the GT4 champion of a couple of seasons ago. D-station car fires up eventually, blasts away. Owen Bastard down the pit lane then. Another of the rookies.
Andre Lotterer now finally finding his feet.
Right.
Matching Sebastian Buemi's times.
A yellow flag up at the first chicane, and that's the reason why Carl stranded. It was a McLaren, wasn't it?
It was.
And it rejoins. It's a UA car.
It was the car that we were just commenting on and saying it just done its fastest lap. So
Mikko Pino.
Yeah.
Who's dropped a place to Maurice Schuring. But he's got going. Didn't look like he'd suffered any damage in all of that, but whether that was a spin or he was given a shove, a replay might help us. Number 4 Porsche going through shot. Nick Tandy at the wheel, 16th. Bit of a thankless task when you're that far down, but you've still got to deliver.
Yeah, it's the worst thing. It's the worst thing that can happen. You know, you sat there lap down or more, but you have got to deliver because, well, it's a job, isn't it?
Yeah. And that car lost time by going into the garage for repairs after Jaminet tangled with Sarah Bovy earlier on in the race in the Iron Dames Lamborghini that you've just seen rejoining, and the Lambo is back in the hands of the Swiss driver Rahal Frey now. So we've done 147 laps, and it is Toyota leading Porsche leading Toyota. Antonio Fuoco lapping quicker than those ahead, but he's got probably about half a lap, if not more, to make up, and the margin that he's gaining by is not that big. Still getting improved sectors, mainly in LMGT3, aren't we, now that you've put, if you like, the more experienced drivers into the cars?
Yeah, and it's a good time of day for speed. You know, the track's dry, temperatures are cool, engines love it. So it's not a bad time to begin. It won't be the quickest time. The quickest time's usually as it starts lighting up. So you've actually got a light track, sort of, you know, 6:30, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. That's when we all sort of, drivers start volunteering for stints then, when it's all nice and clean and fast. So happy hour is yet to come. So I think that's when we'll see quick lap times.
88, the Ford Mustang that is driven by Giorgio Roda, Mikkel Pedersen, Dennis Olsen. 5-second stop-and-go penalty for a technical infringement. That's the second time that car has had that. You see the replay of the rotating McLaren, which seemed to do it all on its own.
Yeah, he just seemed like he just went slightly offline. He was just a little bit wide and maybe on the dirt, or still a slight damp patch, but not the end of the world. He's got going, quick spin, and he's away again. So
yeah, importantly, he didn't get collected by any other cars, because that would have been a dramatic potential end to the race.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to affect him too badly, actually.
Second spin of the race for that car, as what's going on in LMP2. Nico Veroni has taken over from Ben Barnicoat and has now got into the lead of the class, ahead of the Nielsen racing car of David Heinemeier Hansen, and then Patrick Pilet from Vector Sport, that has been up at the pointy end of that class all the way. But the AF Corsa car is up front in LMP2, number 24 there, rattling over the curve. That is David Heinemeier Hansen in second spot within the class, and the margin is just under 45 seconds.
That's a strong car. It's a strong driver lineup in the 183, the AF Corsa car with Barney. Obviously, we know Barney very well as an ex-teammate of mine, so that's Ben Barnicoat. And I don't know Nicolas Verone very well, but I do hear he's a very, very quick young driver coming through, and that's a Francois Perraudin car, so he's got a lot of experience. So that's looking in a very strong position, actually.
Part of a GTE AM winning team of last year, Nico Veroni, who did a little bit of single-seater racing in the UK in the BRDC F3 Championship, now GB3. Didn't do a whole season, but was a race winner from memory, and has done a lot of sports car racing both in the States and in Europe. There is number 10, third in LMP2, with the redoubtable Patrick Pilet at the wheel, another massively experienced driver.
Yeah, swapped plenty paint over the years with Patrick, in Porsches, and when I was in Ferraris back in the day doing the Le Mans series, when Peter, you were there as well. So yeah, I know Patrick.
The thing is, I was probably driving a Spiker, so I wasn't swapping any paint with you.
Watching these dots in the distance, were you? Well, there is the Vector Sport Oreca. Stefan Rakelny, Brian Cullen, the other two drivers of that. And that's just been a really good, consistent car in this race. It has had one drive-through for a slow zone offence from memory, but other than that, just metronomically goes round and round and round.
More fastest laps coming in. 3 of the GT cars this lap have all posted fastest laps, so time's coming down, track getting quicker. Klaus Bachler back into the lead of the GT3 class. They must be due a stop fairly soon.
I would have thought so, as also into the pit lane comes 311 then, the Jack Aitken Cadillac. The one driver we've not seen very much of in 311 in the race is Felipe Drugovich. Every time we talk about that car, it's mainly Aitken or Durrani, but I can't think we've seen a great deal of Felipe Drugovich.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, is that a master plan to use him more towards the end of the race, or maybe he doesn't like?
No, I think he cycled through.
Okay.
I think he has. I have seen him in the car, but yeah.
Right. I was just wondering whether, because it's his first Le Mans, they were going to use the others to do the night shift and put him in and use him more in the daylight, the other side of darkness.
That is a thing that is considered. You know, when they are doing race plans, you do consider stuff like that, and it's again just trying to minimise risk. So you know, I'm sure he's an excellent driver, but if he's not done it before, why take the risk when two teammates have done it plenty? So you know, we've seen Jack seems to have been in for an eternity, doing a great job, but yeah, maybe it's just minimising risk a little bit, and he'll also be fresh for the next day.
Yeah, he's done a triple stint.
Okay. So he's
but apart from that,
had his shoulder to the wheel.
Apart from the triple stint, he's not done much.
Done nothing. Let us, as we ride on board with Charlie Eastwood, just listen to what's going on in race control for a moment. The Race Director radio channel.
Car 78, manager car 78, we're getting reports that your rear lights are not working, your rear brake lights are not working. Please make sure you fix that problem immediately.
Right, so 78, second in LMGT3, is being brought into the pits, not sorted at your next stop, sort it now. That's going to be a bad blow, isn't it, to the Lexus?
Yeah, it is. It's going really well. It's been strong, but if you've got to come in to repair anything, then that's really going to affect that. You know, all battles, but especially LMGT3, it's close out there. You know, if you're going to come in and you'll have to go into the garage to do that, that could really affect this race for them.
Good indeed. 27, Alex Riberas was at the wheel of that most recently and was doing good things in the heart of racing, Aston. And will stay behind the wheel by the look of it as the fuel is done. And on the same set of Goodyears, which is the tyre provider for LMGT3 and LMP2, Riberas makes his way up the pit lane. So 7th in class when it came in, that car. Ian James and Daniel Mancinelli, the other two drivers. We've not, I don't think, again, seen all that much of Mancinelli in 27, but he has raced here before. That team second in the Qatar round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And of course, we talk about Le Mans as a one-off, it very much is, but it does form round 4 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and there are double points on offer. And the incident between Southsea and Taylor is now being investigated.
Yeah, is that Ian James? Is he the bronze driver in that car?
He is, yes.
Yeah, okay. Another teammate I drove for, but very accomplished driver back in the day. But yeah, drove for him quite a while ago.
British driver, British born, lives in America, but
I raced against him in the 1994 Formula Vauxhall Junior Championship.
I was about to say he's another graduate of Formula Vauxhall Junior, yes. You beat him, not just raced against him.
Yeah, he was second in the championship.
So he's made a good career for himself in America and now running this team and coming back to race in Europe. So that incident we saw between Jordan Taylor, Gregoire Saucy, race control now having a look at it. As you see there, the Scott Dixon Cadillac getting up through the traffic, coming down through the first chicane.
Still slippy through there. You can see all the cars sliding a bit wide. And again, if you get offline, you can see how wet it is.
Yeah, because the temperatures have never really gone up at all. It's still been a pretty chilly day, even though we've had bits of sunshine. And let's just also listen to James Collado, 7th in the Ferrari.
Who's behind me?
It's Hanson on the 38. Hanson, Philippe Hanson.
So James Collado wanting to know who is behind him, and the answer is, as you hear, Philip Hansen, who on his last lap was only about 94 thousandths of a second quicker. So there's not much in it in terms of lap time between those two. 1.6 seconds is the margin, and you can see this elasticated gap stretching and then shrinking around the circuit. But Philip Hansen, and indeed that hurts Team Joe to entry, doing a good job, because it was not really anywhere special at the start of the race, down in 10th, and then it fell a little bit further down the order. But now it's up with the leading group pretty much.
Yeah, again, they're one of those cars that have just been in the background and just holding on to the lead pack, so they could be in the mix at the end.
From what I see, we should triple these tires with you stay at the wheel. From what I see, we should triple this tire and you stay at the wheel.
So triple stint for the tyres. They're standing up well, and James Collado being told to stay in the car because he knows what it and the track and the tyres feel like.
Yeah, fair comment, really. I mean, you know, I think the more you can stay on tyres, the more time you save because you're not on cold ones.
Yeah.
So makes sense.
So he's currently running a soft tyre. As I said before, the only car up front that's running a medium tyre is the Porsche of Andre Lotterer.
Which makes one wonder whether that's the right call, doesn't it, against everybody else?
Well, I think that the fact that they're questioning you should do a third stint, and it's not like you will be doing a third stint. I think Andre Lotterer is going to be doing the third stint no matter what. So it's, you know, depending on conditions, heat of the tyre, wear in the tyre, whether you can get a third stint out of the soft or whether you need a medium to do a third stint.
Can't quite get my head around the sort of situation where the Peugeots are. The Peugeots are quite far back and not really been in contention, but every time I look up in dry conditions, the lap times are pretty good. You know, they're doing a 31 there compared to 30-31 seems to be about the pace. So
yeah,
a little bit of a head scratch why they've never really shown that they're going to be in the mix this race.
They have had a spate of drive-throughs, and I think one of them we saw have a spin, didn't we? Was it Mikkel Jensen that had a spin into the barriers a little bit earlier on? But yeah, they've just never been as quick, and not being as quick over X number of stints all add up.
Yep, must be.
And you're right about the lap times, but they come and go. You know, they have a spurt of good laps, and then they fade again, whether it's to do with new tyres or, you know, the fuel load coming down. But yeah, they kind of spike and then drop again.
Yeah. Well, I guess, you know, all endurance racing does. Tyre degradation plays a massive part. So potentially, I don't say this is. I'm not sure this is the case, but you know, if they are wearing tyres more than others, and it makes the car a little bit tricky to drive, then that might be a factor in it.
Let's go back to James Collado's radio for a moment.
We have the pace with all the bad traffic, so at some point we need to triple, mate. But I did your go.
Let's do it, let's do it.
James Collado up for the challenge of triple stinting the tyres.
The engineer was almost apologetic there. Like, oh, I'm sorry I've got to make you triple stint.
Now, we heard that radio message from race control about 78 and the light saying fix it immediately. The car's not been in. It's still out there. It's leading the class, so maybe they're hoping they can combine the pit stops, but race control did say immediately.
Yeah, and what race control say goes. So we'll have to keep our eye on it, unless they've come back on somehow, unless there's a, I don't know if they've flicked another switch or they've come back on by themselves. We haven't really seen the back of that car.
No. Going back to the Collado thing, I think that chat is all about him doing 4 stints. That's what it is. He's already done a stint on wets. So basically he's not even halfway through his drive time, is what we're saying. So he's like, sorry mate, we need you to do 2 more after this, because he has to stay on board for this set of tyres.
Okay. Well, 51 that dropped off the lead lap for a time, very definitely back on that lead lap, 7th place. Now, it's 3 minutes and 13 off the lead, and a lap time at the moment is around 3.5 minutes. In other words, he's not far off being lapped again. He needs to keep the pace here.
Yeah, we see his lap times are pretty competitive. He's in the 30s, probably not this lap because he's been held up, but you know, James is a guy we know can win the race because he did it last year.
So it goes through, heads up towards the Dunlop S's, rattles the curb left, big rattle on the right, back on the power, over the brow, into the next S, a very, very fast section of the circuit. This slightly banked corner here, tips you one side, this is a little bit banked, tips you the other, back on the power, heading towards Terre Rouge, up towards the pit lane now has come number 3, Scott Dixon. By the look of it, he is going to stay on board as well, and I think they're going to keep that set of tyres on the car. That was the one that Renger van der Zande rattled up against the Armco between turns 4 and 5 earlier on in the race, but it got away very, very lightly from what was a fair old impact. Just had another Peugeot spiky lap coming from Paul de Resta in 94. Nick Tandy has just done number 4 Porsche's best lap of the race as well. Right, away goes number 3. Makes its way down the pit lane. Other teams preparing themselves for their cars to come in. And Scott Dixon now thunders out of the pit lane. Renger van der Zande was suited and booted, ready to go, but not called upon. Scott Dixon stayed in the car, so a change of plan, possibly because he has a feel for the car and the tyres.
Yeah, it makes sense to have a driver ready just in case. So that obviously, we haven't heard what they were saying on the radio, but yeah, that can be a thing sometimes. That maybe they actually went to check the tyres, and if they were going to change tyres, they would change drivers. But actually, they then looked and gone, actually, the tyres look fine, and therefore, driver stays on board.
Yeah, Scott Dixon only done 1 stint so far.
Okay, interesting. But he's an experienced driver, and you can see the study of concentration. First came here in 2016. He raced as part of the Ford GT team. He's won the Daytona 24 Hours, so nighttime racing is not going to faze him. He's won the Indy 500, he's won the IndyCar title 6 times, and there, Renger van der Zande trying to get to the bottom of the plan. Why wasn't I allowed in? Why didn't you want me to get in? That's not the expression of somebody that's really happy with life.
No, I thought that, but, you know, you'll get over it, I'm sure.
Well, I guess he's just, well, now I've got to wait around here. I thought, you know, you get called upon, and, well, I've got to get back in my seat now, put my headset on and just chill out and just wait.
Now, there's 78 in for what looks like a routine stop. New tyres, fuel going on, but there's no work yet being done about the lights. So you might be right, Rob, that they've come back on because they're not remotely concerned about looking at the back of the car, are they?
The rear lights are definitely on.
Yeah.
And actually...
But wasn't it the brake lights?
It was the brake lights, you're right.
Well, they said rear brake lights. So, I mean, I know the brake lights are at the rear, but it's...
But did they not say that race control said they'd had reports that the brake lights weren't on? So is that a marshal who reports that in, or is that another driver who's reported in?
Could be either of the above, or it could be a scrutineer standing on the pit wall watching the cars and has noticed it.
Oh, well, let's see how that pans out.
If it's a brake light, it's more likely to be a marshal because they would see it slow for a corner. A scrutineer on the pit wall would see it just go past. So if it is the brake light specifically, not a tail light, then it's more likely to come from the marshal's post, I would have thought. So blasts back into the race. That puts Gregoire Saucy into the lead of the class for the moment in the United Autosports McLaren, but with that Damocletian investigation for the contact with Jordan Taylor. Leader is in, second is in. So Buemi and Lotterer still on the same number of laps to a pit stop and in together. We say goodbye for the moment to Peter Dumbreck, who is away to explore the joy of sleep, and we'll hear from Peter in a few hours' time. So Andre Lotterer staying in number 6 Porsche. And the gap 21 seconds when they came in, but the Toyota is on the move. So away goes Buemi, and Andre Lotterer, taking on a lot of fuel, will be away now. The car winds its way away from the pit box. Also in now is number 7. So Toyota bringing the cars in on the same lap, but because of the gap, they're not really double stacking. There's enough gap between them to cycle one through before the second one arrives, which is ideal, really, because you don't want to be tripping over mechanics from the other car.
Yeah, absolutely. Seem to be on top of things at the minute. Toyota just pounding away, not making too many errors, and doing a good job.
This is where the experience of having taken part in the race for many, many years and having had so many successes in recent years comes into play, because, you know, there was an expression that the team used that every year they found a new way of losing the race. But because of that, they know all the different pitfalls. They know how to overcome these things. I'm not saying Penske doesn't for Porsche, or that AF Corse doesn't with Ferrari, but, you know, Toyota have had so many ways of having to face disappointment.
You do learn a lot by your mistakes, your errors, and losing races, you know, and it's something that, as long as you then don't make the same mistake twice, you know, that's the killer. If you keep making the same error again and again and again, then obviously that's not the mark of a top team. But I think they did have a lot of errors and make mistakes, but clearly have been a massively strong and it seems like a gelled team.
Now this is in replay from the hypercar class, going off the road.
One of the Porsches.
It is a Porsche. You're right, number 4.
4.
That would be Tandy, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh dear, Nick. Rattles it across the gravel, aims it for the access road. But that's very, very quick thinking, isn't it? That's the mark of a pro driver. Not panicking because I'm going off the road. Look, where can I get out of this? Where can I aim the car for? There it is. Momentum through the gravel, onto the hull standing, and away.
Yeah, exactly. Nick been there, done it several times before.
Yeah, got the T-shirt.
Won the T-shirt, I think, as well. So, yeah, well, obviously we know that at the end of every gravel trap, obviously there's a tyre wall, but there's in most cases, if not every case, there is an access road there as well.
51 in then, James Collado. So we're being told about him staying on board to triple stint the tyres. And the team having a look to make sure that there's nothing that's been scooped up and has got caught in the bodywork that could present a problem. There was one year, wasn't there, when it was wet, that the Peugeots, going back a good few years, ended up picking up quite a lot of rubber that was junked, but because it was wet, it had the effect of being all squidgy, and I think it was described as like being a kind of pate that ended up in the radiators, and it caused overheating and problems and longer stops. So anything that might have been picked up, try to get cleared out of the car while you've got the time and the refueling's going on.
Yeah, why not have a look? Why not? And if there's anything in there, get rid of it, you know, because ultimately things that are stuck down near brakes, etc., can you know, catch on fire or burn. So get rid of it.
Rio Beata into the pit lane as well for Core Racing, and he blasts up the pit road now to rejoin. So 99 also back onto the pit apron. Julian Andlauer at the wheel of that car once more. I mean, that Porsche has been doing decent lap times ever since it had to sort out that door problem at the start of the race. And I know that Martin touched on it earlier on. It's the same door problem that they had at Spa, but it didn't seem to be a problem in free practice 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or qualifying or the warm-up, you know, only when you get to the race.
Or for any of the other Porsches.
No.
Strange on that.
It is. Anyway, since they did whatever they had to do to the door and the latch, it has not been a problem. But they've lost so many laps that they're out of contention. They're gaining places when others hit problems. New boots go for 12. That's the Hertz Team Jota car, Will Stevens. Another of the list of ex-Formula 1 racers in the event this year, behind the wheel.
Slightly held up on that front left, didn't seem to want to come off. But still a good pit stop from Jota there. And still an amazing story, you know, the fact that they had that damage to the car, rebuilt it. And I think it might be that tiredness will creep in with that team. You know, you can't can't be understated that those guys and girls down at Jota put that many late nights in hours. At some point, fatigue is going to catch up.
It could well be. Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that. You're on board with Romain Grosjean, not a Le Mans rookie. Last raced in this event in 2010 when he was part of a Matek Ford team. And there is number 50 that has now come in. Driver change as Antonio Fuoco hops out. And as they cycle through the drivers in number 50 Ferrari, it is going to be Miguel Molina, I think, that gets in. We've not seen a great deal of Miguel Molina thus far, I don't think, in the race.
No, well, Frogger got out there and looked like it had a long stint. He had a bit of a, almost like bad back limp.
Yeah.
So, yeah, get your teammate in now. He can do some work while he goes and has a chill out.
So just seen Fuoco get out. Let's just listen to the radio. No, we'll come back to the radio, in fact, just while we finish off the pit stop. There is the Ferrari dropping down. It blasts away. And we think Miguel Molina has taken that car over. It was running in 4th place. Never quite made the inroads against the Toyota, but is still in contention. Miguel Molina it is, getting himself sorted and comfy. There was an era, wasn't there, where the pit exit was much, much further up the road towards the chicane. But now you're sort of joining just on the exit of the first corner. So the drivers that are exiting the pit lane have to be pretty careful. Phil Hansen brought 38 into the pit lane. And when the fueling is done, now the team can go to work and change the tyres. So the new boots go on. And that Porsche will be back into the race as soon as possible. At 83's garage, the Robert Schwarzman car has just left the pits, so mechanics can stand down for the moment and have a quick break. Oh, a big drama there, because off the road you've got 2 of them. One is the 77 Mustang, and that looks like an LMP2 car, am I right in saying? Is it the Porsche Curves, Rob, is it not?
Yeah, number 24, that is.
So that's
LMP2.
the Nielsen Racing Shearer, Hannah Hansen Simpson car that was second in class.
Second place, yeah. Second place, and the Mustang was pretty far down the road, pretty out of contention, that Mustang.
22nd, because that lost heaps of time early on, replacing the steering rack, and it was within the Dunlop S's, not the Porsche Curves, forgive me, and that was Heine Meyer Hansen being a hero on the inside. Here's the replay from on board the Mustang, and all of a sudden, there'll be a bang. There it is.
Yeah, clumsy.
I don't quite know what the Mustang was expected to do there.
Really clumsy. Again, you know, I say it all the time, you know, in this scenario, when you've got 13 hours, 15 minutes still to go, why take the risk? You know, he just had to sit there and he would have attacked, got a nice run through there and passed him into Tete Rouge. So he would have lost potentially half a second, 7/10 at most. But what he's actually done is stuffed it up inside, hoping that the Ford would see him and get out the way. But, you know, GT cars don't have to get out the way. We stick, as a GT3 driver, we've got to stick to our line.
David Heine Meyer Hansen, 10 times he has raced in the 24 hours, so...
Should know better.
Well, yes, you beat me to it. It's not a rookie mistake. It looks like a rookie mistake, but he's not a rookie, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, look, if the last hour and you're chasing down the lead, I get it.
Yeah.
But at this stage, that's, clumsy. You know, it's not malicious, but definitely clumsy.
And he's not for driving out of there, is he?
No, the 2 of them are going to sit there now for the next 3 or 4 minutes.
I mean, the Mustang's just had a horrible time of it, and he's way, way out of contention anyway, and that won't help the mood at Proton.
No, that is making a bad day worse.
But that has just cost the Nielsen Racing car any chance of winning LMP2, because it is so evenly matched with everybody having the same car, engine, tyre, that even if they lose only 1 lap, that's still game over.
And there could be damage on the car as well.
Yeah.
It looked quite square on, actually, so there probably won't be. But, again, it's just that risk versus reward.
Question for you, and I'm not trying to throw you under a bus when I ask this, but there's 1 recovery vehicle, there are 2 cars, and they've gone to what you might call the innocent party first. Now, is that on instruction from race control, or is that just a coincidence?
I would say they've got to that one first. So I'd say
just because it's nearer.
It's nearer. Let's get the one out which is nearer.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't think that would be the reasoning.
But yes, there's not a lot of interest in the Nielsen Racing car in contrast, is there?
No.
Everybody's around the Mustang, and the aggressor out of all of that, he's kind of, you know, taking extra punishment. We'll get to you in a minute.
Make him wait a little bit longer.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they're going that way.
To put it on an access road rather than on the live circuit when it's stationary, I would suggest.
Yeah, fair enough. Good point.
And actually, it's another credit to the marshalling team because they know exactly what they should be doing. They've been well briefed from race control. This is what you do. There is Nick Tandy into the pit lane for the car to be cleaned. And again, everybody having a look at the tyres. Of course, the way the bodywork is for these cars, although they're closed wheels, they're closed wheel racing cars, there are those apertures so you can have a look at the tyres. And that's exactly what the Michelin technicians are doing, peering in to make sure that there's nothing nasty before they blast back out on a used set of tyres.
Yeah, they'll also be looking in later, not the tyre guys, but the team themselves will be looking in just to see the brake wear. So have a look at the brake pads. If there's a lot of meat, so a lot of material left on the brake pads, then they know that's good news. But if the pads are worn, then they'll probably think about stopping to change that sooner rather than later.
Just saw the classification in Hypercar, which still says that in 20th in Hypercar is the number 20 BMW, but that is still sitting in the pit lane and has been in the pit lane for the best part of 100 laps now. So I think that car's pretty much out of it. The only benefit to put it back on track would be to do some testing.
Yeah, absolutely. Or, you know, get a few photographs going over the line at the end, you know, because, you know, we are here for PR, social media reasons as well. But yeah, I think that's pretty much done and dusted.
I mean, even if it does go back out, you then have to factor in doing enough laps to be classified as a finisher. And it's unlikely to have done that many, I would have thought. In LMP2 then, now we have 183 Nico Veroni in the lead, having taken over from Barney Bencote, and then second is Ollie Jarvis now, 22 for United Autosports, and then number 10, the Vector Sport car, Vector Sport, the team owned by Patrick Cullen, Ryan's father. It's Ryan Cullen at the wheel of it at the moment. Then Ritomo Miata for Cool Racing, and fifth in the class, Clement Novalak, who led early on, but then had a wheel part company with the car and had a slow in lap, and he's trying to recover the lost ground.
Yeah, again, some old hands in there. People like Ollie Jarvis, well versed at this race. Good team behind him, and yeah, some competitive cars in that field.
PJ Hyatt involved in a battle for sixth in the class with Joop van Uitert, who, if you've got a very long memory, you might remember his uncle coming to the UK and racing in Formula Ford 1600 in the early 1980s. Gerald van Uitert, but Joop, his nephew, is hustling on in pursuit of PJ Hyatt, and in fairness, you'd expect van Uitert to get past a quick Am here, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think so, but he's got
PJ Hyatt across the curb.
I think that move will be done quite quickly.
Yeah, well, it needs to be, because they're approaching a slow zone, of course, where that incident between the Mustang and the other Oreca has happened. So Van Uitert needs to try to get by on the inside line. Headlights become much wider, and I reckon he's done it on the inside, goes through and instantly starts to pull clear.
Yeah, quite sensible there, actually. Don't put up a fight, let the car by. If he's catching you, if any car catches you by a lot of time, you know, you can judge how quickly a car's catching it. If someone's catching you really, really quickly, just wave them by. Just have the body language and, you know, almost wave them through, even indicate, you know, just come on. So pair of you don't lose any time then.
So the slow zone is up here at Marshall's Post 3, and there is 24 then, which gets away now. Another replay of it. There's a gap, but it was just too late into the corner. The Mustang was offline, possibly, but he was...
Just wait. Just wait. Just wait another 5 seconds round the corner until you get to Tete Rouge.
But the speed with which Heine Meyer Hansen arrived suggested that if he hadn't hit the Mustang, he was going off anyway.
Yeah, maybe.
He did look very, very quick.
Yeah.
So they're both out of the gravel. And there is a very frustrated... Zach Robichon, whose race is unravelling around him.
But even if he was offline, or even if he'd stayed offline on purpose, it was such a small gap.
Yeah.
Just wait. Just you know, you've got to be patient. One of the big things in this race is you've got to be disciplined.
So 24, David Heine Meyer Hansen is on the move again, but he has now lost 2 laps to the class leaders. So, as you were saying, could have lost a few tenths on that lap. Instead, he's lost 2 laps and has lost a chance of winning the race in the class.
Yeah, big shame. shame.
Because he ain't going to come back from a 2-lap deficit, that is for sure.
Nope.
So that slow zone will end in just over half a minute's time. The road will be green all the way around yet again. And the list of retirements is extending all the time now, as those two cars at least have been able to carry on in the race. Now, up front, the lead gap is a little bit reduced compared to what it was in the previous stint. Andre Lotterer, even though his last lap was a slow one, is only 11.3 seconds back from Sebastian Buemi in that lead car. 11 is back in. The last time we saw that, I think it was Jean-Carl Vernet going off the road at the chicane with a bit of help, but Antonio Serravalle behind the wheel now. And there, yet again in the pit lane, is the Mustang. Gravel flies everywhere after that trip off the road up near Tertre Rouge.
It's having an eventful race, isn't it, for sure? But that lead battle, as you say, there's two cars, that lead Toyota and lead Porsche, do seem to have a march on the rest of the field at the moment.
Back to the garage goes 77. And I know they've come a long way, and I know they want to get to the end, but, you know, they're going to be so far off being classified as finishers, you start to question whether it's going to be worth carrying on with all the effort put in. There might be more damage to try to repair. At what point do we say we're fighting a losing battle here?
Well, sometime soon, I would think. Yeah.
The mechanics think, oh, not again.
But having said that, you know, these teams have got such pride in their car, such pride in their work. The mechanics, yes, they don't want to be fighting a losing cause, but they've put a huge amount of effort in to get the cars here. They've been here for best part of 2 weeks. Actually, for them to get the car over the line after 24 hours, even if it is out of the race with such a deficit, is still a reward for the guys who put such effort in.
True enough, and of course this is a new car for LM GT3 or SRO style GT3 racing this year, so anything they can learn from this race, and they've got 3 cars also to bring more data back. It's all useful in the long term, I guess, even if short term result rubbish, but long term development, mileage, learn things.
Yeah, because they'll want to come back next year stronger.
Yeah, indeed.
And they've got to learn how they can be stronger, and actually that car's shown that it has got the pace. It's just been a bit unlucky in certain instances, and it hasn't quite worked out this time.
Front off, Gravel tipped out, and then I'll have a look inside, because remember what happened to the 23 Oreca from early on. Gravel got into an alternator belt and pulley and did damage, so they don't want yet more problems for this car. They lost so much time, like 64 laps early on changing the steering rack. They don't want another major drama. You know, what they've just been through is bad enough, but let's not make it worse.
Don't cause another problem. Yeah, absolutely. Be thorough. You know, they're not up against time because, you know, they're not in the race, so you may as well, get the stones out. You're absolutely right, because the last thing you want to do is a stone to end up somewhere it shouldn't and cause even bigger damage.
Just while we're looking in LM GT3, Maurice Schuring has taken back the lead, but has also just pitted. So at the moment, it's sort of him and Gregoire Saucy alternating the class lead, depending on who pits when. There's the Porsche in the pit road.
Yeah, and that 78 car still in the mix, still hasn't changed its lights, so I'm assuming that there was never a problem in the first place.
And no doubt on the Discord channel that allows the teams to talk to race control, they will have responded and said, no, it's all fine. And you know, that's clearly been sorted, because there's been no more strident conversation, should we say, from race control. So 91, the Manthey EMA, the Australian team, puts new boots on, new Goodyears. And Maurice Schuring staying behind the wheel of that car. Accelerates away, wheel spin, cold tyres, don't forget, stone cold tyres in this case. And James Collado, 7th, and let's just listen in for a moment.
Might have some rain in 10 minutes, might have some rain in around 10 minutes.
Here we go again.
Might have some rain in 10 minutes, the radio call. I blame you. Every time you're here, it rains, Rob. It's all down to you.
Well, you said bring the entertainment, Rob. So,
I did.
You know,
fair point.
Just do what I can.
Well, rain in the night is going to be very interesting indeed if it develops, because it hasn't always been consistent, these suggestions from the engineers. Let's listen to Sebastian Buemi next.
Okay, we see some rain incoming, very light rain, maybe in 10 minutes from turn 15 Porsche curves this direction.
Okay, they're consistent in that, 10 minutes. That's what both teams have said, and light rain.
Yeah, I think if both teams, both absolute top professional teams are saying it, then I think that's going to happen. So,
but light rain is frustrating, isn't it? Because that doesn't necessarily make you any more decisive as to whether to stay slicks or wets.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing that we do know is that most teams have been on the soft tyre at night, so that is going to be better than being on a harder compound. But, yeah, let's see what comes.
And Gregoire Saucy has just been given a get-out-of-jail-free card. No further action in that tangle with Jordan Taylor.
Wow.
One or two people might be surprised about that.
Well, I'm a bit surprised, but what I would say is we didn't see the replay of the cause of the incident.
No,
we just saw from the one angle the end of the incident. So actually when Gregoire had hit the curb and then sort of bounced into the Ferrari, but we didn't see why he ended up in that position. So they've obviously looked at it thoroughly, because it's taken quite a long time. So there's obviously more to that story than we could see.
Indeed so. So Race Control have had a look, decided that there wasn't really a case to answer. James Collado doing what James Collado does, pressing on, flat chat here in number 51 Ferrari. His target is the similar car, Robert Schwarzman, 19 seconds up the road, and he is lapping a little bit quicker on this second stint on this set of tyres.
Yeah, he's going well. Watched him for a long time. Very, very talented young British driver. In fact, I wouldn't say young anymore. I'd say in his career, he's in an excellent place where he's got the experience, he's done it, he's got the confidence and security that he's won with a fantastic brand, and he's probably at the peak now of his career.
Yes, I go along with that. He was a single-seater star, wasn't he? Formula Renault, Formula 3, GP2, before coming into the World Endurance Championship, winning GTE Pro, winning in Asian Le Mans, winning in Le Mans outright, of course, last year in hypercar. Down to the chicane, skims the curb, left, right, left here. James Collado then down the second part, if you like, of the Mulsanne. Chicane's done, heading towards the Mulsanne corner. And in LMP2, there are still squabbles to resolve. Nico Baroni leads there, but how far back is Oliver Jarvis from him in second place? So about 94 seconds, that's quite a big gap. But for third and fourth, Ryan Cullen and here Ritomo Mayata are just tenths of a second apart, nose to tail here. Good battle this for the two Orecas, Vector Sport versus Core Racing. Let's listen to the race director radio.
We are getting reports of light rain at different locations. We have rain on track in different locations. Rain lights on, low mode. Rain lights on, low mode.
So you heard all that from the race control, the race director's office, saying reports of rain around the circuit and rain lights now going on. But if it is light rain, it's going to be that really fine drizzle that doesn't really soak the circuit, just makes it a kind of almost like psychological rain.
Yeah, well, it absolutely is, and you sometimes see it on your windscreen. And at speed, don't forget, you're sort of collecting more rain because you're doing such high speeds, whereas there's not a lot there. So it's that question of don't let it spook you, because if you do slow down and it's sort of, you're worried about it, you lose tyre temp and it's a downward spiral from there. So actually, until you actually see track, rain bouncing off the track, you've just got to keep the confidence up, keep it pinned, and you should be fine.
I know the LMP2 cars are not in the first flush of youth, but they still do give really good racing, and that fight for third rather proving the point. We'll come back to that in a moment because we can just eavesdrop quickly on Sebastian Buemi.
In the radar, we see bigger rain coming. We think it might be for wet tires. Keep us informed. I'll let you know when it comes. I'll let you know from rain spotters as well. So far, sector times look dry.
So heavier rain expected, light rain expected in about 8 minutes. That's what race control's now saying to the teams on the message line on the timing screens. But then you have heavier rain possibly. But we've been told about heavy rain all for the last couple of days, and it's never really amounted to very much.
Let's just see what comes. But again, all the strategy guys within the teams, engineers are going to be having the chat about what we're doing. And it's not about what tyres even, it could be what tyre pressures, you know, because if it's heavy rain in wets, you need a higher pressure usually. But if it's only light rain or it's, you know, you're going to be going into dry weather, you want a lower pressure. So there's a lot to think about getting that side of things to give you the best chance of getting the good lap times and being safe out there.
So LMP2 battle up towards the timing line. Cullen versus Miata still. Sebastian Buemi leads Le Mans by nearly 20 seconds. The gap has extended again over André Lotterer. We've just been hearing from the Toyota team that there is heavier rain expected. Light rain has just started to fall, but the other element of the radio message from the pit wall to Sebastian Buemi used the phrase rain spotters are saying ... So it's not just a case of looking at your weather app. They've got people in the vicinity, you know, 5 miles away that direction, 5 miles away that direction, who are able to say, no, it's dry, or it's windy, or the rain, started. It's covering every base, isn't it, here?
We saw that being used actually a couple of years ago at Spa, if you remember, by WRT, where we saw at the end of the race, the track was dry, or 100% dry.
That's right.
And they were putting wets on the car, and everyone couldn't believe what was happening. But they'd had spotters far away, and sure enough, a minute or two later, the absolute monsoon weather came in, and we saw the guys at WRT put the wets on, and then they panned back. A couple of them were doing a little rain dance at the back of the garage, and sure enough, it came.
And there was a very confused Iron Lynx Ferrari team, but then the race came back to them, but they were thinking, what are they doing? And then within about 10 seconds, they were as wet as a mermaid's flannel, and they realised why they got onto wets, because WRT knew exactly what was coming. Martin Haven joins us just in time for the rain.
Your own personal spotter guide, it is not raining outside currently.
Thank you very much.
So I've come in dry as a bone.
Show off.
Yeah.
Temperature?
Not dropped very much. I was looking at the current track temperature. It's still 15.5 degrees. So it's 16.5 degrees about 2 or 3 hours ago when I last compared it. So it hasn't dropped so much, and that's the cloud cover. That stops the heat escaping, because when we've had clear nights, that's been most nights this week, it has gone down to 6 or 5 degrees overnight. And boy, haven't we known all about it. So the track is retaining what tiny little temperature there was, but as Rob will be all too well aware, you start adding cold rain on top of that, it's not going to be warm rain either, because the air temperature is lower than the track temperature currently. That's not going to do anything at all for track temps.
Yeah, it could actually be the trickiest part of the race now. We know the rain's coming, and as you just said, you've got the dark, which is always a factor, and rain and cold track. So this could be the trickiest time, and might give us a bit of excitement.
Just gone past the 11-hour mark here at Le Mans, and are we starting to see a little bit of water on the camera lens? We certainly are.
And a yellow flag we're seeing as well. Marshall's post 30, so that's Porsche Curves area, Rob, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and I thought that was Mulsanne Corner. The exit of Mulsanne Corner looked like it was just starting to rain as well, so it might be in more than one place.
Right, there's your yellow flag, Martin. So,
and there's your wet track as well.
Who's gone off? What's gone off? There's the yellow flag. It's coming up around this section of the circuit. So what do we see?
We see a lot of wet track. We see a lot of tyre tracks on a wet road, and there's somebody in the gravel. That's the final element of the Porsche Curves. That's an LMP2 car, but which one it is? Too many cars in the vicinity to see one that's stopped. 24.
24, I think. That's
only just come back out onto the track after
only
being in the gravel.
in strife, continues to be in strife.
So that would be David Heinemeier Hansson again, if it's that car.
It is 24 is shown on the map, seeing stationary. That's definitely a 4. It is 24, look. And there's the red and gold on the roof.
So he was in the gravel because he pulled a move on a Mustang that was ambitious at best, I think we decided. Judge Bell thought that. And now he's put himself off. This time, I suspect, being caught out by the greasy conditions.
Yeah, which is fair. It's, that's acceptable. That's fair enough. That's
understandable. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But he is, unfortunately for him, having a pretty torrid half an hour or so.
Yeah, he will be absolutely furious with himself. See, the driver's door is open, so I'm not sure if he's still on board or if he's yelling for help. Now then, where the tyre's going on to the number 19 Lamborghini.
Just go back to Heinemeier Hansson for a second. We'll finish the point, because when he went off the first time, it was whilst second in class. So one rash... Oh, and a wheel off a car as well.
Is that Heinemeier Hansson? No. Is that exiting the pit lane?
No. I think
it's
so.
A wet. It's got a bit, either that or it's had a big groove machined in it. 45. Oh dear, so CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro by APR.
It's Colin Braun at the wheel of it on 3. Well, that's not the first LMP2 car to shed a wheel. Remember Clement Novalak earlier on, but he lost a left front. That's a left rear.
Yeah, that's going down into Mulsanne corner, so he's got quite a long way on that.
And it's an outlap.
Well, it's not a wet then, it has been machined by the bodywork. So he's probably been feeling that all the way around since he got up to the Dunlop curve, and it had a big wobble. Oh dear, that can't be just the rain.
No, but Rob, if on an outlap you lose a wheel, that's going to get looked at for an unsafe release, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's the rule, yeah, absolutely.
Which is adding insult to injury, isn't it? Because the driver gets penalised for something that he didn't do. But he's not going to make it all the way back with one-wheel drive. That, I'm afraid, is likely to be the end of their race.
Yes.
We've seen cars in trouble like this before, and it's one thing if you have a puncture, then at least you've still got the rim and what's left the tyre being driven. But I think we might be premature with the old marker of doom, but I don't see the car going too much further. Driver change at number 2 Cadillac.
I have had that before, though, when I've lost a wheel. Exactly, and you can get back if you wind the brake bias all the way at the rear and start up and just apply a little bit of brake. It will find you a bit of drive.
Okay. Well, the team will be on the radio trying to guide him of what to do, but go on.
But he has got to come back a long way.
Yeah, true. Wets for the Cadillac.
Now then, lots of sparks coming off the wheel gun there on that right front. I never like to see that. Normally, the wheel and the wheel nuts should go on without bits sparking off all over the place. Cameraman finds himself out in no man's land, getting squished by a wheel and tyre.
This is our pit garage. This is our working area. You make your own arrangements.
Which is extremely restricted. It's I mean, the cars are now getting so long, not quite to the ridiculous extremes of F1 cars, but they are getting so long that parked across the width of the garage, they do tend to overhang a bit.
Well, there's Colin Braun's car, getting another look at the wheel parting company. And remember, on an outlap, wheel parts company with car, not a good look as far as race control is concerned, and Colin Braun parks it. The wheel heads across the track.
Being overtaken by your own wheel is never a good thing, is it?
And it goes up to the barrier, and further insult to injury is that a Goodyear hits a Michelin banner.
Race leader is in, Sebastian Buemi is out, if you follow me.
He's been in the car for a while, so he deserves a bit of respite, doesn't he, after a long stint?
Second place, number 6 Porsche is in as well to Penske Porsche Motorsport for service, and it is raining in the pit lane now, so I made it back just in time.
You did, and those two have been matching each other stint for stint. You know, they've come in together for the last 3 pit stops at least.
Yeah, they have, and I would say the 8 car, with Buemi in is probably just had the edge on that battle. Just seems to have had a little bit of pace and put a little bit of time into the 6.
So number 50 Ferrari, number 2 Cadillac, 51 Ferrari, 38 Hertz Team Jota, 5 Porsche, 311 Cadillac, 19 That's the second of the Lamborghinis, the 93 Peugeot, the 11 Isotta. They have all stopped. All of LMP2 pretty much has stopped as well. So they have had a phenomenal amount of synchronicity coming into the pits.
There's no real debate this time about tyres, is there? Everybody seems to be going for wets, and yet it's not that wet at the moment. They're all banking, I think, on this report that it's going to get heavier.
Yeah, they must be thinking that, because it's a little bit unusual that we've seen them hanging out on slicks
exactly
a lot for the race. So it's either the fact that the track is that bit colder and they don't want to do that, or their weather report is telling them that there's heavier rain to come.
Driver change in the number 7 Toyota. That's Jose Maria Lopez taking over from Kamui Kobayashi.
You can see the rain just being picked up by the headlights, can't you?
Yeah, and there's more rain here, quicker than there was the last couple of times.
We're going to have a full course yellow. It's about 30 seconds away and counting, but we're going to have a full course yellow, presumably, to recover the Colin Braun car and the wheel.
I think so. The wheel is the easier element, because the marshals can walk down the barrier, pick it up and toss it back behind the barriers.
10, 9.
So that's the count in the background for the full course yellow.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
So that is the Lisa bot, as we refer to it. That is the voice of Lisa.
We're intervening on both sides of the track. Please stay in the middle of the track. At MP18, stay in the middle of the track. We are pushing the car backwards.
That's Colin Braun bailing out and presumably I was going to say putting a shoulder to the wheel to help, but actually not putting a shoulder to the wheel, because that's the initial drama.
Yes,
so
shoulder to the axle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he actually trying to lift the stub axle there and help it?
Possibly. Because,
of course, it's sitting on its belly a bit. David Heinemeier Hansson is in the pit lane, so that ticks that box. He's out of the gravel where we last saw him, Rob Bell.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just coming back to this. I'm not really sure what Colin was trying to do there, but he's got back in the car as if he's had a
brainwave.
Well, maybe he's been communicating, and the engineers in his team have been telling him to try something, get out of the car and pull something, push something,
the engine
do something.
running?
Do the marshals not need him in the car to turn the steering wheel to get it through the gap?
There is that.
I think they're just going to put it behind the barrier. That's our third full course yellow of the race, incidentally, just for the purposes of record.
That's 11 hours in and only 3 full course yellows.
But we did have an hour of safety car.
Yeah, but bearing in mind there are basically, those are the 2 major intervention options. That's actually not bad considering how the weather's been.
But it shows how well the slow zones can work, doesn't it?
Yes.
You don't have to keep interrupting the flow of the race. You just isolate one section.
And it's only because he's got 2 major jobs to attend to, speaking of which, that the slow zone, the full course yellow is out. So having changed the steering rack, there does seem to be work going on in the front of the car. Again, with her back to us is the crew chief on that car. She was the one who was analysing the fact that the steering rack was not steering in the way that racks should, and it does look like there's more attention to that area, Rob.
So when you were away, this was the car that was hit by the LMP2 car and in the gravel. So
Heinemeier Hansson hit that one.
Yeah. So they got the car back, but clearly there's a lot of stones in it to start with, but clearly there's a bit of damage as well.
Jack Hawksworth being investigated for speeding in the pit lane. Rookie error for the Codis ASP Lexus driver. So in fact, our 2 replacements are both on track together, because the man who should have been in that 87 Lexus is Jose Maria Lopez, but he's driving instead of the injured Mike Conway in the number 7 Toyota, which he is currently at the wheel of, and his sub, Jack Hawksworth, is also on the pitch.
Colin Braun trying to get the car off the road, and it is going behind the barriers. That's game over.
I'm afraid it really is, yes.
It's not like the old days where you could sneak a wheel out through the trees and nobody would notice. It's all on camera now.
Great pictures in period in the middle of the day of David Leslie in an Aston, well, not in an Aston Martin, but with the bodywork off the Aston Martin atop the engine bay, trying to fix something or other. Unfortunately, his BMC training at the family garage didn't do enough for him. So here we are, Toyota's first and third, Porsche the meat in the sandwich ahead of the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari that has done a substantial amount of leading. The 50 factory Ferrari is in 5th, Cadillacs are rallying to 6th and 7th ahead of the 51 Ferrari. Then both Hertz Team Jota cars in the top 10. Must get my race teeth in later. The number 5 Penske Porsche is 11 ahead of the Whelen Cadillac, the first of the 2 Lamborghinis, and in the pit lane now is the number 4 Porsche. No, it's not. 2 Peugeots and a Lamborghini. The Isotta still ahead. A, still going, and B, still ahead to the 99 Proton Competition Porsche. AF Corsa's Pro-Am 183 leads in LMP2 ahead of United Autosports and Cool Racing. Second in Pro-Am is the class pole sitter. The overall LMP2 pole sitter, AO by TF, that's 7th in the class. DKR Engineering's number 33 is in 8th place and 3rd in Pro-Am. And it's United Autosports 59 McLaren. So Gregor Sosi leading from Manthey EMA's Maurice Schuring in the Porsche, and Acodis ASP's 78 Lexus. I want to say Acura all the time, but it's a Lexus. That car lies in 3rd place in the LMGT3 category.
James Collado under investigation for speeding under the full course yellow. That has now come to an end anyway. We're at a green flag, and the lead battle is about to become really interesting because Brendan Hartley has taken over 8 Toyota and Kevin Estre has taken over number 6 Porsche, and the blue touch paper has been lit. Kevin Estre has got to make up just over 18 seconds to get onto terms with Brendan Hartley.
Well, now then, it may not all be over for the number 24 car, of the CrowdStrike car, because there is Stuart Cox. So he is, Stu and Sam Cox run Algarve Pro, and he is talking his driver through what he needs to do.
I think what they're trying to do here is they're trying to get him to stick something in the rear disc to stop that from spinning. So if you can stop that one side from spinning, then the other side should gain traction.
Wow.
So right. They're actually telling them to find another part of the car to stick in that.
Like a bit of the door or whatever.
Door
exactly.
strut,
Like
he was saying,
yeah, like sticking the spokes of a BMX.
Wow. You still got to be ingenious and creative.
Well, yeah, the same way you'll stick a screwdriver into a tooth in a dog to stop the engine turning over if you're trying to undo a recalcitrant bolt. He's trying to, as you said, your solution was to have your foot on the brake to stop that unladen hub spinning while the other one does some drive. Otherwise, all the drive goes to the wheel that's spinning, which is not really helping you because there's no wheel.
Yellow flag at Arnage now. So we've just got one full course yellow clear, and the yellow briefly out now goes back in. As into the race once more goes number 12 Callum Ilott at the wheel of the Hertz Team Jota Porsche. So 163 laps done. Green flag back around the circuit. As there we have a replay of what's going on in the pits, whether it's cars coming in or mechanics at work. We've had a little bit of the frivolity of the mechanics in the pit lane from earlier on, and it's not just a case of cleaning the screen, it's also making sure the front of the car is devoid of any pickup that might end up being somewhere nasty and do damage to the car.
We need to apportion the blame. Who was doing a rain dance? Did we see? Can we pin the blame? I don't think it can't have been Rob. He's far too nice a man. But well, you did ask for entertainment.
We did, and I know it's been a nightmare for the teams thus far. That was you're sparking from the guns again.
It did go on in the end, but
we've had 11 hours and 20 minutes of the race, of which not that much in real terms has been wet. And yet, 2 or 3 days ago, we were told it was going to be a wet race pretty much all the way through.
Well, a week out, the forecast looked really grim, and then they sort of backed away from that. Well, no, actually, it looks as though, I can remember on sort of Wednesday, people saying, no, actually, the forecast is suggesting it could be dry all the way through. Well, it's been sort of neither one nor the other, and isn't that so much Le Mans?
But Wets go on to 83, which has led more hours of the race than any other car, and Robert Schwartzman at the wheel of it is set to accelerate back down the pit road. Cadillac in, that's number 3, isn't it? Now, Renger van der Zande was ready to get on board last pit stop and was turned away. Your name's not down, you're not coming in kind of attitude, and Scott Dixon stayed behind the wheel. This time, Renger van der Zande is in the car. So the Dutch driver behind the wheel, and he was in the barriers early on, bounced off the guardrail, carried on, and gets himself back behind the wheel of a car that is still in with a chance.
Well, the reason, presumably, for waving him away was that they were happy with the tyre-driver combination. Now, it may be that they've decided that Scott Dixon has done enough with a triple that he doesn't need to stay in any longer, but more relevantly, they're putting on wets instead of slicks. So if you're going to change the tyres, then change the driver as well. Give the new driver the best opportunity to dial into the car with the correct tyre on board.
Race control saying there's just under 20 more minutes of this rain as another of the Mustangs rather, cycles through. That's 44. That's the John Hartshorn, Ben Tuck, Christopher Mees car. 2 rookies with the experienced John Hartshorn in that. And new boots go on. They just look and sound fantastic, these Mustangs.
Yeah, absolutely right. Again, so much of the delight of endurance racing is the different looks and different sounds. I don't think we've had different looks and different sounds quite so much in the GT category for a long while. Battle still continues to get the 45 car back into the race.
Looking there at number 45 behind the barrier, trying to get that 3-wheeled car back to the pit lane somehow, but options are diminishing for Colin Brown, the driver of it. We've still got the rain falling. We've got a few more drive-through penalties being proffered for infringements under the slow zone. One of which is to number 65, the Panis Racing LMP2 entry, another to TF Sports number 81 Corvette, and the other is GR Racing's LMGT3 Ferrari.
Colin Brown looking for a cat to kick. Clearly not happy with the way things are going.
Or a cat to insert in the axle to get the drive, possibly.
Animal lovers may not literally be kids. I'm sorry, he was not looking for a cat to kick. He's like, it may be actually he's gone to look for a stout stick or something sensible, having not been able to rip anything substantial off the car.
It's been done before.
It has been done before. The organisation here is not quite as ambivalent about things coming over the fence as, say, at the N24. The other issue with the Mulsanne Straight is that getting to the fence is very difficult indeed, whether you're a fan or somebody who might have a handy bit of kit in your pocket. So that tends to be very much not an option here. Riding on board with Brendan Hartley, you can see that it is pretty wet.
And he's being caught by Kevin Estre. The gap was down by about a second and a bit last time around, so it might be traffic affected, clearly. It might be weather affected, obviously, but equally we know that Estre is very, very rapid indeed.
And behind him, Jose Maria Lopez, only 3/10 slower than Estre on that lap. 3:59.5 for Estre, 3:59.8 for Lopez. So Pachito is pushing hard from behind as well, and he's not exactly leaning against an open door because Estre is taking him along towards Brendan Hartley, the race leader.
But James Collado is lapping quicker than anybody ahead of him. He's in the 3:57s. Put that in the context of Brendan Hartley's 4 minutes 1. Collado is a man inspired. He's in 6th place now, having jumped ahead on that last pit stop of Yithay in 83 Ferrari. Brendan Hartley, the pioneer in all of this, of course, exploring where it's wet and where the grip might be.
Michael Christensen in the number 5 Porsche Penske car, maybe down in 10th place, but he was less than a 10th slower than James Collado on that lap. So the pace is there. Again, traffic dependent, and isn't that the case everywhere throughout this race? From lap 3, when the hypercars first hit traffic, after that, there's always someone in the way. Let's hear a little from the number 8 team.
Brendan. Sector 2, same as Porsche 6 behind. Sector 1, we were 1 second slower. Gap is 13. You're doing well, mate. Just settle in.
So Brendan Hartley being encouraged, being told what his pace is relative to the chasing Porsche. Crosses the line, puts 165 laps in the book, and the gap is down again, 12.5 seconds at the last timing point to Kevin Estre, who's about to come up towards the line itself. There's more traffic up the road, there's more rain on the windscreen, and there Brendan Hartley, Rob, encounters that Porsche at just the wrong moment. He can't find a way through.
Just the wrong moment, and just as we see Kevin Estre at 3:57, so Kevin's pulling 2 seconds a lap on him at the minute, and he's just probably lost a second with catching that GT car.
Of course, what he catches, Kevin Estre will catch in half a lap or 3/4 of a lap, but you don't always catch them and lose, or indeed gain, the same amount of time.
I would say on this lap, Kevin's going to catch that lapped car, that GT car, on the Mulsanne straight, so he's not going to lose anything.
No, exactly.
Unless he catches him trying to come through Tertre Rouge or into a chicane, then he will lose very little at all. But again, it is swings and roundabouts. Traffic is all part of the game. You know, I can remember a great quote from Michael Andretti many years ago in an IndyCar race. They were asking him how he felt that the team had got 2 lucky breaks on the end. He said, I'll take them every day. You win very seldom, you lose very frequently, and that is traffic here at Le Mans. You lose many more seconds than you'll ever gain in traffic.
We're being told this rain is going to finish in just over 10 minutes' time. The interest then is going to be how long those on the wet tyres persevere with them and how quickly the road dries.
It's not as wet as it was when it was really wet in the second rain shower, is it? At least not for much of the lap. So we may end up having shorter stints because the tyres are going to go away pretty darn quickly.
But it is the coldest point, and I don't see the track drying as quickly. So actually the wet tyre might hang on in there for that bit longer.
And actually, the wind, the breeze, well, wind actually there was earlier on is definitely not there when I was walking in just before the rain arrived. Normally you feel the wind pick up and the dust and the grit starts to blow, and it wasn't.
Looks wetter here, doesn't it, on the Mulsanne straight as you ride with Joel Sturm back at the wheel of the class-leading Porsche in LM GT3. He's being a bit of a trooper, having done a number of stints, Joel Sturm. A Sturm trooper, possibly, therefore. But he comes down towards Mulsanne corner, still clearing the lead of the class.
Looking at that weather map, look where we are compared to what's on the left. No, I'm not sure I'd say that's 10 minutes from ending.
No.
It might get a bit more Otter's Pocket down here than not.
And that's what the teams are banking on, because they were told it was going to get heavier. That's why they've all gone on to wets. Previously, as Rob and I were discussing, there was some that braved it out on slicks, some did go for wets. This time, no hesitation, no argument, wets, 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 up and down the pit lane.
Yeah. Cold tyre, dark, plus rain, plus cold track. Yeah, it's...
a heady cocktail.
Yes. And as Anthony Davidson was saying earlier, when it was particularly wet, he said, there are times I really miss being in a racing car, and this ain't one of them.
No, Rob has said much the same, haven't you? More than once, I think.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, I thought racing drivers relished a challenge. I thought that was the whole thing, like you and I, David.
We often say that.
However...
So do we.
Yeah.
However, yeah, David did run the track and I didn't, so you can see where the challenge taking up was split there. Still carrying decent speed, you know, in the drier parts of the track, and again, you know, drier through the Porsche curves here, drier, less wet, let's say. There's no sign of a dry line yet, but these big fat hot slicks will start to dissipate the water.
Absolutely right. Drive-through penalty just being offered now to number 87 for speeding in the pit lane. 87 is the Lexus of Takeshi Kimura, Esteban Masson, Jack Hawksworth. It was, I think I'm right in saying, Jack that was being investigated, and the outcome is speeding, yes, guilty. So it's a drive-through, and that's going to cost them just a little bit more time.
It's a phrase I've never heard, a penalty being offered to. Would you like a drive-through? No, not really. Oh, well, never mind, you're having one. That's sort of like your mother saying, would you like to go to bed early with no tea? But no, not really. Up the stairs. Off you go, Sunbeam.
Well, Jack Hawksworth is having no tea, and he's up the stairs because he has been the one caught speeding.
Well, that's a shame, actually, because he's only 46 seconds ahead of Alex Riberas in the heart of racing Aston Martin, so he's going to lose at least one place. And Augusto Farfus only 19 seconds behind them in the 31 WRT BMW, which is slowly dragging itself back up the order. So, in fact, he's going to lose a couple of spots.
Joel Sturm, in the meantime, trying to build this gap. 7 seconds he has in hand over Maurice Schöring. And riding with him for the bulk of the lap is really interesting to see where it's wetter. And it's on this part, isn't it? From the Mulsanne all the way round to sort of the exit of Arnage. That's where it's wetter and more slippery. And when those hypercars came past on the previous lap and kicked the spray up, then you get a real indication of how wet it is. The wiper working overtime down towards the first chicane.
Interesting though, I mean, the weather's coming from the west, so the left of the map as you're looking at it, towards the east, so where the 92 little icon is coming down the Mulsanne straight. But the Mulsanne, of course, is largely hemmed in by trees, whereas the Porsche curves and the run from Arnage predominantly are not. So water that goes up in the air tends to come back down at the straight, and any breeze on the other side, on the more easterly part of the track, tends to help the water dissipate a little bit. And of course, you can see here, there's still a lot of spray in the air from the car in front. And we're in a car that is not the slowest in its class, but is in the slowest class. So Joel Sturm in this category, leading GT3 Manthey Pure Racing Porsche. Still got... there's somebody not too far in front of him who I'm assuming must be a GT car, because it doesn't seem to be disappearing.
And Joel Sturm, who's only been racing for about 4 seasons, only began in 2020, is driving like a veteran in these conditions. These shots just showing you where the rain is and the level of it, being picked up by not just the camera but the floodlights as well. The track is certainly getting wetter, no question about that.
Yeah, that's a great shot. It shows that it is actually some fairly decent rain coming down. It's Noah's not reaching for his tools at any stage, but it's not going to be a brief pause and a little bit of a dry sprinkle. 91 there in second place, Manthey EMA. That's Maurice Schöring. So that's the orange and black Porsche. It still is, but you can't tell, of course, in the monochrome nighttime view. So Manthey racing with Porsches first and second. Olaf Manthey now retired. The team still carries his name, but in fact, we did see him at a race a couple of... was he in Imola or was he in Spa? I don't remember, but it's always good to see Olaf Manthey. He's been part of the furniture for pretty much as long as I've been coming here.
He was at the Nürburgring 24 as well the other week, yes.
Interesting, and I wonder if it's correct that the tyre graphic, and I don't recall whether it was for the Pure Racing or the EMA, showed that the Manthey Porsche had 3 wet tyres on and a medium, which would have been a slick. So wets on the front axle and a left rear wet tyre, a right rear slick. Now, you would assume that's not because they couldn't get the right rear wheel off. If it was, then they're in some trouble, and that's going to be a long stop in the garage. But if they've opted to keep a slick on, because the track is clockwise, it's the left rear that does more of the work, because to go in a circle clockwise, you've got to turn right a lot, so the weight is on the left rear. But nevertheless, surprised that they're using a medium tyre rather than a wet, which would not come out of their normal tyre allocation.
Lead gap continues to come down. I know we're riding on board with Joel Sturm. You can see how wet it is on this part of the circuit now, and this is the LMGT3 leader, but the outright lead, the hypercar lead, is down to 8.3 seconds now as the inspired Kevin Estre sets off in pursuit of Brendan Hartley. So the Toyota was looking good early on, but you know, we've not seen Kevin Estre in the car for 2 or 3 hours, so he's fresh, he's keen, he's always blindingly fast, and he's helping to bring down that gap, as now, in darkness and in rain, the teams have quite a long night ahead of them. It has not long since nudged past 3:30 in the morning here. And, of course, there's always that trick, isn't there, Martin, when you get to the daylight hours that you think, good, we're nearly at the end, we've broken the back of this race. You've still got to get all the way through to 4 p.m.
Yes. Yes, dawn comes quite early here. Dawn will break a little, seem to break a little later because of the heavy overcast. But yeah, it must be 12:23 somewhere. Not quite sure where. And AM or PM, I'm not quite sure. Obviously, because of the time on the top of the screen. I often look at the time in the centre of the timing screen and think, oh, that's the time of day, but it's not. It's how many minutes remain, as you can see, counting down on the left-hand side, 23, 22, 21, 20 seconds, and so on. But I often read that as time of day when it's in single digits. Now, of course, we are approaching the midway point, and as you rightly say, get to lunchtime, you think, has it not finished yet? And no, actually, it really hasn't.
It's like having Stockholm syndrome, this race, isn't it? Because when you're at it, it's hell in every capacity because it's long and it's hard and it's difficult. When you're not here, you miss it like crazy. Now, you're on board with Kevin Estre, and you can see that the gap continues to come down to Brendan Hartley. He's absolutely flat out, despite the rain. Slight hesitation as he comes up on the traffic here, but Estre is doing exactly what Porsche pays in the big bucks for, and that is go flat out, and he's doing just that.
100% through the second chicane.
That was Indianapolis, I think, wasn't it? Up towards
right,
Arnage now.
Yeah. Now then, this is looking much more like a Mustang once more.
It is.
Proton Competitions team, they must be cursing this car, mustn't they? 3 Mustangs in the race, and there's always a problem child. And this one, unfortunately, for our full-time championship entrants, Ryan Hardwick, Zachary Robichon and Ben Barker, it has taken upon itself to be more trouble than it's worth.
But like Rob and I were saying a little while ago, get it back out, because this is a car in its first season of racing at this level, so it's mileage, it's development, it's lessons learnt. In the long game, in the bigger picture, it's worth doing. It might not feel like it now, but it will be.
And I agree with you, is that... Oh!
That was why the car's in the garage. So that was the incident just before you came back to join us. That was Heine Meyer Hansen doing his desperate move on the inside, put both of them in the gravel, and that's why the Mustang has been in there ever since.
And look at the rimy red eyes with brake dust and fatigue and everything else in them. Oh dear, yeah. So, through no fault of their own, having had a monumental near 3-hour rebuild of the car, it had to come back in and have more work. And Zachary Robichon, look, on board there, just slumped in the belt. Oh no. There's the crew chief. Now, as well as knowing how to fix the car, she is the talisman in this crew. She is the one who is going to keep inspiring them to keep going. And they're now at this damn car is not going to beat us stage. As you said correctly, I think, earlier when Rob was saying, is it really worth their effort? Unless it's distracting from them running another car for victory or a good result, no, this damn thing is not going to beat us. This car, this race, is not going to beat us. It is going all the way to the flag, whether it wants to or not.
Yeah.
And clearly at the moment, that is their mindset.
We're going to get it to the end, hooker by crook, and it's back on the pit apron, ready to rejoin very shortly when the wheels are on. So 77 back onto the pit apron. That has done 95 laps overall to the 168 of the leader. The other problem that comes towards the end of the race, in a sense, is they've got to do some number crunching to work out whether the car will be classified as a finisher, because it's lost a huge amount of time now. It will be lapped again because it's a slower car than a hypercar, and eventually it will therefore be marginal on distance covered.
Even so, get it to the flag. Doesn't matter what the rules and regulations say. Now it is about perseverance. This is a team-building exercise in extremis, isn't it? This is absolutely not going to let the fates have their upper hand. Sure, they've taken us out of the race. Sure, it's unlikely to get even 2 points, because it's double points here, so not just one for last place, for 10th place. It's unlikely to get points, but this is all about learning more about the car. As you say, it's brand new to LMGT3 this season. It's a brand new product, a new... And the other element is it's not just about Proton, because Multimatic will be here driving on as well. They need to learn because they're compiling data here in WEC and in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series. And Larry Holt and his crew from Multimatic who build those cars will be really determined that they get as much out of this as they can.
Ben Barker has been put into the car and he's been strapped into the car, sitting in the garage. Now that he's released, he suddenly discovered how wet it is with no prior knowledge of that. Let's eavesdrop on Brendan Hartley quickly.
Okay, Brendan, so we see more rain coming, potentially more rain, and it would come from around turn 7, sector 1, turn 7.
So more rain on its way. Just to finish off the story about the 77 Mustang, 24 David Heinemeier Hansen, he has now been given a stop-and-go penalty for causing the incident that put the Mustang in the gravel. He's been in the gravel himself since then as well, so the biter bit in a way. Lead gap, 9.3 seconds. Brendan Hartley is responding to Kevin Estra's challenge, so it's a real cat-and-mouse battle we've got at the head of the field now, with 11 hours and 42 minutes of the race completed. Michelle Gatting looks on within the Iron... Sorry, Sarah Bovey looks on within the Iron Dames garage.
Checking out what's going on the socials. Marina Sato getting ready to take over in the United Autosports McLaren garage.
And he's been going pretty well in that car, considering he was never really a megastar in single-seater racing. He's adapted nicely to GT cars. He's found his level and has done some good times so far in the race.
Well, I always think that certain cars suit some drivers in a way that others don't. Justin Wilson was a classic example. Loved a car that you could wrestle around. So he was good in Palmer Audi, great in the old Formula 3000s, would have been horrible in Formula 3, where no input and extreme precision was the key. And then again, found his métier perfectly in Indy cars that you had to wrestle around. So it may just be that these cars suit Marina Sato's way of going racing.
311 rejoins after a moment. Jack Aitken at the wheel of it, and you can see on the screen just how wet it is. Jack Aitken seems to have been in this car forever and a day, and he's coping with the worst of the weather now.
I think more rain has now arrived. We just heard a moment or two ago. It was the Porsche team telling Brendan Hartley, Porsche team, Toyota team telling Brendan Hartley in the number 8 car that more heavy rain was expected, and lo and behold, there it are.
Absolutely right. So the road possibly at its wettest now. This is what the teams have kind of been teed up for. You can see the amount of spray, even if you can't see the rain. You can see the spray when it's illuminated, and that tells you how much water has fallen. And the lap times are going up. We were down to 3:57s not long ago. Now we're in the 4 minutes and north of 4 minutes.
Yeah, and Jack Aitken was trying to pick up speed out of the S's through Tertre Rouge when he looped the car around. So that was before he came out onto the Mulsanne in the Whelen Caddy. Behind him is Romain Grosjean, and a safety car now. So there's the 59 car, 3rd place in class, and that is Nicolas Costa, who will be heading. There you go, that's the end of the S's. Got it out of the gravel somehow. That's remarkable ability and agility from Jack Aitken. A car that has half spun and stopped in the gravel. Having a bit of water on it gives it some density, but it's still well done. Now, why do we have a safety car? The safety cars, all 3, have been scrambled. Here's the way it works. Intervention. Okay, so something major has happened. We need to get people, bodies on track. Safety cars. Now, that brings the drivers down to a reasonable speed behind one of the 3 safety cars. They're scrambled from pit exit, from the first chicane on the Mulsanne, and from Arnage. And then, once the cars are bunched up, you then have gaps where there are no cars going round, which you don't get with a full course yellow, and that will allow marshals and vehicles to move across the track as required.
Just wondering whether it's purely because of the rain, and it is dark and it's very heavy rain. Now, you might argue if it's wet, drive a bit slower, but on safety grounds, given that it is dark, that might be the answer, because I'm not aware that there's anything. We haven't had a yellow flag, for example, to suggest that there was a car off the road. This could be just calming everybody down, letting them have a couple of slow laps, get used to the conditions?
I'd be surprised. It's not that wet.
No.
And the other aspect of that is, as soon as you slow them down, they lose any heat in their wet weather tyres, which actually makes it harder to drive.
But I'm struggling to find anybody else, unless, again, it's because there's now gravel on the wet road in the Dart from Jack Aitken's moment.
Yeah, we're not being notified of any cars that are stationary other than the ones we know of, which aren't on track.
Exactly. That's why I'm leaning towards it being a weather-induced intervention. We will see.
I quite like your sea of gravel approaching Tertre Rouge thought, actually.
Okay,
because
should we go with that?
Because especially in the darkness, that really would be an issue, because it'll be very hard to see and really quite dodgy. So to get a sweeper out there rather than just a few marshals with brooms might be what the race director is looking at.
And you would need to do it with a safety cars plural, because that way you've got the gaps so that the marshals can work. If you just did it as a slow zone, you wouldn't really ever have a break in the traffic, as it were, to be able to go onto the circuit and do any clearing up. So it looks as though it is for safety reasons, rain / gravel on the road / darkness. And into the pit lane comes the race leader then. So Sebastian Buemi is in. And normally Porsche 6 matches them, so expect to see number 6 in this time. We wait for Kevin Estre to appear either over the timing line to pick up the race lead or come into the pit lane, and he goes through on the track. So Porsche number 6 will now take over the lead.
So this is a strategic pit stop rather than one that they are being forced to make because it's on low fuel, because the Porsche would equally be on low fuel. So what other work are they doing? Now, the reason for stopping behind the safety car is that you lose less time. However, you can't just go back out and join the safety car queue from which you came in. You need to wait for the next safety car to come round. This is a regulation. You cannot join the queue that you left. You must join the next one back in line, so that you can't come in off the beginning of a long safety car queue and join at the back and effectively get an absolutely free pit stop.
So this is your leader, and this is the lack of view.
And driver's identification screen. This is a driver's safety screen there with SC safety car. That reflects all the flag signals. So when we go green, it'll immediately go green and show green and then turn itself off. If there are other incidents you need to know about, if there's a slow car, it'll have a white flag, it'll have a blue flag or red flag, black flag, whatever. All of those are replayed to the cars that need to know them. Race control can also use that to send a message not just to all of the cars, like this one, safety car, which everyone is under. You can send them as the cars approach a slow zone. They'll be automatically informed that they're in the next slow zone, and then they get to a slow zone. They'll also have the option in race control to tell one particular driver one particular message, so they can tell Kevin Estre, track limits, turn 5.
Yes, and
you're
he knows,
exceeding them, and we're watching you. So,
and nobody else need know.
No, exactly.
Just direct to that one car. Exactly right.
Exactly so. So it's a really, really useful system. It relays in real time all the messages the driver needs to know for a safety basis, and it can be used by race control as well for that direct one-on-one intervention.
There are more and more championships using these kind of in-car marshalling displays, in-car marshalling systems, but to have it to be so specific to individual messages, technology is fantastic, isn't it?
It is a great system, and actually you see how well it works when you look at what happened in the Road to Le Mans race, where lots of cars were steaming into slow zones that they weren't really quite aware of, and well, a number of near accidents and some actual accidents happened as a result. So the more those are spread out into other championships, the safer everybody will be, and the better day. Baked potato with chili. Ooh, that's not bad, is it? Yes. At 3:50 in the morning. So running through the sequence of events there with the graphics on the screen, as the number 7 Toyota also stops for fuel. So they are taking this strategic opportunity for both cars to fill with fuel and fresh, wet tyres. Now then, did we see fresh wets going on the number 8 car? They're obviously settling for the long run on this one. And if the rain's getting heavier, you don't want worn wet tyres with maybe less water clearing. You want brand new ones. And the deal with the wet weather tyres is They are not limited for purely safety reasons. Blue sidewalls on the 50 Ferrari. They're stopping for fuel as well. But the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car has not. Now, there is absolutely going to be a chance for them to stop next lap. We're not going to have a single lap safety car and then a merge, so the pit lane will remain open, so they can come in and do it next lap if they want to. They may decide they'll stick with track position, but certainly rivals at Toyota and Ferrari are taking the opportunity. And if you wonder why the entire field isn't coming in, well, it's because they haven't yet got there and they're all behind safety cars, so you have to wait until your queue gives you the opportunity to jump into the pit lane. While the 3 safety cars are going round, pit entrance will always remain open and the pit exit will be opened to allow you to join the next safety car when it gets past you.
It'll be interesting to see whether Estre brings number 6, the new race-leading Porsche, in on the next lap, because Porsche will be aware of what Toyota has done. Equally, though, they would have seen the Toyota come in and probably had just enough time to be able to command Estre to come into the pit lane on that same lap if they feel that they should have been covering the Toyota. So now it will be intriguing to see what the decision is on number 6, which currently leads the race. Brendan Hartley has gone back out. Lopez for third and Miguel Molina in number 50 Ferrari.